Good morning. I think we are a little behind schedule. We started at 9:25, and I apologize. My sincere apologies for that. Today's theme, you probably would have seen on your program that the chair moderator is Professor Appiagyei Tuah. I'm stepping in for him this morning. My name is Oliver Bakavamao, and I'm happy to help chair and moderate the conversation today. The theme today is Marine Africa, legal frameworks and policy challenges. In my many years in international law of the sea, I've found that there's nothing more frustrating to the scientists than lawyers being part of the conversation, because we tend to mess everything up, whether in terms of how we define what the ocean is legally, our understanding of what a marine resource is, even the UNCLOS's definition of what is a mammal are all questioned by scientists all the day. But this is a kind of conversation that requires a multidisciplinary perspective, that we have different conversations because we continue to impact on each other's work in the space. And this is why I'm excited that the panel draws in both persons who are in the sciences, persons who are in the laws, persons who are in archaeology, for us to have the kind of conversation that reinforces and enriches each other. We're going to have a number of presentations here today, and the presentations are one to tease out and also to educate on different themes that are important to this conversation. But more importantly, I want you to engage with the issues that are going to come up. We're expecting your questions, but also perspectives that will be shared as the panel is going on. The first speaker that I would like to introduce today is going to be speaking on the role of advisory opinions on climate change and its impact on marine resource management. I'm very excited to introduce Dr. Sylvia Dusu, who is a Chief State Attorney with the Attorney General's Department. She has over 30 years of legal experience in Ghana and holds a PhD in law in the University of Lancaster, United Kingdom. Dr. Sylvia and I are meeting today for the first time formally, but in fact, we have met each other in many ways intellectually before today. In my period when I was at the UN Office of Dual Laws, which is a division on law of the sea, very interested to see how many Ghanaians were in the space. I was very encouraged to see her work in the space, and I'm very excited that we are here today to join this conversation. She holds an MPhil from LESIAD and also a postgraduate diploma in international and sustainable development from the Institute of Social Studies, The Hague, the Netherlands, as well as a law degree from this very university, which we are very proud of. She was also part of the team that represented Ghana before the International Court of Justice. Before ITLOS, as part of the legal and technical team in the maritime boundary dispute with Côte d'Ivoire, and for which she was awarded Order of the Volta for her service to the nation. She's currently Director of International Affairs at the Aegis and Ministry of Justice Department. She has represented Ghana also before the International Court of Justice in respect of the advisory opinion that everybody is now talking about today, and we are happy that she's going to be talking to us a little bit more about that, which was brought by Vanuatu. She chairs also the revitalization of the Gulf of Guinea Commission, and I think that her PhD also focuses on the Gulf of Guinea Commission. She is very well placed in that role, and I'm excited to introduce Dr. Sylvia Dusu to speak to us about the role of advisory opinions on climate change and impact on marine resource management. A hand of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Oliver, for those kind words. And good morning, everyone. I'm excited to be here to give this little delivery brief. I'm told I have only 20 minutes. The subject is big. I will try my best to make it as concise as possible. Thank you. So today I'm going to talk about the role of advisory opinions on climate change and their impact on marine resource management. We all agree, the pointer, we all agree that climate change poses an existential threat to everyone, all of us. There's no single person in this room and people unborn who are not feeling the effects of climate change. Because whatever we do now affects even those who are not yet born. So today's lecture is, for me, a very important topic. It is something that I think we should always talk on, even beyond these rooms, and continue to talk about it and never let up. First of all, I'd like to briefly say what an advisory opinion is. It is a judicial opinion, and it is really most often given by an international court or tribunal. And in this case, we have the International Court of Justice and ITLOS, the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea, and it's on a legal question, which is often not related to a current international dispute. And some of these bodies have the power to do that in their statutes. Others have to be given that power, like ITLOS has to be given that power by a body of states. And so you can see there that Article 65(1) of the ICJ statute authorizes anybody under the, which is authorized by the UN Charter, to ask for an advisory opinion. And then the General Assembly can also ask for an advisory opinion. And for ITLOS, they can give advisory opinions in international seabed issues, and then they can be asked by states. Advisory opinions are opinions that have a lot of, because where they are coming from is important. So states tend to give it the necessary weight it deserves. Now, next slide, please. If you look at the trend now, there's been an unusual trend of advisory opinions coming up. There's been 2 submitted to international tribunals and 2 to regional tribunals. Now, ITLOS has handed out a decision, which I am sure our eminent judge from ITLOS, Justice Kerr Kamara, has told you about yesterday. And that was on May 21st, 2024. Then we had one from the original body, which was on May 29, 2025, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. They gave their decision 29th May. Theirs was for the regional body. And then we have the celebrated one, which is the ICJ one, which was just very recently, July 23, 2025. And now the African Court on Human and People's Rights has also received a request, which we are waiting for the decision on. The core issues across all these cases are what obligations states have to protect the climate system, human rights, the marine environment from the impact of climate change. Basically, that's what all these advisory opinions ask. The one for the ICJ went a little further to look at the legal consequences, to ask for the legal consequences. We'll come to that very soon. My presentation is gone. Okay. Now, why do you think this trend is ongoing? Everybody can see what is going on. There is irreversible environmental damage going on, and it is impacting us. We can see it. The long, hot weathers, the drought, the what do they call it? Ocean acidification. I'm leaving those ones to the scientists. She's writing. So she's going to tell us with all the formulas about it. The melting ice and all that. Some of those things will take, as the scientists tell us, millions, thousands of years to correct themselves. And so we appreciate that. States are appreciating that the potentially irreversible damage that is being caused by human activity is real, and they need to do something about it. Then states also know that they need to seek clarity on international law regarding states' obligations. because it looks as if the current climate treaties are not sufficient to handle this matter. States have too much discretion under these treaties. Now, there are legal barriers in disputes as well. You know, it's difficult for states, small ones especially, to take on big states. They are afraid of the diplomatic problems that it will cause. They can't even find the causal link between the damage and whatever is happening to them. It's very difficult to find. Even the agreement to take the matter to litigation will not be there, because states in the international plane have to agree to be taken, and they will most often not agree. And the burden of proof is quite huge. You must prove substantial, significant damage, and the legal system focuses on remedying the damage, not preventing it. So it's like after the horse has escaped, then you now start thinking about what to do. But that is quite late when you talk about the climate. And contentious cases take years to complete, but advisory opinions take a relatively shorter time. And decisions that are taken in contentious cases are mostly binding only on the parties involved. But when it comes to an advisory opinion, the legal opinion is a guide to everyone, the whole international community. So that is why, next slide please, that is why you can see that states are bringing this request. Now, I have said that they have the potential to influence state action significantly. There are advisory opinions. Of course, when you know what the ICJ and ITLOS is thinking about a particular issue, you will try to organize your affairs to be in conformity. And advisory opinions will provide a helpful avenue to overcome the procedural and political barriers that we've talked about, because climate change issues are very political in nature. Next slide, please. And you can see this statement that by an eminent jurist who says that a clear statement by a body such as the ICJ may itself contribute to change in attitudes and behavior, and that is true. Next slide, please. So, let's look at the ICJ advisory opinion. What were the questions that the court was asked? The questions were, what are the obligations of states under international law to ensure the protection of the climate system and other parts of the environment from anthropogenic emissions of greenhouse gases for states and for present and future generations? And that is key. We are not looking at only today, we are looking at future generations, children yet unborn. And that is because we today need to reserve some of this climate and this environment for those who are coming after us. Now, what the next set of questions the court had to answer was what the legal consequences under these obligations, after it has found out what the obligations are, what are the legal consequences when by their acts and omissions, these states have caused significant harm to the climate system. With respect to states, in particular, those small island developing states, look at it too, small island developing states, they are the ones who are overwhelmingly impacted because of their geographical circumstances and their level of development. They can be wiped out. Some of them are just a dot on the map. And it's also asking for peoples and individuals of present and future generations affected by the adverse effects of climate change. Next. Now, the court approached this very thoroughly. It looked at all the relevant laws, including climate change laws. That is the UN Convention, UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. It looked at the Kyoto Protocol and the other one, the last one, sorry, I forgot. And it looked at customary international law, international human rights law, even the ozone layer conventions, the biodiversity conventions. It looked at all the laws it thought had anything to do with climate change that were very important. And it took into consideration the science the science of the matter, what the reports of the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change. And that is very important because you must have a basis for whatever you are saying, and the court did not ignore the science. It took into consideration principles that we have in the environmental sphere, principles such as intergenerational equity, which is every generation holds the earth in common with members of present generations and with generations past and future. And it also, that principle articulates the concept of fairness among generations in the use and conservation of the environment and its natural resources. Interestingly, the court heard from states and other international organizations, including Ghana, and that was very interesting. And the court identified 3 obligations under the international climate laws. It looked at mitigation, adaptation, and cooperation. For mitigation, it involves limiting the anthropogenic emissions. Anthropogenic emissions are emissions caused by human activities. Those industrial manufacturing processes, the emissions, the gases that go to deplete the ozone layer and all that. And so it looked at limiting their sources from their sources, so that fossil fuels, limiting the use of fossil fuels and enhancing the sinks, the forests, the oceans. As the scientists will tell us, they provide the filters and you need to strengthen them. And the court also found that these are legally binding obligations based on the use of the word shall in the convention and the supporting articles that we will not go into. And the court found that these obligations are a mix of obligations of conduct and obligations of result. So some of them, you see it by the result. Some of them, you see by the conduct. And the court says they are legally binding. And what that means is that states should be held responsible, even if they are obligations of conduct or obligations of result. Now, the adaptation measures, we need to adapt to the climate change issues, the impact. They include funding, insurance, technological transfer. And adaptation must consider the needs of the least developed countries and their special circumstances. So the developed countries must provide the funding for these developing countries. And it is all aimed at reducing the harm and building resilience to the impacts of this climate change on those countries. Even though the impact is on the developed countries as well, it impacts the developing much, much more because of their special conditions and circumstances. Now, the court found that there's also an obligation of cooperation. States must work collectively to address climate change through joint implementation and support mechanisms. The court emphasized that international cooperation is indispensable in climate governance. No one state can go it alone. We need together to put our hands to the wheel to deal with this matter. So cooperation spans across areas like education, capacity building, public awareness. And those are very important things that countries must always try to support. Then the court talked about obligations under the Kyoto Protocol and the same kind of issues, but it talked about the emission targets in accordance with the individual targets that states have set. Now, there were 2 main commitment periods from 2008 to 2012 and from 2013 to 2020. After 2020, no more have been set. The protocol strengthens the mitigation obligations by setting legally binding emission targets for 37 developed states and economies. The targets are, we should not go beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Getting there means the climate is really in dire straits. We should always strive to come below 1.5 degrees Celsius, and that's what the Kyoto Protocol wants for the world. But I don't know what the world wants for itself, because as we are going, the scientists have predicted that we will hit the 1.5 by 2040 if we are not careful. So it is an urgent situation. Now, the court concluded that non-compliance with emission reduction commitment by states may constitute internationally wrongful acts for which they can be held responsible. Next. Now, the Paris Agreement is the one that most of the states spoke about. And the objective of that agreement is to strengthen the global response to the threat of climate change, and setting the temperature goal to the 1.5 limit I have talked about. And it is to be implemented in line with equity and the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, considering national circumstances. So it is true that all states are involved, but not all states can actually do what other developed states can do. So maybe what the less developed states can do will be small compared to what the developed states can do, but we all have a duty to do something. So the developed countries must provide finance, technological transfer, and capacity building. Again, the agreement includes obligations of conduct and obligations of results. Now, next. Next, please. Now, the mitigation obligations of states. States must prepare, communicate, and maintain nationally determined contributions. These are what the states aspires to do to mitigate climate change and adapt to climate change. And this is something the state itself does and brings out. Now, the law says that these nationally determined contributions must be prepared every 5 years and must be registered by the state. So that is an obligation of result. Every state must do it. Next, please. But the thing about this NDCs, or nationally determined contributions, is that it's mostly at the discretion of the state. And but the court said this is not completely discretionary. Certain standards under the Paris Agreement must be satisfied. So you don't set a target that is so low that you can get away with it. You can't be held. And all NDCs must be communicated and maintained under the Paris Agreement, and they'll be taken together. And when taken together, they must all realize this target that we have set for ourselves, the 1.5 degree above pre-industrial levels target. And these are all obligations that the court views as very stringent obligations. And so the NDCs are an important indication of what states must do. And the law says that each and every NDC that the state sets must be more ambitious than the previous one before it. Now, what is more ambitious for state A? I don't know whether it will be ambitious for state B. So who determines how ambitious it is? It's a question for us to think about. Next. Now, there are obligations of cooperation with respect to specific areas we've talked about. And the court concluded that principal forms of cooperation prescribed in the Paris Agreement, we've spoken about that already. They are financial assistance, technological transfers, and capacity building. And the court delved into the obligation of states under the law of the sea and opined that UNCLOS, the climate change treaties, and other environmental treaties, as well as relevant obligations under customary international law, inform each other. They don't work in isolation. The court tried to put them all together, draw a line, a consistent line through them, and said, we are to implement all these obligations. So these different laws all come together for the good of the climate, so to speak. Next, please. Now, the court waded into the debate on sea level rise. No states are debating the sea level rise. Does it change the baselines? Should the state, if a state is completely wiped out by sea level rise, does that state still exist? The court said yes. When the baselines even have changed, once the baselines have been communicated to the UN and publicized, that is it. You do not talk about going to update the charts or the list of geographical coordinates. It's there. And if the state was a state, it is still a state, though it has been submerged. So that's one interesting thing for me that I saw in the opinion. And the court felt that the legal obligation to cooperate requires states in the context of sea level rise to work together with a view to achieving equitable solutions, taking into account the rights of the affected states and those of their populations. So we don't leave anyone behind, so to speak. Now the court was of the view that where there are breaches by a state, that state would have obligations of stopping the breach, cessation, don't repeat the breach, and which are consequences that apply irrespective of the existence of the harm, as well as the consequences requiring full reparation, including restitution, compensation, and/or satisfaction. Sometimes even an apology is a good thing. The court also noted that breaches of state obligations do not affect the continued duty of the responsible state to perform the obligations that have been breached. So the court has found that for me and for African states, reparation is possible, only that the bar is very high. How do you prove it? That is where the problem is, we have to figure out. And the small island states will be grateful for that because somebody must pay for the damage. And that's what the court has helped us to see. The court confirmed that environmental damage is capable of being compensated for under international law. And compensation will be due for both damage caused to the environment and human rights damage and all that. So, next please. So with respect to the evaluation of the damage caused to the environment, the court has held in another case that the absence of adequate evidence as to the extent of material damage will not in all situations preclude an award of compensation for that damage. So this is going to be on a case-by-case basis. The court will look at the case and determine what is appropriate in the circumstances. Next. Now, ITLOS also gave its determination that all human-caused greenhouse gas emissions constitute pollution of the marine environment under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. So consequently, state parties have an obligation to take all necessary measures to prevent, reduce, and control marine pollution caused by such emissions. And so, in interpreting the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, the court also referred to the Paris Agreement and all the other agreements that the ICJ later referred to. So the ICJ did not go at variance with ITLOS. They were in tandem. It took into consideration everything that ITLOS had to say. And the ICJ, I'm happy to see, has always followed ITLOS closely. And that's very good for international law because then it prevents fragmentation and it makes the law clearer and more predictable. Next. Now, the legal consequences. The court found as an established fact that every internationally wrongful act of a state entails the international responsibility of that state. And in the climate change context, wrongful acts include breaches of treaty obligations, failure to prepare, communicate, or implement your NDCs. Wrongful acts also include failure to regulate emissions, allowing fossil fuels to be, indiscriminately used, and then so that states have to actually regulate the companies in their countries. And I know that's going to lead to a lot of litigation for them. But that is some of the price that states also have to pay. And there should be due diligence to prevent significant harm. And failure to even conduct environmental impact assessment is also a breach. Next. And that's under customary international law. So, with all that we've said, I think you can guess the impact that these decisions will have on climate change management. And that is that states are going to COP30. And I'm sure they will be more careful when they are formulating their NDCs so that they can meet the benchmarks, because they know now they can be held responsible. It's not so discretionary anymore. And the vulnerable states will tend to rely on the court's finding, you know, to hold developed states accountable. And it is expected that the floodgates for climate litigation will be opened. So that is not necessarily a bad thing. It just helps. And then there's a risk also of investor-state disputes, where investors will try to hold states that are trying to protect the environment, because definitely the pollution brings money for them. And so if you are going to restrain them, that's going to bring a few problems. But also, it looks as if the investment treaties may include clauses for climate system protection, which is also good. And it looks like states may negotiate new climate agreements, taking into consideration these advisory opinions. I'm sure there's much more impact that we can all think about, but because of time, I have to be brief, and I think this is what I have identified for now. Thank you very much for your attention.
I think that everybody was carried along and fully understood the work of the court on this and the perspectives it lays ahead for how we continue to govern questions around the climate and the state's responsibility in this regard. I want to invite next a man who has 30 years of experience, or over 30 years of experience working in fisheries, environmental, and coastal management, covering research, development, extension, consultancy, teaching, and in various fields. In fact, for many years, and I only learned this at the last conference we had, that so many of us had become accustomed to either referring to him as doctor or professor, that he has consistently objected to. And now that he has become a forebear of what GTech is doing in the space already, I am mindful to emphasize that he's one of the persons who have shown us that knowledge in itself is not necessarily consistent with or have anything to do with titles, but he has shown from his experience and his work in this space that this is one of the key persons who have played a role in our understanding of the marine environment. I want to invite Mr. Kofi Agboga, who is Director of HEN Mpoano. We're going to be examining the role of community involvement and traditional ecological knowledge in marine conservation. I'm really excited to introduce somebody who is a librarian unto himself, and I hope that you all find his presentation edifying. Thank you. Sorry?
Good morning, everybody. Professor Nunu say I'm old school, so I don't know how to make PowerPoints. I want to assure you that I have the most beautiful PowerPoints that anybody can see or can enjoy. The topic that I've been given today is a topic of stories. It's a topic of history. It's a topic of witchcraft. How do I present this in a PowerPoint? My task today, so I'm going to give you a reading presentation. So sit back, relax, and enjoy it. My task today is to examine the role of community involvement and traditional ecological knowledge in marine conservation. This topic has interesting literature around it. Here, I have examined the literature and put the pieces together. I have drawn from scholarly works of Professor Irene Odote, Professor Emmanuel Achampong, Ajay and Sika Bright, Dosu, to mention a few Ghanaians, and others like Bavnik, Bex, Brown, Drew, Irvin, Ostrom, Polly, etc. The list is very tall. I pay tribute to the chief fishermen, who are an embodiment of knowledge about the ocean. My personal experience working with coastal communities and listening to fishers has informed this discussion. Here, I include the experiences of Yempuanu, the civil society organization that I lead, which is working to contribute to knowledge around the coasts and the oceans and shaping the narrative around marine management and conservation in Ghana. Traditional ecological knowledge or local ecological knowledge refers to the cumulative body of knowledge, practices, processes, beliefs developed over time through interactions with nature and culturally transmitted across generations. TEK or LEK represents knowledge gathered through trial and error, that which allows for optimal completion of tasks are passed down from generation to generation. LEK comes with interesting legends, fables, spirituality, traditions, facts, twisted facts, and some legal precedents which has favored or disfavored ocean governance and marine conservation in Ghana. The use of traditional or local knowledge in the form of customary ecological management practices has been recognized as a potential powerful conservation mechanism. Community knowledge and management of the ocean and conservation has interesting history. Fishermen have their umbilical cord tied to the ocean, and their knowledge of what is in the deep reveals some observations. Let me begin with the entry of the Europeans. When the Portuguese explorers got to the west coast of Africa in the 15th century, they made two observations. On one hand, only the Kru people of Liberia and the Mina people, Elmina, Fantis of the Gold Coast, possessed maritime skills. The Kru ethnic group of Liberia, due to their maritime skills, became important ocean farers, that is sailors. A large army of them was recruited on board vessels as sailors. Now, therefore, Kru people pride themselves with the word crew, you know, cabin crew, whatever crew, which they think is a corruption of their native crew to mean crew. The second was the European interaction with the Fantis of Gold Coast. Fanti fishermen were said to have already conquered the ocean. Legend has it that the Fanti fishermen were the first to take Christopher Columbus to the New World, that is the Americas. The Fanti fishermen knew the ocean very well, and this is not in question. They returned home after fishing expeditions. They had no compass. They say the moon and the stars talk to them. To go to sea or not depended on what the celestial forces tell them. I have come across fishers who will put their feet in the sea and can tell the temperature of the water. The fishes understand the currents. They understand the Guinea current and the Guinea counter current. If you go to Fanti land, they say Obwa Dewu and Obwa Futu is going west or is going east, and they know the fish that is associated with the current. Fishing and conservation are enmeshed in complex beliefs and practices. The ritual observations that regulate sea fishing, deities are associated with the sea, days to fish and when not to, rituals that open the season, rituals that appease the sea and ensure bounty harvest, gendered patterns of work between fishermen and fishwives, and generational patterns where sons inherit canoes from their fathers. According to Ajay and Sika Bright, fishing communities have their own knowledge about fish stocks and other marine resources, including information of their location, migration patterns, movement, and seasonal abundance of the fish, as well as their reproductive and feeding behavior. The institution of the chief fisherman is peculiar to Ghana. At the beach level, the chief fisherman is an embodiment of knowledge in conservation practices. How have we factored these traditional imperatives into our body of conservation management? The influence of the chief fisherman in fisheries management and conservation has been eroded by contemporary legal and constitutional imperatives. If, for example, a chief fisherman mobilizes his fishers to swear an oath not to use light or chemicals to fish, and some deviants counter him and go to court, guess who will win? This brings to attention a landmark ruling of the Supreme Court of Gold Coast in 1899 in the case of Akufio, chief fisherman of Teshi and others, versus Mensah and others. The defendants had introduced a new fishing net, the Ali net, into the fishery of Teshi. The chief fisherman, not comfortable with the efficiency of the Ali net and minded by conservation practices, went to court to restrain the defendants from using Ali net in Teshi seas. The Supreme Court of the Gold Coast ruled in favor of the defendants that the best net is the net that harvests the most fish. This ruling, in part, was based on a Supreme Court ordinance of 1876 that the ban of the net by the chief fisherman contravenes the Supreme Court ordinance of 1876. Again, the colonial secretary of agriculture in 1934 overturned a local bylaw banning 3 types of nets in Winneba. In my view, this precedent had been a driver of harvesting fish with small mesh size in Ghana today. The Gold Coast Department of Fisheries, now Fisheries Commission of Ghana, was established in 1946. The goal of the establishment was the maximization of profits from fishing enterprises, and fishers were encouraged to go out there, fish, and make the most profit. After all, sea never dry. This perhaps led to the current crisis facing Ghana's fisheries sector. To be mischievous or diabolic, I dare say it is also based upon the Gold Coast Supreme Court ruling of 1899. And I want to ask the lawyers here whether that precedent has been repealed. Please check for me. It may be the reason why fishermen continue to use small mesh size to fish with impunity. After all, the best net is the net that catches the most fish. The tragedy of the commons has been used in explaining decline in fish stocks, suggesting that resource users will not conserve a common resource unless they can be sure others will also do. Fishing in the sea or other communally owned water bodies is a zero-sum game. And in this perspective, fishers will always seek to maximize their gains in the shortest possible time. Extreme individualism, greed, and the neglect of indigenous religious or rituals. Indigenous religion or rituals tend to undermine the environment and the community. By the end of the colonial rule, fishers could be found along the entire coast of West Africa. That is Gold Coast fishers. As a result of wars, displacements, dispersions, and migrations, they migrated with their fishing skills. The pioneering role of Gold Coast fishers played in other West African countries, and them the epithet Pan-African fishermen. I've traveled from Mauritania to Cameroon. Everywhere I go, I see them. There is a close chemistry between ethnic Fantis of Elmina and the Ewes of Aneho in Togo. Interestingly, every July, you will meet some Aneho fisher folk participating in the Edina Bakatoe Festival celebrations in Elmina. Also, links between the Gan people of Ghana and Aneho people of Togo is well known. Both celebrate Homowo. Gans celebrate with palm oil laced kwekwe or kwekwe, and Ewes with plain white kwekwe. However, the most famous is the association with the epithet Aigbe. It is only the Gans who call we the Ewes Aigbe. Sometimes they say Aigbe Ntale, Adaka Agbo, Manyamatele. Which Aigbe simply means I don't agree, and don't agree to return to Ghana. If you go to Aneho in Togo, they have names like Ayi, Ayite, Ayikai, Anyele, Anyoko, the same names that the Gans have. It is said that when Ayi came to Ghana, he left some of his powers. And when he went back to take the powers and come back to Ghana, the Ewes, they say, Ayi, Be, don't go back. And it has become an epithet that they used to refer to the Ewes. In this exodus, or perhaps I jumped something, okay. In Nigeria, migrant Gold Coast fishers were the main exploiters of marine resources. They exhibited amazing skills, much to the admiration of the colonial advisor to the Nigeria government, who recommended that Ghanaian fishers be recruited to train Nigerians to fish in the sea. Up to today, Nigerians don't fish in the sea. They only fish in the rivers, the lagoons, the lakes, the creeks, and what have you. If you see fishermen in Nigeria, they are Ghanaians. In Cote d'Ivoire, 90% of fishers are Ghanaians. In this exodus, the shared cultural world of fishers is underpinned by a common reverence and conservation ethics. Gold Coast or Ghanaian fishermen have continually adopted and adapted new methods in fishing and conservation. Labadi oral tradition recounts how the Fantis had introduced them to canoes, nets, and the cultural knowledge of the marine world. Also, there was technological revolution in the sea fishing with the guns, Anglo-Airways, and Fantis in the forefront of introducing new nets. From the old cast net operated from the shore, 3 new nets would alter the nature of fishing in the Gold Coast: the beach seine, the drift gill net, and the purse seine net. The introduction of the beach seine net, what in Ewe we call Yevodo, to Anglo-Airways in 1850 and 1860 enabled them to overcome their fear of the sea. The beach seine net required a large army of people to pull them to the shore. This gave birth to the formation of fishing companies. So when you see them dragging the nets along the beaches, they are in companies. You don't move to one company just like that. For us as tourists, we only join them to pull and go away. In Teshi and Labadi, the guns were introduced to bottom set net. These long nets, anchored by heavy lead floats, heavy lead and floats, resembled telegraph wires, hence nicknamed telegraph, from telegraph. Today, it is corrupted to be Tenga. When you go to Fante land, it is Tenga. When you come to the Gun land, it is Tonga. Gun fishermen also adopted the Senegalese fishing technique called la glace. La glace in French just means ice. For long distance fishing, this enabled them to stay at sea longer. La glace was corrupted to become lagans. Their fishing method is also known as awam fishing. When you are playing football or something and say this is awam, you understand. Yes. This is because they were trying to imitate the trawlers who ice the fish on the water before they come to land. Today, the Lagas people, they are called the lege. When you go out there, you will know some of these things. Fishing nets are linked also with ethnicity. The Anglo-Airways are associated with beach seine, the guns with hook and line, and the Fantis with watcher nets, with variants of such as Ali or poly nets, which may be combined. And sometimes when you go out there, they call the nets Ali, poly, watcher. It's a combination of 3 different nets, depending on the season and what fish is available. I will be remiss if I don't discuss the role of women in processing. With innovations to harvest more fish landings increase. Ways to preserve the catch was by smoking, frying, drying, and salting. Our industrious mothers, the fish processors, took the center stage. Smoking fish for preservation became the ultimate choice. So when people are talking, let's go and put cold stores on the beaches, I argue and I say no. Nobody eats fresh fish. Even if you put it in the cold store, who will pay for the electricity? Smoked fish could be stored and sold during the lean seasons. Smoked fish ensured that our landlocked neighbors in Burkina, Mali, and Niger got their fair share of fish protein. The sea as a deity. Among coastal people, the sea is regarded as a deity. For the Fantis, it is called Bosompo or Bosompo. And you know what Bosom is. For the Anglo-Airways, the sea is sacred. And rituals and sacrifices were made to ensure that fishing seasons were successful. The sea symbolized peace, fertility, and growth. Each fishing community has its day of rest for conservation reasons. Let me move forward and say that I have some practices, and I'll tell you their local reasoning, the scientific reason, and their ecological relevance. Fishing holidays, that is the practice. It allows for populations and habitats to rest and regenerate. This is the scientific reason. What is the relevance to conservation and management? Temporal closures parallel to closed seasons or seasonal bans and no-take zones. Sacred lagoons, rocky reefs, and taboos. They protect sensitive sites and biodiversity hotspots. Relevance is that they protect ecological and biologically sensitive sanctuaries. Oral histories of spawning and migration provide long-term ecological memory and identify breeding sites. Community rituals before fishing seasons reinforces respect for marine ecosystems and fosters stewardship and compliance through cultural legitimacy. To conclude, Mr. Chairman, local ecological knowledge is important to the governance of the marine and fisheries conservation. However, it is often overlooked. Traditional coastal people have highlighted Christianity and Western education as the cause of weakened and declining conservation ethics, which are embedded in fishing knowledge, customs, and taboos. Community involvement and local ecological knowledge offer complementary pathways that improve legitimacy and ecological effectiveness. For example, fishers link the wind patterns, currents, water color, lunar cycles to species presence and spawning. Such knowledge complements oceanography and scientific fisheries data. Local ecological knowledge provides fine-scale, place-based knowledge for management, conservation, and cultural legitimacy. As such, it must be recognized in law and policy, and the legal space created for customary laws to help protect and conserve the oceans and human rights. There is the need to invest in local ecological knowledge preservation, oral history archives, school curriculum, intergenerational mentorship, and documentation to address knowledge erosion, integrating local ecological knowledge with science strengthens ecological effectiveness and social legitimacy and resilience. In our ongoing work on the blue economy for Ghana, we note that ocean knowledge and literacy is very low among Ghanaians. We have recommended to the government the integration of ocean knowledge and literacy, including ecological knowledge in school curriculum and other outlets at all levels. The path forward is not a choice between tradition and science, but a practical weaving of both into governance that is fair, effective, and future-proof. I thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This one, I cannot make PowerPoint of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I agree. I agree that has been a very interesting and storytelling approach to this conversation. The topic itself, the role of community involvement and traditional ecological knowledge itself, lends itself to allegory and the kind of presentation that we have seen. I'm very grateful for that. What we had lost in the beginning in terms of time, we have gained effective time management. We are ahead of schedule. And if this continues, I think that after our third speaker, we might take a 10-minute break and then return to take the last two presentations for today. Our next speaker is also an individual who combines both legal practice, academic research, and also advisory work. Paulo Henrique Reich de Oliveira. Is he able to join us? Okay. I understand that he has not joined yet. So we'll take the next speaker, and I think I understand maybe because ahead of time, in fact, the time slot we had given him, not yet. So we'll take the next, in fact, two speakers, because it's 2 in 1 that we're going to have. We're going to have Professor Wazi Appoh and Dr. Samuel Amate for the next presentation. They're going to be talking to us about integrated and sustainable blue economy, contributions and challenges of underwater cultural heritage. A very exciting topic, in fact, which is going to be given by two leading persons in this area of research. I'll just give a brief bio of the two of them. Professor Wazi Appoh is the Dean of the School of Arts, which is department, I think the departments of history, archaeology, religions, and philosophy, which has been combined into here. He specializes on archaeology of colonization and missionization in the Togoland, the Ark of Gonja land, Ark of slavery in Ghana, and issues of institution and repatriation of looted African heritage. He's founder and CEO of Hejranau Slavery Museum and Slave Market Memorial Center in Ketu South, Ghana. And his current research focus is on mainstreaming underwater archaeology studies at the University of Ghana, here in Ghana. He's also affiliated with the Planet Africa exhibition at the Museum of Archaeology at the University of Ghana. I also want to introduce Dr. Samuel Amate. Dr. Samuel Amate, who holds a PhD from Syracuse University in anthropology, has done a lot of work within West African archaeology, particularly the impacts of the Atlantic on West African societies, cultural resource management, economic anthropology, social theory, and general analytic philosophy. He's also a student of this university, having obtained his Master of Arts in Anthropology from this very university, and I think also an MPhil in an MPhil degree as well here at the university. I would invite, I think Dr. Amate, you are starting, right? So he will invite us then to join the conversation. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Okay. All right. Hello, good morning to you all. Today we are here to make our voices known to the legal people and those of us involved in the blue economy, that there are several heritage resources buried underneath the ocean, and therefore they must also be brought into the fray of this discussion. So it's very, very important. So I'm going to speak to the contributions and challenges associated with managing these underwater heritage resources. I'll highlight 4 key objectives of this presentation. So as I've already started out, I want to highlight the contributions of the underwater cultural heritage, which I'll from now on call UCH to shorten it, all right? And then I will tell you about some research that have been done in this area in Ghana here. And then by conclusion, my senior colleague will highlight what we as a department is doing to contribute to this debate and these discourses in underwater cultural heritage. So I will start by introducing the outline of the presentation. I'll do some fact checking. I'll tell you something about what the legal people will call exclusive economic zone of our coastline. I'm not a legal person, so maybe some of you here will be able to speak more to that. But I will tell you about the significance of UCH and its contributions to sustainable development. I will highlight some of the threats and challenges associated with managing these resources. And then I'll tell you about some research that are ongoing in this area in Ghana. And then finally, we will tell you about what our department is doing in order to develop capacity and help bring this to the general public. So, some facts. If I'm wrong, maybe you can tell me. We are told that our exclusive economic zone is about 200 nautical miles, which roughly translates into about the same land size of Ghana. And if we assume that at every point in time there are about maybe, 100 ships navigating this area, this ocean, let's imagine how much they are contributing to what we call archaeological record of the ocean. Right? At every point in time, there's an enormous amount of ocean vessels activities going on in this area. And they will leave debris, they will leave wrecks, which is a key thing here that we'll talk about in a bit. They will leave debris. We are being swallowed by plastic in the ocean. This will eventually form part of the underwater heritage resources. So just to give you a sense of what this entails, and then I'm going to tell you what exactly we mean by underwater heritage resources. So climate change is contributing to these issues. Some of our forts and castles are being swallowed by tidal waves as a result of what scientists are telling us. Climate change, the ocean is rising at an unprecedented level, and some of our coastlines are being submerged. And currently there is a huge project to prevent further destruction, further submergence of our ocean, of our coastline. So underwater cultural heritage includes all the residues of the past that are submerged in our ocean. In fact, we shouldn't just focus on our ocean, but also our river bodies. For example, the Volta Lake, but this will be a subject of a different discussion, not in today's discussion. Today we are focusing on marine landscape, marine or seascapes, right? So what are these places? These are shipwrecks mainly, but we will also consider things like canoes, any other ocean-going vessel can have an accident and they are buried in the ocean. And once they are buried, once a canoe is buried, immediately it doesn't mean that it's become an underwater cultural heritage, but eventually it's going to be part of the underwater cultural heritage. According to UNESCO's convention, the artifact or the monument buried must be at least 100 years old. But if we come to our antiquities law in Ghana, I think it's about 75 years. So any buried, any submerged artifact, monuments, anything made by a human that is buried for over 75 years will qualify to be called underwater cultural heritage, right? And they are important for us. How are they important? They are important for scientific reasons, right? What is the structure of the ships that are used for the slave trade? What were they carrying? What objects were being traded? We should know. It forms part of our heritage, our history, right? They also have the potential to stimulate a sense of identity, a sense of community as Ghanaians. And finally, they also have the potential to be harnessed for tourism purposes. Today, there's a Singaporean businessman who has readapted a ship for tourism purposes. It's now a hotel. You can visit in Indonesia also. You can look it up on the internet. And there are things like that. And if we are able to bring this together, as a nation, it will help develop our economy. However, whenever there's a discussion about the blue economy, you know, about fishing, about in the ocean and so forth, rarely will we hear it's the contribution of UCH, really. And I put these two reports here to highlight that. So recently there was a loot, I guess it was fishermen. They were at sea and they found a wreck. And they just went and just brought it out for sale, for scrap, right? And when you read the report, all they tell you about is that, oh, it costs about 200,000 Ghana cedis and they are going to sell it for money. But it's not just about the money. It's about the scientific reasons for that, right? And then the second issue is, in 2023, the previous administration launched a strategy they call the National Integrated Maritime Strategy. And at that time, I was participating in a UNESCO workshop right here in Accra, Angie Hill. And then that was the same time that this document was launched. So we skimmed through the document just to see whether there's any issue pertaining to underwater cultural heritage. And surprisingly, there was none. You just can do a rough search, heritage, on that document. No, nothing there. But what we should realize is that these also are resources in the ocean. They are important resources, and therefore they must be given due recognition. During the Atlantic slave trade, there were several ships that probably got wrecked in our ocean. They are sitting there. Some of our fishermen, they know these places, they exist, they are there. It is about developing capacity. It's about investing in these areas to identify these wrecks and possibly do something to develop it, do something to bring it into the fray of the discussion of the blue economy. It's very, very important. So that's why we are here today, to bring our voices to this discussion. And people are looting these things. They are being looted, right? If we don't recognize them, we don't appreciate them, some people do. There are divers around, the so-called recreational divers who go around and they go and they find these things and they can take, some of these wrecks contain gold, some valuables, and they are interested in those. We, as archaeologists, we are interested in the scientific value of these resources, right? The problem with developing these resources is that, first of all, they are very, very expensive. To train a diver for research is going to cost you so much money. And I think we are not in the capacity to do that. There's very limited collaboration between us, in fact, all of us. What the fisheries department, for example, are doing in their department, we know very little about. What we are doing in archaeology, they know very little about. And so that's why we are here today, to foster that discussion. We don't have a record of all the shipwrecks that we find in our ocean. It's a challenge to all of us. So those of us in the fisheries department, those of us in the fishing business, whenever you identify these wrecks, the most appropriate thing to do is to bring it to the GMMB, bring it to the Department of Archaeology, tell us where these places are. But the point is that we don't have that capacity to do that. We have to probably collaborate with Ghana Maritime Authority, Regional Maritime University, and all these departments who are directly in contact with the ocean. But like I said, my other colleague will be speaking to what we are doing in that regard. In addition to that, most of our forts, of course, most of them are built along the coast. They are being threatened by rising sea levels. A classic example, which again Professor Wazi will speak to, is the fort at Adafo. It's gone. It's almost gone. I think half of it is gone, and the rest is likely going to go. So they've been involved in some kind of salvage work there in order to document what is left and the possibility of trying to restore or mitigate further destruction. So these are some of the challenges we have. But what can we do? What we can do is train people in underwater archaeology. Like I said, it's very, very expensive. You need specialized equipment. These things are really, really expensive. It involves the use of tools and techniques to map wrecks, mainly, and any other submerged artifact that we find underneath the ocean or underneath any water body, I should say. So essentially, that's what underwater archaeology is. Currently, we don't have any expertise in Ghana. Most of the research that is done are done by people from, of course, the West. That said, this is what has been done so far in respect to underwater archaeology. So in the early 2000s, my former professor and his students were involved in underwater archaeology in the Elmina Bay area. And through that research, about 3 dissertations came out. And one of the key findings in that research is that there's a 17th century Dutch shipwreck in Elmina. That ship is still sitting at the bottom of the ocean today. In addition to that, there's a fishermen, exposed a hulk of a possible 17th century Dutch ship in the Benya Lagoon. Those of us who know Elmina, the Benya Lagoon comes through behind the castle and enters the ocean to the east. And that's where this finding was discovered. And so these are 2 major findings. In addition to that, they've surveyed most part of the ocean near Elmina. And I think the next slide will be able to show you some of the possible areas that they think they might have found possible wrecks. So all the dots that you see in the image there, the yellow dots, are possible areas where there might be wrecks. And these areas all need further investigations. And if we don't do something about it, of course, the looters, they are there. They will look for it for us, and they can possibly take it away. So there are stuff on our coastline, and it's up to us to find a way to identify them and properly manage these resources. So some of the finds that were recovered from the wreck, pewter basins, a lot of them, cannons. Some of these were taken, particularly the pewter basins were taken, and they are being conserved. And the other ones are just mapped. So what you see there are like cannonballs, some other artifacts that are mapped at the bottom of the ocean. And this research is still ongoing. Like I said, there's a lot of money involved, and so it takes so much cash to go into this kind of project. So we are exploring other issues. I'll end it here, and my senior colleague will continue. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Amate, for your brilliant exposition. Well, you could see the problem associated with this underwater cultural heritage and what we are doing to create capacity. Yesterday we heard so much about the damage being caused to our ocean and water bodies, and this morning he's expressed the point that we are losing so much heritage, which we find under our water bodies. Not only the sea, our rivers, our lakes do have remains of our past, which we need to harness. So, what is the Department of Archaeology and Heritage Studies doing? What is our strategy? As a Dean of School of Arts, within which you have the Department of History, Department of Archaeology and Heritage Studies, Department of Philosophy and Classics, Department for Study of Religions, I believe we're beginning to focus our attention on this blue economy, and through the Department of Archaeology, really want to mainstream underwater archaeology. And we can do this in collaboration and partnership with other stakeholders. More importantly, I'm happy that the School of Law is about to open a center for ocean governance. And if we want to create legal frameworks, how to govern the ocean, we should not lose sight of the fact that the underwater cultural heritage is there as well. It needs frameworks. It needs structures to guide the processes of removal and conservation. For now, we have activities that my friend expressed in connection with divers and others looting our heritage resources. It's unfortunate that our attention is not on that area. We should really push. We want to partner with the Navy. The Navy have submersibles, and they are aware of some of those wreck sites, but because of the lack of linkage with academia, we are not really seeing that sort of collaboration. But it's not too late. We need to collaborate. You have the vehicles. Those submersibles can enable us to go underwater to observe close range most of these wrecks and debris that my colleague mentioned. The Maritime University is already studying most of these things. They have divers, but also they are not really into underwater archaeology. It's the Department of Archaeology, the only one in Ghana that can really mainstream this, and that is where we are coming in to support. The Department of the Marine Sciences, of course, we have something to do together. We need to work assiduously to be able to work on this underwater cultural heritage. Strengthening policy and regulations against looting should have been the work of the Ghana Museums and Monuments Board, but they are lacking in this respect. UNESCO has all these frameworks, and we are parties and signatories to that framework. So if we are not really moving in sync with those laws, we heard from our attorney that some of these things do not augur well for the country. Once you are signatories to UNESCO laws, we must comply with them. And it also requires us to be mindful of the underwater cultural heritage and how to find ways and means to conserve them. So yesterday we had presentations from the Deputy Ambassador, Norwegian Ambassador, who laid emphasis on law, science, policy, and practice as key to ocean governance. And as practitioners within the underwater archaeology field, we feel in partnership with the Norwegians and other embassies. The Dutch, you heard Groningen is from the Dutch. The Danish the Danes were also very much part of the enslavement processes from the 15th century to the 19th century. The Dutch, the Danes, the British, the Germans, the Swedes, almost all the European countries were participating in enslavement. Most of their wrecks are on our coastline. They have to pay for these underwater archaeological explorations. So how are we setting up to really confront it? We need to build capacity, and I believe the department is going to do that. The school is going to support the mounting of short certificate courses, beginning from this period. In November, we're going to have the first section, 3 weeks. We are going to identify students, undergrads, and those that know swimming will be listed. Those that have the interest, we'll list them, and then we will put them through the short course. It is going to be expensive. Each participant will have to pay 2,000 cedis. But if they don't have that amount, please, the embassies, UNESCO, and our partners must help us raise this initial scholarship to at least enroll about 10, maximum 20 of these students for the first section. Second section in June next year, third section in November next year. After 3 sections of swimming and diving, this will be a core team that we can really depend on to begin doing the practicals in the sea. Without knowledge about swimming and diving in our pools here, and some limited exposure to our lakes and rivers, taking on the sea at a go may be a big exercise for them. So with these 3 sections, I believe these trainees will have the necessary capacity to now take it to the next level. And for them to receive certification, the school will certify them, in addition to the certified instructors who will come in to teach diving and swimming. They will also certify them based on their levels of expertise and how they are able to adapt to the rigors of the course. Above all, the department is planning to mount an MSc program in heritage, marine heritage, and underwater archaeology program. We're going to begin the process. Hopefully by 2027, it will be ready to mount, once we gain accreditation between now and next year. And this will be open out to those, recruits that we got. BA, by that time, they may have graduated, so we rope them into the MSc. There are a number of our students who are also having BA degrees, and even one is here. He told me yesterday he's a diver now. He has a BA, and I say he'll be a good recruit for the MSc program. So from 2027, if we have the first cohort, even 5, 10, then we are making inroads towards salvaging underwater cultural heritage and being prepared for the future. So we all need support. One hindrance of our program is that we don't have conservation labs. If you take out objects from the sea now, the sea is protecting it, and it gives it some level of conservation. Once you take it out, if we don't desalt it and treat them outright, they're going to decompose in no time. So having a lab, a conservation lab, that is very scientifically, structured and also at par with international standards. I know Norwegians have, top-notch, labs. So, yeah, we are counting on your partnership and your support to get that done. So, above all, we need funding to give scholarships to the first cohorts, maximum 20, each one 2,000 cedis. It's not that much. Please, let's put some resources in there to get these interested ones to be part. If not, we'll be dilly-dallying, and then in the end, the looters will gain, some sort of agency and then loot more. Above all, strengthening our laws, the Antiquities Law. Unfortunately, GMMB is here to amend the 1969 Antiquities Law. It's old-fashioned. It needs to be amended and given some currency. And I believe within the remits of the GMMB, they should be able to put some legal frameworks to forestall looting and encouraging adherence to the ethics of keeping our heritage intact and helping to develop them, conserve them for posterity. So I think at this point we'll end here, and we'll welcome questions. We have some references that you can show if you are up there. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes. So these are some references. All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that presentation. I think that I mentioned the tensions between law and the sciences, and we're seeing some of those tensions immediately begin to emerge already. But I think it's to broaden perspective, it's to broaden the ways in which we regulate the oceans, the blind spots we have in terms of when we are focused on our different disciplines, and the richness that we can gain from getting different perspectives and the things that are important in the conversation. But also more importantly, even for a long time, law has viewed the oceans from the point of law of the sea. Now we are talking about the blue economy, which law is only a subset of and not the main player. And that is an invitation for us then to bring in other aspects of the oceans that law has a tendency to miss. I understand that Our colleague from Brazil has joined us now, Paulo Henrique Reich de Oliveira. It's online. He's going to be speaking to us about the question. His question is whether the shipping industry can be an ally in environmental protection, and then the role of charter party contracts in marine governance. Paulo, as I was saying before, combines both legal practice, academic work, and also advisory work. He has advised the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Brazil on the recently concluded agreement on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. He practices law full-time as well, and I understand teaches with the PUC Minors and Catholic University of Santos. He's completing a PhD with the University of Sao Paulo, and we're very pleased to have Paulo join us on this topic. Paulo, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me also?
Perfectly, we can hear you. Please, your audience.
Okay, that's perfect. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I need to congratulate the organization for putting together such amazing topics and a very broad number of speakers to bring different perspectives on law of the sea, international maritime law, blue economy, and other topics that need to be seen together. I really regret being unable to be in Ghana with you all, but I hope I have the opportunity to solve this soon and soon be in person with you all. The idea of this presentation is to bring some perspectives and some challenges that need to be seen in face of the recent transformations in the governance of the ocean, and in this case, the ocean, but not the oceans, and also the environmental governance and how this impacts the different actors, and if we can consider the ship owner, the ship industry as an ally. In this sense, I will share a presentation here just to show a few images to you that I think that are important to our reflection. And first of all, I need to invite you all to wear glasses. And why we need to wear those glasses, and I also want to highlight that different from in the cinemas, in the movies, you don't need to return those glasses in the end of presentation. In fact, I hope you keep wearing those glasses every time that you discuss, that you apply international law, because nowadays, in face of the recent transformations and the evolution of international law, this subject of law needs to be seen using two lenses. One is human rights and the other is environmental law. We cannot apply, justify, evolve, change law without considering those two specific fields of law as a criteria of interpretation. In this sense, even though the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea is from the 80s, even though the other IMO instruments are from a time that environmental law and human rights are not seen as a central subject, we need to read those instruments wearing these glasses in order to be able to apply those to the necessities that we need to answer nowadays to face the challenges that are imposed to us on our daily perspective regarding the oceans. And to consider why it's important to discuss the shipping industry, we need also to comprehend where this shipping industry is part of a system of ocean and environmental governance. So in the last few decades, we have been seeing a transformation that is an unprecedented in international environmental law, because those voluntary commitments, and we can remember the Rio 92 meetings, they are turning into binding obligations. And in this sense, we have an important source of law nowadays, really recently. There are the divisory opinions from the International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea, from International Court of Justice, and also from the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. All those advisory opinions in different ways consider the oceans and the sea as an area that needs to be considered in the environmental obligations of the states, especially considering due diligence. And when we talk the seas, and I was paying attention and learning with the speakers that were giving their presentation before me, it's important to know that we face challenges in the sea that are not faced in the land, because in the sea there is not very easy to be able to consider everything that's been happening now. There is a lack of fiscalization, a lack of compliance in those areas, specifically when we consider the high seas, those areas that are not under jurisdiction of any states. In fact, they represent the common heritage of humankind, and here we use humankind because we are wearing those glasses, so mankind is not appropriate anymore. And in this sense, this area that needs to be handled by all of us is partially and mostly occupied by private ships that are part of the merchant fleet. So when we consider that the oceans are interconnected, we need to also understand that pollution anywhere affects everywhere, and how we can understand those obligations, specifically when we remember that the ship is a unity. And this is also considered by the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, and its jurisprudence in the SIDA case, that we consider the ship as a unit. So this ship literally navigates in different legal systems. It's because we don't have, and this is one of the challenge that I will address nowadays, we don't have an international convention or a uniform or even a law that is applicable in a universal characteristic, or is at least common the biggest number of countries that we need to consider. So this implies that we have nowadays the shipping industry under different obligations, those that arise from international law and those that arise also from the domestic systems that they need to comply in order to standards. What don't seem to be the right thing to be done on the ocean is a unity. So why we need to consider the ship industry? Rarely the ship industry is considered in the environmental governance, even though some of those obligations need to be fulfilled by them. They are not considered as a group of actors and stakeholders that they can contribute to the evolution of this system. And why we need, and it's important to talk about charter party contracts, because they are commercial contracts that have a regulatory potential, because under those contracts, the parties are in a freedom to negotiate their obligations and to transfer their obligations, and also to propose clauses that need to be fulfilled by the parties that are taking part of these contracts. And for those that are not really familiar with law of the sea, nowadays, with maritime law, nowadays we have around, the numbers is from 2023, the United Nations, the UNCTAD considers that we have 100,000 merchant ships that are part of the merchant fleet, while some private organizations consider that the number is much higher, being 120,000. And those contracts usually exist to every single ship. Because in the ship industry, we have a different mechanism. Usually the owner of the ship owner, is not the party who explored the ship to provide transport services, oil and gas services, or even the topic that was being considered before my presentation, the underwater exploration and exploitation. Those ships are usually under charter party contract, in which there is an owner that is under one domestic law, and a charter can be under another domestic law, and this sometimes happens. If we consider one of the ships of the biggest ship owners, usually this chain of contracts comprises 11 contracts in average. So we are talking about a very big chain, and how those obligations, environmental obligations, need to be part of this chain is our main challenge. So we need to consider that maritime private law can act as a de facto regulator. What that means? That once the ship owner is under one legal system that in the environmental protection standards are higher, this ship owner can transfer those obligations to the next, and this is something that's necessary to be done, specifically when we consider that in some countries we don't have the same standards, and how we can find a universal or at least an international level standards. But that's not so simple, because we need to face a few challenges. The first is the scale and the number of ships. Shipping industry nowadays is responsible for more than 90% of the volume of the cargo that is transported internationally. And as I said, specifically in those times that we are facing international conflicts, there are a lot of shadow fleets. There are those fleets that are not under the international regulations as they are supposed to be, and they are not complying with some of those standards that are provided by IMO specifically. And this is also one of the perspectives that I want to address today. And we have a concentration of the ownership and the construction of ships. Nowadays, the biggest part of those ships are being built in China, Japan, and South Korea. This represents 87% in the numbers of 2024, and the ownership is also concentrated in Europe, even though the registration of those ships usually is done in open registries. Here we don't have a lot of time to explain this difference, but I don't use the expression flag of convenience, because once I support the idea that the contracts can fulfill those differences in legal standards, we need to consider that those registries, and here I'm talking about Panama, Liberia, Marshall Islands, they are open registers, and the difference in the standards can be fulfilled by those charter parties. That means the owner, when he provides the ship to a third party, he needs to oblige this part under those contractual clauses to address the better environmental standards. And this also reflects one of the obligations that is in common in all the legal the advisory opinions from the international tribunals that we have been seeing. First, there is an obligation of due diligence. This obligation needs to be fulfilled by the fiscalization, by the imposition of binding obligations, and also it's clear that the environmental protection is not just something that needs and that can be handled by the states. So we need to have a broader idea of those obligations and how those points that were raised by the divisory opinions can be addressed by the legal frameworks that are provided by those contracts. But we cannot forget, specifically from where I come from, Brazil, and also this conference, that we have legal and economic gaps. Usually a ship needs 15 years of service to pay its own construction. And also the life of a ship in service usually is more than 25 years. So we are talking about new binding obligations that arise in the last few years and need to be fulfilled by those ships. Those ships need to be greener, those ships need to be decarbonized, and there is a gap. We are facing ships that they have a lot of lifetime to be explored, but at the same time they need to be transformed, and this is an economical issue because those transformations in the efficiency of ships, the efficiency of ports raise high costs, and that's also a topic that we can address by the umbrella of UNCTAD when we consider the green financing, the Posidonia Agreement that is helping banks to provide less credit with less interest to ship owners that want to transform their ships in greener mechanisms. So those are some of those challenges that need to be considered by us when we address this issue. But those challenges bring us the idea that we are talking about something that is almost impossible to be addressed. But we have very good perspectives that can prove the point that the ship industry cannot just be an ally, but is already an important ally. When we consider the legal framework, the IMO is the only binding framework to non-literacy. If we consider the aviation, the framework to the decarbonization are compromised. They are not binding legal obligations, different from the IMO. They elaborated a calendar to those ships, and this is already proven to be the correct thing to be done when we consider the changes that the IMO provided to the bunker, specifically consider the sulfur as a component of those bunkers that are used by the ships. And then we can consider those environmental clauses as an obligations in the contractual chain to fulfill the due diligence, consider the highest standard. So when I make a contract between, let's give an example of a country in which the environmental standard is really high with another country in which the environmental standards are not so high, we can say that this part in this second country is not under the legal obligation in its domestic law to fulfill some standards. But if we turn this into an environmental clause in those contracts, this is binding, and this can be discussed even through arbitration if these already have been done in some case. So we are facing the idea that is not just the public agents, the state and the public law in order to check how the environmental obligations are fulfilled, but also the private agents under the private law, and in this case the maritime law. And this can be considered even a cause to the previous termination of the contract, to the early termination of those contracts if those obligations are not fulfilled. And this is much easier to be done than to expect all the national legal framework being changed in order to comply to the obligations that have been raised internationally, not just to the states, as I said, but to all actors. But we cannot, in this perspective, forget equity and finance. We need to consider that different countries are in different stages in their economy, they are facing different challenges, and this is important in order to avoid what has been done in the recent years is when those ships cannot fulfill the obligations by the European countries, the ship owners change those routes and make those ships operate specifically between the American, the Latin American, and the African continent in order to create a secondary market in which those obligations are less binding or the standards are lower, what cannot be accepted. So in order to conclude, I will share these slides and also some references that can be for those that want to go deeper in this topic. The topic is quite big, and this presentation arises from a paper that is more than 50 pages. What's our key takeaways of this presentation, and what I want to give to you as a good use of those glasses that we are wearing now. Charter party contracts can be instruments for environmental protection. So they can complement public regulation, acting as de facto regulators. So we are facing the challenge that's leave the idea of a passive compliance in the shipping industry to a proactive stewardship. So the ship industry can become a truly ally of the oceans if we consider how those obligations can be addressed, and specifically international communities, because BINCO is not an international organization itself under international law, because it's an NGO. Those international and NGOs with their standard clause, how they can help to better address those issues that are urgent. We don't have time enough to wait the domestic systems to be changed. So in order to don't talk more than the time that was assigned to me, I leave here my email. I think it's possible to read. Unfortunately, I cannot wait until the questions and answers. I have other lectures to give, unfortunately, but this is a painting from Tarsila do Amaral, one of the most representative painters from Brazil. Here is my email and my LinkedIn. I will be really happy to share the full paper and the conclusions, and in order to discuss those challenges with you. I'm really excited to learn with you also, and I hope in the next edition of these events I can be there in person. Once again, I congratulate the organization for this amazing event, and I'm really pleased to be part of this vibrant community in pro of the oceans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paulo. I was hoping that we'd take a break, but then we're almost at the end. There's only one speaker left, and so I think perhaps it's prudent for us to take the last speaker, and then we can have and take your questions, have a holistic discussion, and then maybe close for this session. It reminds me, though, there was this professor who was invited to the University of Manchester to give a talk. And when he arrived on the Manchester Derby. And so when he went into the hall, everybody had left to go and watch the football. And there were only 2 people who were seated there. But then as a diligent person, he decided that he was going to give his presentation to those 2 people, and went on and gave a 2-hour presentation to the audience of 2. And when he was done and was about to step off, one of them said, "Professor, where do you think you're going? I'm the next speaker." We have our last speaker for today, Dr. Leila Gifty Akita is a lecturer at the Department of Marine and Fisheries Sciences. She obtained a Bachelor of Science in Renewable Natural Resources Management at the other side in Kumasi. But thankfully, she was able to redeem herself with an MPhil in Oceanography at the University of Ghana, and has gone on to obtain a doctorate at the International Max Planck Research School for Global Biochemical Cycles in Germany. She's going to be speaking to us today on a topic that I also consider very important, particularly as we are having conversations now. Yesterday we saw a conversation about illegal mining and potential implications for obligations under UNCLOS. She's going to be talking about the spatial assessment of mercury levels in the Volta estuary, given an environmental health perspective for pollution policy reforms. As we saw yesterday, the vast majority of ocean pollution comes from land-based sources, about 80% of that. And now that we are increasingly working ourselves into violation of international law in terms of galamsey, it is important then to have a sense of what is happening to our riverine bodies. And I welcome you to your audience. Thank you very much. Sure. Yes. You have to be very careful of this. Sometimes it slips. Okay. There you go.
Down to next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, right? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please, I want to summarize my talk. Since I'm the last speaker, you may be ready for another snack. So my talk is going to focus on spatial assessment of mercury levels in the Volta estuary and environmental health perspective for pollution reforms. To proceed, what is the blue economy? The blue economy definitions by the World Bank state that the blue economy is the sustainable use of the ocean resources for economic gain or economic growth, to improve livelihood, for jobs, and ocean ecosystem health. We are talking about ocean resources. We have coastal and marine resources. All coastal cities, coastal countries are endowed with coastal cities. Coastal cities are endowed with coastal and marine resources, which provide food for us. What is the famous topic for today? In today's graphic, page 10 talks about fossils in food, the perspective from the dietitians. But we, from my department, we are looking at fossils in food, but with respect to fish or biota. Okay. The Volta estuary is very dynamic system. Why? Because there is freshwater inflow. We have the Volta River. Within the south, we have the marine environment. We have the Atlantic Ocean. And there is many economic gain, food resources for our growth, for food, for health, livelihood. Many coastal communities live within the coastal environment of Volta region. However, with the previous speakers have talked about anthropogenic impacts, climate change. One of it is eutrophication, excess use of fertilizers in our farming system. If we want to protect our ecosystem and resources, we also have to remember about the Sustainable Development Goals. One of them is Sustainable Goal 3, good health and well-being. Goal 6, clean water and sanitation. The Volta River provides water. Goal 14, life below water. Who can tell me about Goal 15? Anybody from the audience? Goal 15. What about Goal 17? Goal 15, protect life on land. Goal 17, partnership for the goals. And we are all here to develop partnership for the goals. Okay, mercury. Why are we interested in mercury pollution in the coastal environment? What is mercury? Mercury is one of the elements. Mercury is used by human activities. What are the main types of mercury in our environment? Do you know the sources of mercury? Anybody from the audience? Sources of mercury. Major sources of mercury come from combustion of coal. This is the major source. Then the second one, non-ferrous metal production. So in mining, you need mercury. In mining of other minerals like gold, lead, copper, they use mercury. Mercury is produced. Then cement production, there is a source of mercury. They produce a lot of mercury from it. Then fourth major source is waste production. Mercury is rated from literature as one of the top 10 elements, which is of major concern. Why? Mercury, even though it occurs in toxic or small amounts, it can accumulate through the food chain, from the basics of the food chain to higher trophic chain. What happens? There are different forms of mercury. Metal mercury, which is the element. We have the organic mercury, which is metal or ethyl mercury. Then we have the inorganic form. So there are different forms. So you can read further, but it poses health risks because there could be brain damage, there could be kidney problems. Mothers exposed to metals in water, childbirth, you have defects, you see. So it is a problem. Drinking mercury is also a problem. What happened was that in Minatama in Japan, there was a disease associated with increased level of metal mercury accumulated in food and fish. So as part of the project, you can read from the slide that there are many sources, different sources. There are different sources. The pointer. Okay, there are different sources of mercury. You can measure mercury directly or indirectly. In this project, we look at mercury using direct measurement. We have what we call direct mercury analyzer to determine the total mercury, both metal or elementary mercury from the sediment and fish. So here, so the aim is just to monitor mercury accumulation in the food chain. You can look at it. You can measure mercury in sediment, in fish, and in crabs and other biological products, even in water. Here is the station. We have the station, random distributed station in the Volta estuary. Next, these are the sampling location. Here, how do you get your sediment? The sediment was obtained using ECMA grab. In our previous ended workshop, we are looking at how to develop method for measurement of mercury between West African countries, between Ghana, Togo, Benin, and Cote d'Ivoire and Nigeria. So this is part of the project, Beacon project. The Volta estuary is where we measured or where we took the sediment from the freshwater portion. Here you have specific fish for Pomadasis jubilini, and then crab, Calinetus sapidos. These are how the sediment samples are prepared in the lab. These are how the fish samples looks like. So, just showing you the pictures. Later, you can ask questions for detail. These are the direct mercury analyzer. This photo is taken in Cote d'Ivoire. So we are comparing method. We have one in Department of Marine and Fishery Sciences. Another one is in Cote d'Ivoire. So we are comparing the method using the same approaches. Here, these are the operation of the direct mercury analyzer. I will not explain in details. Now, once you measure your mercury, remember there are indirect and direct method. Indirectly, you can use the spectrophotometry. That's whether graphite furnace, atomic mass spectrophotometer, or inductive coupled plasma, or the direct method. The direct method, no chemicals are applied, no toxics, no chemicals. Once you have your measured concentrations in milligram per kilogram, you can do further analysis. You can calculate pollution indices. One is contamination factor. With contamination factor, it's a ratio between your measured concentration of mercury and you compare it to natural background levels. Like we have different background levels, so you can look at literature and compare continental upper crustal levels and real elements. There are many references to use for. So there are different types of pollution indices. One is also ecological risk factor. You can calculate, these are some of the calculation and their interpretation. You can also calculate modified hazard coefficient. You can also calculate integrated toxic risk index. You can also, this is what I'm interested in, you can calculate biosediment accumulation factor. What is biosediment accumulation factor? These are the indicators. These are indicators of our ability of an organism to accumulate the heavy metals from the present sediment. So we ecologists, you can study the state of ecosystem. The present gives you what is there. You can go back into the past, which is called paleopollution ecology or paleopollution monitoring or past environmental reconstruction. So you have the past evidence, the background, you have the present condition, and then you can project future changes so as to inform policy reforms on pollution issues. Here are some of the results. So basically, mercury's concentration in Volta estuary. This is far from mining site, so it's very low. You can look from the concentrations. Here are the different ecological index computed. All this shows that pollution levels are very low in the Volta estuary. Contamination factor computed, station 1, station 3, station 4, station 5 also shows low contamination levels, but other stations, they are moderate, so it depending on close or proximity to human activities, then there may be more contaminants. These are the ecological risks. This also shows very low and moderate levels. This one shows low severity of contamination, the modified hazard coefficient. The toxic risk also shows low risks. So the final or the main focus, though mercury is found in the sediment, it accumulates through the biota. The fish has a higher number of biosediment accumulation factor, which is greater than 1. The crab samples also prove the same, only with exceptional one station where there is very low. So even though all the pollution indices indicate that there is low contaminant, if you go further with biosediment accumulation factor, it shows that this mercury accumulates through the food chain. So in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, there is mercury presence in our waters, especially sediment quality shows, biota, which is the fish and the crabs, though the toxic level are very low in the Volta Lake. It calls for Ghana to implement or reinforce the Minamata Convention on Mercury, which focuses on providing remediations for mercury contamination to control. We must also enforce the the pollutant pays principle, which commits those who pollute, the industries, to pay or to reduce or to prevent pollution before it gets to the mainstream. Chemicals must be treated before discharge. This is the exceptional case from Volta estuary. In my department, Department of Marine and Fisheries Sciences, we have done a lot of work on mercury pollution in shellfish, in sediment. There are different types of works by my colleagues, and we are still working on. So we have pre-industrial levels of pollution in Ghana since the mining impact intensified. 2016, we have data to show the mercury levels in different ecosystems from the east of Ghana to the west of Ghana. We have also had evidence of transboundary pollution in Ghana. These are the baseline to help us inform policy. We are producing the data to show the evidence, and we hope that you take it up. Thank you very much for your attention.
Oh, but you can do that orally.
Oh, okay, all right. I thank you very much for the opportunity. I thank the head and department and staff of Department of Marine and Fisheries for this opportunity. I would like to thank the Partnership for Global Ocean, POGO, for funding the project. I would like to thank all partners and students for helping to establish this work. And I believe in the Sustainable Development Goal 7, it is time for partnership to help achieve all the goals. Together we can build a better Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you. Most grateful, I acknowledge and grateful to all the panelists today for enriching us with different perspectives from different angles. I'm going to open the floor now to everybody that are inviting questions. I'll take a couple of questions from you, direct them to the relevant persons. They're going to answer the questions from where they are seated. So if you have any questions, And I do hope you haven't lost. Okay, I see 2 hands up already. I see a third and fourth. So maybe those in the audience would help us move the microphones around. There's also if you have any questions for Paulo is online, please indicate. If it's a general question, you can indicate. If it's specific as well, you can let us know.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Rabi is my name. I'm from a business called Philippine Business Group. My question goes to, though I came near, so I don't know his name. So the presenter wearing the African.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Please, you mentioned 3 group of the airways, the guns, and the fanties. I didn't hear you mention the Shama people, because I know the Shama people too are into fishing. Where I live with most of them who are fishermen. So I didn't. I was listening attentively if you could mention their names. And then you also said that when you go to Nigeria, most of the fishermen there are Ghanaians. I like to draw attention that if you go to Liberia, most of the fishermen too are Ghanaians, and mostly they are from Shama. So I want to know why the Shama people were not mentioned. And finally, one interesting thing that anytime I go to the beach, I find that most of the big teams in the world, you find their flag in the beaches. So I want to know if there's a different. I want to know fishing and what do you call football. If there's a relation between fishing and football. Thank you very much.
Okay. No. Okay, you can hear me. Thank you very much. I think the next question as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Niama Matthew. I'm a fisherman. My good brother Kofi gave a good historical research about our fishery sector. My issue is that sadly, those of us who are fishermen, when the researchers are working, they don't work with us. So you realize that, they will be mentioning some history, and some of us keep wondering why we still don't even have a fisheries museum anywhere in Ghana. Because the trawlers learn a lot of things that, or sometimes they throw them away because they may not have use for them. They may be useful in a museum, but if you don't have a proper scientist on my vessel to be able to identify something and properly categorize it, and I have a politician who comes on my vessel as an observer, as a scientific observer, and doesn't understand a thing of science, he probably may not even give meanings to things that I may not need and store them for scientific purpose. And that's one of the reasons I say we are not considered, because we have at least 45 trawl vessels, and then we have about 19 tuna vessels that fish within our waters and at high seas. And most of the observers may only observe what they are told to observe and not go beyond what they observe, because the orientation is not to build science around our fishing activity. The orientation is to enforce some laws and get people prosecuted. And to me, that is one major thing. Everybody who talk about blue economy, and I asked myself, what's the blue economy without a fisherman? About 12,000 canoes, at least 15 people on each canoe. 45 trawl vessels, at least 30 people. 19 tuna vessels, at least 30 people on each of these. They are on the sea every day. Every day. So our resources are declining. We can't run away from that truth. We are in September. We just started September. When I was young, we still have sardinella and mackerel and carangies all over the place. People are still selling fresh fish. Everywhere, even in villages, people are selling fresh fish. No fisherman cared when I go to the Tema fishing harbor to pick 1 or 2 fish because he had it in abundance. Today, even before the canoe lands, the fish are bagged in plastics so that nobody gets the opportunity to take any. It tells you the state in which we are. More often than not, they blame me, the fisherman, for the decline. Nobody is blaming people who have polluted all the lagoons in Accra, that the relationship between the lagoon, the estuary, the spawning areas, the mangroves, where we used to trap crabs when we were young, they no longer exist. And so nobody is looking at the impact of the ecosystem. So every day they want to pass new laws. That makes life more difficult for me as a fisherman. If we have 12,000 to 14,000 canoes from 6,000, the shoreline is still 550 kilometers. It has not expanded. The canoes have moved from small canoes that were sailing to big canoes that are supposed to be commercial, that we still call artisanal. Nobody is talking about it. When I was born, my grandmother was drying anchovy on the ground. Today, she still dries the anchovy on the ground. In the US, I bought anchovy from the shelf. It was packaged in China. It was dried with a solar dryer. It was packaged under vacuum packing machine. It sells on the shelf for a much higher rate than I would sell probably a whole crate of anchovy in Ghana. Nobody is talking about how to improve post-harvest activities, because if the value is high, because we are adding proper value, the fisherman will get a better rate. And so he wouldn't need to bring the whole sea and will be willing to do some conservation. But nobody is thinking properly about post-harvest. And yet we are talking about blue economy. Today, Norway is growing forests in the ocean. So if we decide to do other things, Mexico is turning seaweeds into profitable animal feed and even food for people. We see the seaweed and then we sweep them. Nobody is telling the fisherman we could do something about it, because nobody is researching into what we could do and how we could add value to some of these things. All we keep doing is to say, oh, you say we should pass law, and then we pass a new law. On our own, what are we doing? What are we doing with our research institutions? And for some of us, it's sad that we keep doing the same things and probably doing worse than our illiterate forefathers were doing. Yet when we are doing our science, we say, well, the fishermen like me are illiterate. We don't understand anything about science. I think we need to look at it again. If it's about blue economy, probably we are not starting right. That's what I think. Because the center of the blue economy is the ordinary fisherman like me. Everything about the ocean space is a fisherman. If you use the riverine system, everything about the Volta Lake are the fishermen on the Volta Lake. They are there every day. They see everything that happens. They are the center of it. Why have we left them out and we are talking blue economy? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know that you directed the question somewhat to Kofi as well, but I think that this is a question that Professor Wazi as well might be interested in, because this conversation you had mentioned even the Navy, and we here talk about building science into the activities in terms of even fishing, in terms of underwater heritage. I understand that even the fishing vessels can become points of research and how we can find that. So I'll direct a question to you as well. There's another hand. Okay, they're up there, and then we'll come to you.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Dramani David from King's University College. I want to first of all thank Dr. Amate for his submission regarding the underwater heritage. And I believe that we are all here for face some solutions to some of those challenges he highlighted, which has to do with the looting by some, hunters who recover the artifacts for profit. Perhaps this is because of lack of laws or enforcement of laws, though we have the 2001 convention, UNESCO convention, which Ghana ratified in 2016, 20th of January. And I believe many countries have not yet ratified it, and which is a challenge. And we need to talk more about these things so that many countries will see the need to ratify. And I also want to find out, one of the keynote speakers made mention of training some students or enrolling people to a short course where they will learn how to swim and dive and all that. I want to know the criteria for taking those students, because I know once it deals with swimming, perhaps they will not be looking for the short people like me. They'll be looking for tall people. So I want to know the criteria so that I will know whether I can go into it or not. Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Sena Ashiavi from the Ocean Governance class. While marine policies and fisheries policies often focus on environmental protection, how can they also support the livelihoods of coastal communities? Thank you.
Thank you. Please bring the mic down. Okay, down here.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Emmanuel Klubi from Marine and Fisheries Science Department. This one go to Mr. Kofi Agboda and then the fisherman, Mr. Matefiu. Now, one of the things that we have realized over the years, anytime we put platforms in the ocean, the fishermen will go for it. We don't understand. We do a bit of education for them just to be on the same level. But yes, still, the first one was done somewhere in 2015, where I put a wave rider almost at the 3-meter depth of water off Cape 3 Point. It was taken by the fishermen. We had to go and retrieve from a Mina township. Then the current one that we do recently, we put out a terminal offshore here, mooring line, they win for it. So we don't understand. So that they're here, we want to find out from them what motivates them to pick this equipment at sea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Sam Ado, also from the Department of Marine and Fisheries Sciences. I think that I have been very interested in the presentation from DAHS, and I think that we would, though my head of department is, probably he's not around, okay, but I think that Department of Marine and Fisheries Science would like to collaborate with you on this. I have been approached by some of our marine science students asking me about scuba diving, and myself, I get confused. I mean, I don't have any answer for them. So I think that with this program that you're talking about, it will be good for us to advertise it to our students, and I know that they would be interested in that. And to my colleague, Dr. Laila, can you tell us the major source of mercury into the Volta estuary? And finally, I would like to find out from my friend and elder man, looking at our current approach to correct the wrongs in the fishing, the illegality in fishing. Would you say that that is the way to go, having given us this, beautiful historical background? And I think your history is so good that I would want you to leave your notes with Professor Nunu to update his lecture notes.
Thank you very much. I think, okay, there's one here.
Thank you, Dr. Sylvia. My name is Isaac Menu, and my question is on the presentation you gave on advisory opinions. So, like you mentioned, the obligation is on states to ensure that investors comply with these environmental requirements and also mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. But sometimes, when the states want to enforce some of these obligations, the investors claim that it makes the economics worse off. And sometimes there are even tensions and legal suits, which reduces the investment climate. The oil and gas sector is one of the examples. So I want your advice on how the state should handle such situations in enforcing these environmental requirements.
Thank you. I think there's the last two there. So maybe we take yours and then.
Thank you very much for the great presentations. One thing I learned is the lack of transparency in the ocean governance. So my question is, I know of INGOs that are working on transparency in the ocean governance using data, AI. How are you working with them in terms of partnerships that you made mention of to drive this initiative actually? And I don't know if the government institutions are here, but I also want to know how flexible are they also working with the INGOs as well to ensure this transparency. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, or still morning. My name is Isaac from Center for Sustainable Transformation. This question goes to Dr. Lillian, right? There has been a lot of reports about the effects of mercury in waters, rivers, and the others. I want to find out, yes, Erastus from Multimedia did a documentary about the effect on those living around the mining communities, being that when they give birth, there are some of deformities that they find on the children. And we also know that most of the water we consume are being treated by the Ghana Water Company. And they too, they came out the last time saying that the kind of chemicals they use to treat the water, they have doubled it or more than that. So I want to find out to what extent are we safe consuming water from Ghana Water Company? Because is it that the water that they have treated, there is no level of mercury being found in it, or despite being treated, there is some level of mercury being found in it? Thank you.
As important as your question is, I worry it may be a little bit of scope, but I will leave Dr. Akita, whose competencies I have no doubt extends beyond everything, to help guide you on that question. And the final question?
Good morning. I'm Gabriel from Semlos Africa, and I have about a few questions and comments. So, to the archaeology department, you mentioned lack of scientific data, and then I believe that, for one, local fishermen who run around on our seas every now and then have a lot of knowledge about where some of these things are. So you could actually fall on them to help with some of these things. And also, there are lots of our research. I always say this thing, that most of our research sitting on our shelves from universities and what have you, PhD research and then master's degrees. We don't have anywhere where these research are synchronized or synergized. So you have them in sinks, like silos, separated all around. And this creates that data gap where we always say there's no data, but for some reason, there could be some data somewhere which you could fall on. So how are you going to work with that angle, from that angle, to maybe get the data for your work? And then I always say this, and Mr. Kofi will always knock me on the head. Within the research vessel, as a country. That's why I say you knock me on my head. So then to the mercury part, I feel, what's the baseline for your measurements? And then I think there should be a juxtaposition of Volta estuary to maybe the Prague estuary, which is heavily polluted. Then that we can better appreciate this level. So how did you come about which is low? You said it's low. How low is it? What's the baseline? then we can have the understanding, clear understanding of this particular levels you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you for those. I'm going to have the speakers respond to them from where they are. We're going to go from Dr. Akita downstream. But before that, I'll probably have a question for Dr. Sylvia. I think that one of the bigger questions I would love to hear your perspective on is the issue of attribution. So that this is a violation by a state, and the question of a climate where we are all depositing our violations into a bigger problem. How do we attribute one person's fault to the other in order to be able to better assign state responsibility? I imagine you may have some thoughts on this. Thank you. So, Dr. Akita, maybe we start from you.
Hello. Thank you very much for your questions. So, starting with the last person that asked, you were asking of the baseline. What is the baseline? Okay, there has been previous studies, so we are yet to compare the result that we have obtained from Volta estuary to other estuaries. This project was conducted in the sampling and experiment took place in 2023. We are still now doing the literature review to compare our studies to other studies to know whether they have exceeded the limit. But normally, mercury can originate from natural, there is atmospheric deposition of mercury, there is soil, it could come from rocks. These are the natural deposits. So when you measure your mercury contaminant, you have to compare to the established natural background levels. So especially using the contamination factor, you have the mercury you measured, and then we have the natural background. We have a continental upper crust. They have the levels of mercury. If you compare it, and they have the interpretation. So for instance, let me check. Contamination factor was less than 1. It has interpretation. It means I did not say that it is low. From the contamination and from the interpretation, it says that it is low. The figure that you get, the concentration, will tell whether it is low or high. We've done previous work also in Densu. You have to compare what was there in the past, before. So with Volta estuary, I'm here to look at the paleo deposition of mercury and to compare with the current level. So it's still ongoing. There are many things you cannot just say it is high or low based on what we measured. We are comparing with natural backgrounds. Do you get it? Okay, another writer, another person asked the extent of the safety of our drinking water. Well, where can we find most metal contaminants? You can find them in the water, in the sediments, in the biota, etc. I have not measured the mercury levels in the water. Of course, the ecosystem, there is water column exchange. If the mercury accumulates in the water column, it will accumulate in the sediment. So you can check both the water and the sediment, and then the biota that dwell within the sediment. I have not done any work on the safety of our drinking water. So the Ghana Standard Water Authority has the power to determine the safety of these drinking water. What I've read about Water Resource Institute, Water Research Institute conducted some study previously and looking at pH levels on our mineral waters. And the most safety drinking water was Bell Aqua. The pH was basic. Most of the water was acidic. If you look at the pH scale, below 6 is acidic, 7 is neutral, and then above 7 is alkaline. You know, all the mineral waters have specific minerals requirements and pH and safety. Yeah, my final answer to Professor Samuel Ado from my department. Yeah, major sources of mercury in Volta estuary. It could come from the waste being discharged into the Volta without treatment. It could come from sewage also. It could also come from, if there are mining companies that release. Right now, we have not identified the exact where the mercury could be released. From comparing the concentration and the natural background, it says that the mercury levels there, it's very low. But we haven't compared, the anthropogenic source to really identify which type of anthropogenic source of mercury, where are they coming? Well, we have not gone to that in depth. Maybe this is a good research question to identify where exactly the mercury is coming from. It's a good question for food for thought and for further studies. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I had a question from a gentleman who wanted to know about the investor-state issues that investor-state disputes that will occur when states try to fulfill their obligations. I mean, that's how will I say, it's a risk that states face. So maybe what states can do is, moving forward, they can incorporate these obligations into treaties, and once they are international obligations, it has to be done. So it has to be complied with. So they have to. And so that is what these advisory opinions are going to achieve. And in doing so, it helps the climate, and it's a good thing. So yes, there will be that risk, but it can be surmounted. Okay, now the issue of attribution, that also is a very good question, because we don't see most of these things. I mean, they like, when you are polluting, even the methane gas and things issues, the pollution, how it goes and who is doing it and who is doing it more than who and all that is a matter of science. So now the science is telling us something. So when you want to do this kind, if you want to have a litigation in this, you may have to depend heavily on science. And what can happen is that a group of states that are maybe major polluters can get sued by a group of states that are bearing the brunt. Maybe the science can help them establish the causal link. And I think that's about it. They have to prove. You don't go to court with empty hands. So you really need to come to terms with the fact that you need the research. You need the scientist. Law moves with science most of the time in this kind of situation. Thank you. Now, I want to answer Prof's question. Prof, you talked about the nets. When you were talking about, I found your presentation very interesting. And you wanted to know if there was any regulation on the nets. I found that our Fisheries Act does have some regulation for the nets. I think they talked about the net sizes, not using same nets. Whatever they are, you would know. But they are not supposed to use it. And those kind of nets that shepherd all the fish, and then you take fish irrespective of their sizes and things like that. I mean, nets that are so tiny that they catch all the fish and everything. I think the Supreme Court ruling. Oh, but that's old. I am sure if we came up this time around, we would use this law and it would be overruled. Thank you.
There were too many questions for me. Today I came here as a historian, but finally I'm answering science questions. One, fishermen like flags. They like flags because when you are the owner of the vessel and you sit on the beach and the boat is parting at sea, then you can tell your friends, that is my boat. So we have all kinds of flags. Football, the guy who has, are you a football fan or something? A Chelsea flag, Barcelona flag, they are all there. Every flag Because fishermen, when they are on the beach, they want to know which boat is passing by to say that, yes, we know who is going there. Now, in my presentation, I focus on 3 ethnic groups. And I'm using it, what in science we call sensu lato. The Fantis should cover Shama and all those other areas, all the way to say Nanyano or something. But historically, when you say the Fantis and their engagement with the first Europeans, you narrow it down to Elmina. But in the lateral sense, it covers a lot of the Fantis. So there's no problem here. If I didn't mention them, they are in there. Okay. The next one I'd like to address is the issue of the blue economy. At one of the debates, it was my friend Richta who was talking about blue economy. I am the chairman of Ghana Sustainable Ocean Planning Committee. I'm also a member of the Blue Economy Commission or committee that is helping government to think through the blue economy. Blue economy is not about only fishes. Yesterday we had a tall debate. Now Maritime Authority says that they must handle the blue economy issues. The institutional arrangements for blue economy is another matter that we all will have to think through. I give examples of South Africa. When they wanted to start the blue economy, they look at it from their advantage, that all vessels coming from China to Africa and the Americas will pass through the Cape. So immediately their strategy was that let us look at building ports on the eastern side and the western side of the Cape, so that any boat that is coming must stop by and do some fitting or get some fuel and something. By so doing, they made a lot of money. They started this, what they call the Operation Fakisha, maybe 2013, 2014, thereabout. They are still struggling. There are successes and failures. And I have advised the government that if they want to do blue economy, go to some of these countries and learn from what they are doing. Now, if you look at the Nigeria Blue Economy Strategy, they are only talking about ocean wealth. How do you bring wealth out of the ocean? Our Blue Economy Strategy is only 40 to 50 pages. Nigeria has about 200 pages, and it is only talking about one of the things that we are talking about. In our blue economy, we have 6 pillars: health, wealth, knowledge, equity, security, and finance. We cannot do everything at the same time. We'll take it one at a time, baby steps. So no worries, maybe in 30 years' time, we will get there, but we have to start from somewhere. Fishes are recognized in the Blue Economy Strategy. My next point is that me sitting here, I've worked at the Fisheries Commission before. I've worked at the Water Research Institute before. When I was in Water Research Institute, I'm answering your question, we had RV Daphnia, which is a research vessel on the Volta Lake. At the end of the day, either we put fire in it or something. When I was at Fisheries, we had RV Kakadiama. What happened to it? Now we are all clamoring for a research vessel. It is said in high and low places. No problem. If we bring that vessel here today, who will man it? Have we trained people to begin? I'm just giving an example. And so many of them, at the end of the day, it will come and sit there, and either we sink it for these people to get work to do or something else. I have gone to Nigeria. I have seen MV Bayagona sitting at Apapa Wharf. Shine, research vessel. It has not moved before. Nigeria, with all its money, cannot run that research vessel. You go to Guinea, MV Lansana Conte is there. You go to Angola, it's there. What we have been debating is that why can't all the West African countries come together and say, look, Bayagona in Nigeria move from January to February along the coast to Togo, March to June, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and we all contribute to paying rather than everybody. It has become a sign of status. If you don't have a research vessel, you are not part of the system. But you bring it, it will do one trip. During the first close season, Navy wanted money to patrol the road. One trip will cost them 1 million cedis. I'm hoping that Ghana government can give about 100 million for the research vessel to go 100 days. Have you ever checked the cost of regional financing when they come to Ghana? And it is the world that pays for it. It is not a country. I think I've virtually answered a lot of questions. But I was tasked to give my paper to Professor Nunu to use it to teach the students. So I have one here. But if you want me to come and teach, you can call me from my retirement. You can call me from my, yes. You have to call me from my retirement to come and teach. Anyway, I have one seminar with your department, so I'll talk about something with the students. So we are there, and we are trying to support all the efforts. There are a lot of things happening at the same time. As I speak today, to you today, I'm just from Eburi on the SOP finalization because the president is going to New York next 2 weeks to deliver on the SOP. We are having another program on the blue economy. So Richter, I invite you at Fishers Shippers Council. It's happening right now. Tomorrow I'll do a presentation. So a lot of things are happening. But my brothers and sisters, as for knowledge around the ocean, it is very low. And in the blue economy strategy, we are saying that we have to increase knowledge. The diving, there has to be opportunity. There is an Omabo fishing school. They have to teach people. There are so many opportunities. Even the media, adult education, we have to handle all those things. It is not only the classroom. Anyway, not to speak too much.
Thank you so much. I guess we only had one question. If I'm wrong, we can correct me on that. Then that has to do with the criteria for enrolling in the program. But I will leave that for my senior colleague to address that. But there are several issues that I want to comment on. First of all, there's the issue of collaboration, and that is welcome. And in fact, that's why we are here. We are here to partner, collaborate with whoever is willing to do that. And so it's welcome if fisheries and marine science is willing to do that. We are welcome to join you, and we'll establish some contact and we'll take it from there. I want to ask my colleague who said something about transparency in the ocean. This is an organization that I have never heard of. The transparency in the ocean, someone said something about. Okay, all right. You know, Prof said you want to know that, so maybe you can, if you want to speak more to that, I'll be very grateful. And something came about the fishers being the sole custodians or the most knowledgeable people on the underwater heritage. I will agree to some extent, but I'll also not agree to some extent, because in as much as they are very knowledgeable in the ocean, when it comes to archaeology, it's an entirely different, dynamics. So, for example, those who are engaged in commercial diving is different from diving with the purpose of exploring the underwater heritage. It's different. So, in as much as they know a lot about these places and these resources, they are not so knowledgeable in terms of how to handle these things. So when I was doing this workshop in 2003 with UNESCO, we had the opportunity to interact with some of them in Gamashi. And yes, they were able to tell you that, when you go to this place, there is possibly a wreck there. They were able to identify some spots. Yes, they can do that. but as to what they do next will be a bit, difficult. So yes, when we are able to establish this program effectively, then we will definitely be engaging with all the stakeholders involved in this sector. It's very, very important to do that. You can't take one out. After all, that is the whole idea about sustainable development and integrated conservation. That is it. We need to involve all stakeholders in the sector in order to effectively implement how we manage this underwater resources. So, Prof, if you're going to speak to that.
Well, there is a global... Okay. There is a global push for transparency in the fishery sector. So there are two vehicles at this time. The Fisheries Transparency Initiative, which is derived from the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, which Ghana has signed on to, and therefore we go to the extent of making all our policies, laws, actions very transparent. If we register 20 vessels, we must put it out there and say 20 vessels. If we find 10 vessels for violation, let's put it out there and let's not keep it to ourselves. Then there is the other one, which is the Global Transparency Charter, which has 10 principles, which for now we are trying to look at which are relevant to Ghana and which we can advocate for Ghana to do it better. Finally, I come to Prof's question. There's lack of maritime domain awareness. I side with you that if you go and hang some buoy there or you go and put something out there, fishermen will take it. We need to educate them in a very wide sense, radio, television, others, about some of these things that when they see, they should not take. Most of the people we talk to, like Richter, the fisherman who is in suit today, they come here, they know. But the fisherman on the vessel, he sees it as some big football or something. He can take it home and do something. So we need to go out there and then talk to them. If you have difficulties, see us, the NGOs, collaborate with us, and then we will do the work for you. Thank you very much.
All right, just to add to what my colleague said earlier on, there was a question about UNESCO ratification by Ghana in 2016. Yes, these are frameworks that we're supposed to follow, but Women's Board is the one to lead in this because they are the custodians of our heritage and our antiquities. But that said, there was also a statement in connection with fisher folks. Also, in their fishing, they come out with material culture, which can be classified under marine cultural heritage. Yes, some of those are very much important. Others we classify under garbology. They are garbage. So classifying them and identifying those that are over 75 to 100 years old, very important. But there's a need to take the awareness to the various bodies, and I think the Department of Archaeology will have to write to all those institutes or institutions to notify those who plow the sea that when your net gets entangled with a movable artifact or object, please report to us or let us know. We'll come for it, and then we'll begin the conservation. We'll put them in the Museum of Archaeology and begin from there. It is our hope that as part of the Marine Drive project, a specialized museum on marine heritage museum should be built. And it's there that most of these salvage objects from the sea and other water bodies can be preserved and conserved. Also, in connection with the short course, you don't have to be short or tall to be a swimmer or a scuba diver. It's all about interest. And when it comes to scuba diving, You should be able to tread water for a while. You should also be able to be underwater with load on your back, which is a gas tank. So these are all special processes that comes with the practicals of it. So once you come with the interest, you are enrolled, then you'll be taken to the pond or the swimming pool. We have collaboration with the university sports, authority or directorate, and they are willing to engage us, with the coordinated swimming and diving practical sections. So if you're able to survive that, then we take you to the next level. So don't be worried about your height in this regard. And also happy to partner with your department and also to train your students in fishing. And they can also be able to look out for heritage sites for us. And then we together be able to work on the plan of action that we have. Thank you.
I hope this works now. Okay, yes. Panelists and also to the sitting through and listening to the different perspectives. I want us to give ourselves a big hand of applause. We're going to have teachers here, and then we can all go outside and take a look. Stand at the park. Snacks and lunch would be available within this room. Thank you again, and have a very good day.
Governance Research and Development Project of the University of Ghana School of Law. The conference, under the theme Emerging Issues in Maritime Boundary Delimitation and Ocean Governance, Bridging Law, Policy, Science and Practice, represents a significant milestone in the ongoing efforts of our school over several years to build knowledge resources and expertise on the intricate and multifaceted issues surrounding ocean governance, maritime boundary delimitation, and the sustainable development of the blue economy.
Today marks an important occasion as we gather to deliberate on the critical issues of maritime boundary delimitation, ocean governance, and the broader implications these have on our national and global development. As a coastal nation, Ghana's future is intricately linked to the sustainable management of our maritime resources. The oceans are vital not only for economic growth, but also for the preservation of our natural heritage, cultural identity, and environmental sustainability.
Today's event brings together minds from across disciplines and borders, united by our shared commitment to the sustainable management of our oceans and marine resources.
It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this international conference organized by the Ocean Governance Research and Development Project of the University of Ghana School of Law. The conference, under the theme Emerging Issues in Maritime Boundary Delimitation and Ocean Governance, Bridging Law, Policy, Science and Practice, represents a significant milestone in the ongoing efforts of our school over several years to build knowledge resources and expertise on the intricate and multifaceted issues surrounding ocean governance, maritime boundary delimitation, and the sustainable development of the blue economy.
Today marks an important occasion as we gather to deliberate on the critical issues of maritime boundary delimitation, ocean governance, and the broader implications these have on our national and global development. As a coastal nation, Ghana's future is intricately linked to the sustainable management of our maritime resources. The oceans are vital not only for economic growth, but also for the preservation of our natural heritage, cultural identity, and environmental sustainability.
Today's event brings together minds from across disciplines and borders, united by our shared commitment to the sustainable management of our oceans and marine resources.
It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this international conference organized by the Ocean Governance Research and Development Project of the University of Ghana School of Law. The conference, under the theme Emerging Issues in Maritime Boundary Delimitation and Ocean Governance, Bridging Law, Policy, Science and Practice, represents a significant milestone in the ongoing efforts of our school over several years to build knowledge resources and expertise on the intricate and multifaceted issues surrounding ocean governance, maritime boundary delimitation, and the sustainable development of the blue economy.
Today marks an important occasion as we gather to deliberate on the critical issues of maritime boundary delimitation, ocean governance, and the broader implications these have on our national and global development. As a coastal nation, Ghana's future is intricately linked to the sustainable management of our maritime resources. The oceans are vital not only for economic growth, but also for the preservation of our natural heritage, cultural identity, and environmental sustainability.
Today's event brings together minds from across disciplines and borders, united by our shared commitment to the sustainable management of our oceans and marine resources.
It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this international conference organized by the Ocean Governance Research and Development Project of the University of Ghana School of Law. The conference, under the theme Emerging Issues in Maritime Boundary Delimitation and Ocean Governance, Bridging Law, Policy, Science and Practice, represents a significant milestone in the ongoing efforts of our school over several years to build knowledge resources and expertise on the intricate and multifaceted issues surrounding ocean governance, maritime boundary delimitation, and the sustainable development of the blue economy.
Today marks an important occasion as we gather to deliberate on the critical issues of maritime boundary delimitation, ocean governance, and the broader implications these have on our national and global development. As a coastal nation, Ghana's future is intricately linked to the sustainable management of our maritime resources. The oceans are vital not only for economic growth, but also for the preservation of our natural heritage, cultural identity, and environmental sustainability.
Today's event brings together minds from across disciplines and borders, united by our shared commitment to the sustainable management of our oceans and marine resources.
It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this international conference organized by the Ocean Governance Research and Development Project of the University of Ghana School of Law. The conference, under the theme Emerging Issues in Maritime Boundary Delimitation and Ocean Governance, Bridging Law, Policy, Science and Practice, represents a significant milestone in the ongoing efforts of our school over several years to build knowledge resources and expertise on the intricate and multifaceted issues surrounding ocean governance, maritime boundary delimitation, and the sustainable development of the blue economy.
Today marks an important occasion as we gather to deliberate on the critical issues of maritime boundary delimitation, ocean governance, and the broader implications these have on our national and global development. As a coastal nation, Ghana's future is intricately linked to the sustainable management of our maritime resources. The oceans are vital not only for economic growth, but also for the preservation of our natural heritage, cultural identity, and environmental sustainability.
Today's event brings together minds from across disciplines and borders, united by our shared commitment to the sustainable management of our oceans and marine resources.
It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this international conference organized by the Ocean Governance Research and Development Project of the University of Ghana School of Law. The conference, under the theme Emerging Issues in Maritime Boundary Delimitation and Ocean Governance, Bridging Law, Policy, Science and Practice, represents a significant milestone in the ongoing efforts of our school over several years to build knowledge resources and expertise on the intricate and multifaceted issues surrounding ocean governance, maritime boundary delimitation, and the sustainable development of the blue economy.
Today marks an important occasion as we gather to deliberate on the critical issues of maritime boundary delimitation, ocean governance, and the broader implications these have on our national and global development. As a coastal nation, Ghana's future is intricately linked to the sustainable management of our maritime resources. The oceans are vital not only for economic growth, but also for the preservation of our natural heritage, cultural identity, and environmental sustainability.
Today's event brings together minds from across disciplines and borders, united by our shared commitment to the sustainable management of our oceans and mineral resources.
It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this international conference organized by the Ocean Governance Research and Development Project of the University of Ghana School of Law. The conference, under the theme Emerging Issues in Maritime Boundary Delimitation and Ocean Governance, Bridging Law, Policy, Science and Practice, represents a significant milestone in the ongoing efforts of our school over several years to build knowledge resources and expertise on the intricate and multifaceted issues surrounding ocean governance, maritime boundary delimitation, and the sustainable development of the blue economy.
Today marks an important occasion as we gather to deliberate on the critical issues of maritime boundary delimitation, ocean governance, and the broader implications these have on our national and global development. As a coastal nation, Ghana's future is intricately linked to the sustainable management of our maritime resources. The oceans are vital not only for economic growth, but also for the preservation of our natural heritage, cultural identity, and environmental sustainability.
Today's event brings together minds from across disciplines and borders, united by our shared commitment to the sustainable management of our oceans and mineral resources.
It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this international conference organized by the Ocean Governance Research and Development Project of the University of Ghana School of Law. The conference, under the theme Emerging Issues in Maritime Boundary Delimitation and Ocean Governance, Bridging Law, Policy, Science and Practice, represents a significant milestone in the ongoing efforts of our school over several years to build knowledge resources and expertise on the intricate and multifaceted issues surrounding ocean governance, maritime boundary delimitation, and the sustainable development of the blue economy.
Today marks an important occasion as we gather to deliberate on the critical issues of maritime boundary delimitation, ocean governance, and the broader implications these have on our national and global development. As a coastal nation, Ghana's future is intricately linked to the sustainable
We still have a lot of seats in front this way. Okay, so welcome to this afternoon's session under the theme Sustainable Fisheries Management in West Africa, Balancing Economic Development and Environmental Protection. My name is Dr. Theodore Adimazoya. I'm a lecturer here at the School of Law with a lot of research interests in ocean governance and environmental law. I teach mostly international law and its interrelations with the environment. If we have in our presence very important distinguished personalities who will be presenting different topics, and I'll kindly invite them to join us here in the high table before we do move forward. So we invite Professor F.K. E. Nuno to join us up here. Welcome to this afternoon session. We're very grateful to have Prof with us as our keynote speaker, and shortly I'll be introducing him properly. I also invite to join us upstage here Mr. Che Yamoa. If he's with us now, he can join us as well. Prof, you're welcome. And the same way we invite Professor Sam Addo. If he's with us here, he kindly join us in the podium. Mr. Emmanuel K. Klubi, if he's with us here, please, we acknowledge your presence and we'll need you up here to take your seat. As well, one of the key topics that we'll be discussing would be handled by one of our guests that we have as well, Stephanie Shandoff. She's with us here. Kindly join us upstage. As and when we move forward, Prof, we had mentioned earlier, and it's good to have you join us upstage, and then we can begin. It's been very interesting discussions in the morning. We want to continue in the same way. It's a very interesting team that we have with very important experts who will be sharing their research and experience in the various topics that we have scheduled for this afternoon. I will be your moderator for each of the topics and discussions that we will have. And we hope that we will stay within the time and the schedule. We will be discussing the various topics, and we would like to begin first with the keynote speaker, and immediately after that we will follow up with the topic related to managing the impacts on fishing livelihoods arising from climate change and fisheries law enforcement. If we get that within the schedule, we will be taking enhancing growth in mariculture for fish food security. And then immediately after, we'll deal with seafood, seaward evaluation of the effectiveness of defense structures along the beachfront communities of Ghana. So we'll bring it back home and try to understand from the experts what we can learn from it. Our last speaker will deal with the topic understanding the social and cultural implications of legal frameworks for fisheries governance in West Africa. As we will do this afternoon, each of the speakers will have their discussions. Those that are in person here will do so in person, and those that will join us will do so virtually. After each of those speakers make the presentation, we'll allow questions to be taken by them. And then feel free to keep your questions, and we'll go around for you to ask the things that bother you, to get the clarification that we need, as well as to provide your perspectives based on your background that may be very helpful. So we'll take the questions after each of the presentations and not necessarily at the end of the day, so that we can try to manage and not forget about it. So it's my privilege and pleasure at this moment to introduce to you the keynote speaker of today's or afternoon session. And we are very privileged to have with us Professor Francis Kofi Ewusi Nono. Prof. Nono has been a very instrumental part of managing the aspects of the themes that we are discussing today in Ghana and beyond. He's a respected fisheries scientist and academic who has contributed very significantly and shaped how marine and fisheries sciences in Ghana and across the world actually work. He serves as a professor at the Department of Marine and Fisheries Sciences of the University of Ghana, where he has built an outstanding career spanning areas in research, in teaching, in policy, and in academic leadership. His academic journey reflects a deep and sustained commitment to the study of marine resources and their sustainable use. He's done a lot in his life. He has a BSc in zoology and with botany from the University of Ghana. This is some time ago in 1992. He advanced to the University of Newcastle in the United Kingdom, where he earned an MSc in Tropical Coastal Management in 1995, an MPhil in Marine Sciences and Coastal Management in 1997. He decided to return to the Republic of Ghana to contribute his quota, and therefore he came back to the University of Ghana. And he pursued his PhD in Fisheries Sciences and was awarded in 2003, during which period he's benefited from a lot of international exchanges at North Carolina State University in the United States. He has a very strong expertise in a lot of areas that young people today will benefit from, and we're very happy to have him join us today. In addition to this very remarkable academic career, he has spent quite a significant period of time in earning postgraduate diploma in Bentech Ecology from the University of Bremen in Germany, a certificate in Togmate Coastal Navigation from the Regional Maritime University in Ghana, and a certificate in Fisheries Microstructures Analysis from the University of Liverpool. So you see from the academic background that he spent quite a good amount of time trying to understand the different aspects of the global world itself, and the different schools, the diversity with which he has pursued it is very helpful. So when we look at all of what he has done, the contribution he has made, it's not only to the University of Ghana. He spent quite a significant period of time working and researching and advising very important international organizations, both in Ghana, in Malawi, in Benin, in Germany, in Togo, and in Namibia. And this has included important institutions like the World Bank, the Food and Agriculture Organization, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, the Economic Community of West African States, NEPAD, that we have, the USAID, although we know quite recently that the USAID's mandate has now been slightly taken out. So Prof comes to this afternoon's presentation with this wealth of experience that if I were going to spend all my time this afternoon, we possibly will not finish. I invite ladies and gentlemen to join me to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Nono, to this afternoon's session under the theme Sustainable Fisheries Management in West Africa, Balancing Economic Development and Environmental Protection. Give Prof a hand of applause. And Prof, your participants for this afternoon session, and we're very grateful to have you.
Thank you very much. Right. Thank you very much, Chair. That was a very, in fact, that was the first presentation for the afternoon. All right, so I'm supposed to give a keynote on this topic, the main topic. And as a keynote, I've decided to touch on quite a number of things to set the ball rolling for my other panelists to fill in the further details. So let's get going and see how it goes. So we all know how important fish is for, I've moved my slide, but it's not moving. Oh, okay. I have to use that one. Okay, yes. The trend in the world is that fisheries are declining. There's a lot of illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, and we are seeing climate change impacts. The fishes are moving to the closer parts of the world. So they are moving from the equator and going to the poles. So we in Africa, or we around the equator, are getting less of fish. And there are lots of publications on that. I didn't bother to put a lot of publication. There is also increasing demand for seafood across the world. Seafood has become very expensive. And it's a favorite food for most of us here. Especially because seafood, quite a lot of it have omega-3 fatty acids that are good to break down the bad fats. So it's good to eat seafood. If you haven't had seafood today, please get some to eat because it will make you healthier. The regional trend in West Africa is that there's a lot of foreign fleets coming to Africa. Foreign fleets coming to Africa to exploit our resources. And we have to have various regional initiatives to address that. And I'll get back to that very soon. In addition, we are having a lot of technology invasion into Africa to help us address the issues that we are facing. Despite everything else, there is a reduction in fish food consumption in Africa. There is a reduction in fish food consumption in Africa. And it is projected that by the year 2030, the current average of 10 kilograms will go down to 8.3 kilos in Africa. So we are not eating enough fish after all. We are not eating enough fish after all, but we are destroying the resource. Now we are looking at sustainable fisheries vis-a-vis economic development. Should we take all that we want from the fishery right now and make money out of it? Or should we graduate our exploitation of the fish resource? Will the fisheries be sustainable enough so that there will be something left for our next generation? Are we fishing in a way that we will not destroy the habitats and the ecosystems? And these are the questions to ask when you want to juxtapose sustainable fisheries with economic development. There's quite a lot of unsustainable fishing practices, such as overfishing and unregulated fishing activities. And excessive bycatch must be minimized if we are to have sustainable fisheries. And like I said earlier, climate change is already having a significant impact. Also, if we want to have sustainable fisheries in Africa or in West Africa, then we must promote value addition. We shouldn't be selling all our fresh fish like we've done in the cocoa sector, in the timber sector and all that. We should be adding value to the fish before we export them. And in addition, we need to establish dedicated governance structures efficient governance frameworks that will ensure that our fish is sustainably harvested. So on this slide, it tells us that if we invest in sustainable fisheries, we'll get 40% higher in income. We'll have extra $50 billion and all that. If you look at the figure, it will tell you that we are going to get more if we do sustainable fisheries rather than not doing sustainable fisheries. If we do unsustainable fisheries, we are rather going to destroy the resource. So we stand to benefit from doing sustainable fisheries. So we have the SDGs, and quite a lot of them affect our fishers. Most of the fishers are living below the poverty line. Zero tolerance of hunger, and if you go to the fishing communities, there are people who go hungry. They just have one meal a day. They don't have clean water, they don't have good sanitation in the local fishing communities. And in fact, sometimes on the industrial vessels itself, the big commercial vessels, you see people, the crew members, about 23, sometimes 25, sometimes even 30 of them using one washroom. And then the captains and things might have 3, 4, 5 washrooms, each one in its own cubicle. So they are in trouble, and the fishers are in trouble. So Africa came up with the Agenda 2030 with a vision to protect the planet and ensure prosperity for all by 2030. And this matters for the fishery sector as well, so that we can have global sustainability. If we destroy the oceans, we are destroying life. So this 2030 agenda is important for us as well. I'm going to talk a bit about the West African area, and we are talking about West Africa reaching from Senegal outward to the equator. And it comprises all the countries, including Ghana, Nigeria, Togo, Benin, and all that, all within the Gulf of Guinea and the island states of Sao Tome and Principe. What are the main fiscal features and resources of the region? We have the Niger River, the second largest delta in the world within the region. We have lots of mangroves, which are home to a lot of biodiversity and habitat, and is a nursery area for fishes. Our region has permanent upwelling areas, and the productivity of the ocean is driven by upwelling. So we have the minor upwelling, and then we have the major upwelling at different periods within the sub-region. So this upwelling leads to a situation where we have high productivity, and the area is very rich in fish. And that's why the international foreign countries like coming to Ghana. So the area is rich with over 1,200 species of fish. Most dominant of them are the small pelagics. But fisheries-related activities in Africa are governed and planned and managed in various ways, so that it will not lead to conflict, it will not lead to competition. The reason is that we have other activities along the coast like tourism, and this morning we learned about it, and even yesterday, transportation, aquaculture, and biodiversity, all competing with the capture fisheries on various fronts. So we have the diversity of users, multiple users of the resource. In addition, these users find multiple uses for the ocean that is in the West African region. If we are going to have sustainable fisheries management, like I said from the start, and please clear your esophagus, because you are going to see beautiful fish pictures, and you are allowed to salivate, okay? So if we need to have sustainable fisheries management to make the money that are alluded to, the 50 billion that are alluded to, then we need to add value. So post-harvest management is critical. It is noted that over 50% of fish that is taken from the sea is thrown away, is discarded. And we need to bring them all to land and add value to them. So we have various ways by which fish goes bad, which we can improve to make life better. So the way we handle fish, and there are laws for them, general management practices. We have the SPSS, sanitary and phytosanitary measures. We have the HACCP, we have the Codex Alimentarius, and many others. Ghana itself and other West African countries have their own methods for handling post-harvest losses. We need to process quite a lot of the fish, smoke, dry, salt, cure, can, and all that. We need to package the fish well and add value to it. We need to market them well as store both cold and warm, and preserve them as well as protect the resources. And then we can use some of the waste in aquaculture, in poultry, and other animal husbandry. You like this fish as well? This will go with kenke, eh? Or what will this go with? Banku. And what again? Won't it go with rice and stew? And go with acheke. So all this, and you see this one, when you buy it fresh, you buy it probably for 2 cedis. But when it's smoked like this, how much do you think the fish on the left will cost? 30 Ghana. No, more than that. Look at those big fishes. Hey, you can get this 20 Ghana in Ghana. This is huge. This is about 100 cedis on the left. And on the right, you can imagine monko, streams, which you can use in your shito and things. You can imagine the cost. On the slide there on the left, we have what you have there is it kako? Is it what? Kako. And when kako goes into your stew, you lick your all the way to your elbow, eh? And then you see how the fish has been grilled there. And it adds value, and you make more money from it. We also need to quickly look at some of the fish diversity that we have in various countries. These are pictures of fish from Mauritania. Across the region, we have similar stocks, similar species. And quite a lot of them are migratory. So you have the Morovia doctor fish, Acanthurus moroviae, and all that. Then you have the lobster as well. Look at the eagle ray, how beautiful it is. On this slide, you have quite a number of round pelagic fish and demersal fish. Take note of the red snapper, take note of the tunas, take note of the sea bream, the anchovy, and all that. These are very rich foods that are rich in nutrients. And the nutrients in these fishes are far better than the nutrients you get in chicken. And there's data to that effect. They are far better than the nutrients you get in beef, the nutrients you get in pork. So please eat this type of fishes. And then on the left, what do you call the fish on the left? Let's see by hands those who can call that fish name. Yes, madam. Mackerel, yes. Clap for her. I was expecting that she would say what? Salmon. We don't have salmon in Africa. Salmon is a temperate species. On the right is Sardinella aurita, the round Sardinella. Okay, so these are some of the rich resources that we have. We have beautiful ones. So on the left is red snapper, and then on the right is a fish that is like the stargazer. It walks at the bottom of the sea, and it's beautiful. And on top there, you have a mogul. So we have the large pelagics. All of these are in our waters. We have the various types of cetaceans. We have dolphins as well in our waters. We have whales. We have saltfish. You see the saltfish at the top? Xiphias gladius. And then we have the skipjack tuna, the bluefin tuna, and the yellowfin tuna, all in our waters in West Africa. You have the blue-legged swimming crab. Blue-legged what? Swimming crab. On the top there. How do you call it in Ghana? Nga. Do you know nga? And when you put it in your okra stew, you can imagine the flavor that it gives you. Please say it is blue-legged what? Swimming crab. Calinectis amnicola. And then on the right is what? Lobster. This is spiny ray lobster. Panularius regius. Then you have the Peneus keratirus on your left. And then this is octopus. Have you seen the octopus? There's a difference between octopus and squid. Squid is whitish. It's cuttlefish. The one you see them on the road when you are traveling and you buy, that is not what? Octopus. That is what? Squid. So get educated about the names. And this is Octopus vulgaris. Octopus vulgaris. And all I'm saying is that this species cut across the whole West Africa. The whole West Africa and even to the northern parts of Africa and beyond. As well, yesterday we got to know that the marine environment includes the estuary and the lagoon fisheries. And on the right, we have what we call Ethmalosa fimbriata, what is called bonga. And bonga is a very juicy and nice, tasty fish. Please try them. I'm giving you the names so that you know some, and then so that the gentleman, if you need to prepare some super stew for your lady, you know which fish to go and buy. Please consult me, and you pay only consultancy of $500,000, and then I'll show you the fish that when you cook, it will win you something for a lifetime. Okay, so we have all these species across the lagoons and estuaries of West Africa. But science tells us that there are a number of driving factors that are affecting the population. Not only one factor, so many different factors. Physicochemical, biological, social factors, institutional factors, governance factors, and all. So many things determine the populations and the amount of fish available in the water. So we have the fleets that are being used to exploit the resource, and in Ghana we have the canoe fleet, then we have the inshore fleet on the top right, then you have the trawlers on the bottom left, and then the tuna boats. The tuna boats, some of them are per seine, some of them are pole and line. So the same canoe, you have the Liberian one, and on the left is what? The Angolan what? Chata. Okay? So they are called different names, and they have slightly different shapes across the region. So these are artisanal vessels in canoe. Do you like the one on the left? How does it compare with the one that you know? This one on the left is very strong, and then it can stand the waves a lot compared to ours anyway. So the design is very good, and it makes it very stable. It hasn't got any certificate to be there, but they know how to do it. They design it, and they do trial and error, and eventually it is what? It is found to be stable, and it can go hundreds and hundreds of kilometers, nautical miles on the water. Small-scale fisheries dominates the fisheries in West Africa. And I would call it a socio-ecological system. A socio-ecological system. Because it's social life intermingled with the ecology that we face. They have a relationship with the fish, a relationship with the water body, so that they know and they can tell when to fish and where to find the fish, etc. So it's a way of life. People are born into it. And in fact, in those communities, when you are about 6 years old, the guys, they try to go to sea, and they're able to hide. If by 6 years, 8 years, you go to sea and you come back, then yeah, you are a man. Do you know that? Then you are what? A man. And you know the implications of being called a man in such a local community. You see, so there's intergenerational transfer of knowledge and skills and all that. They don't actually go to school for it, but they learn on the job. So there is apprenticeship. So the fishery is socioeconomically very important, and we need to understand the socioeconomy of these communities to be able to fashion out good management and governance systems. Because any management system that is out of place with the social life of the people will end up not being successful. So many people are employed, and the fishery is a large social safety net for many people. Let me move on before I'm told that my time is up. Okay, so these are the various fleets from scenes from this one. These are scenes from Nigeria. And you can see how the fish is being handled on the floor. On the top, bottom left, have you seen that? Bottom left. This introduces microbiological organisms, bacteria, to the fish. And you see human beings walking on the fish and all that. It compromises the fish quality, and with that, it reduces the amount of money that we can get from the fishery. At least you can sell on tabletops, and then on the top right is a research vessel, and down there on the left is, top left is another vessel. So, enough of those pictures just to, tingle your minds and for you to understand where we are coming from. So, co-management is essential. If we want to have sustainable fisheries, we need to have co-management. Working with the people, giving them responsibilities so that together we can manage the resource. It's part of the governance that we are talking about. This is homegrown solutions in management. And within the West African region, there are various forms of co-management. There are areas where there is devolution of total devolution. There are areas where there is partial devolution. And there are areas where the government, state agencies, and NGOs come together to manage the resource. In Ghana, we have no fishing days at different times of the week, and the various local communities see to its management. We have the closed areas. Ghana is about to set up its first marine protected area in the greater Cape 3 Points area very soon. It will be done in 2026. Cabinet just approved a memo for it just yesterday, and I'm saying that on authority. Cabinet just approved the cabinet memo to establish a marine protected area in Ghana. We have other countries like Benin and Togo even having protected areas, and we do not have one. Nigeria has some protected area. We have some de facto protected area in Ghana, in that our continental shelf drops to a point after 75 kilometers, and at that place, nobody is fishing there, and because of that, the fish find that place as a refuge for them to come in. So we have taboos and other traditional authorities that help us to do the co-management. What are the key threats in West Africa? Overexploitation of marine resources. IUU fishing is key. Inadequate enforcement. And we have talked about these things over the past, yesterday and today. Subsidies. We have harmful subsidies. And WTO has come up with a new agreement to ban harmful subsidies. We like to be giving rice, the fishermen like to be giving rice and nets and outboard motors during close season and all that, and that is money. Climate change impacts are coming. We have conflicts, we have maritime insecurity and piracy. We have limited continuous scientific data. In fact, we collect data, but most of our data in our region is not continuous. When we get a project, we collect data for 2-3 years, and then we stop. Then there is a gap. To do sustainable fisheries, we need to continue. Even the Fisheries Commission and Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture cannot boast of continuous data for over 20 or 30 years. Although we have staff who are being paid, but they are not being given the logistics to go out there and collect the data. So in the end, we have weak governance, which is the root cause for managing shared living resources. So the illegal fishing, one of them is fishing with light, fishing with electricity, and it's going on. The artisanal fishers were told in Ghana not to close, they will not have close season, and that they should fish responsibly. But what do we see? As at now, they are fishing with light, big time. Fishing with light and fishing with dynamite and all that. So this is posing quite a lot of challenges, not only to the artisanal fishermen, but also to the industrial fishermen. And there's quite a long list. And on this slide, you see fish that is spoiled, that is supposed to be thrown away, and it is being brought down to land to be used for momoni. Do you know momoni? Do you know momoni? When you do the proximate analysis of the fish, at least there is some nutrients in it. It's not devoid of nutrients. It's spoiled, but at least you can get some 2-3% of protein, so that at least if you don't have protein, you have something to eat in your stew. And in fact, maybe the jollof that you ate, maybe the stew had some momoni in it. You might not know. The way you were licking I saw some people eating jollof and licking their hands like that. So the challenges abound, and I'm not going through that long list. So many governments and ministries are involved in managing the fishing sector across the region. So whilst we have Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture, another country have Ministry of Water and Aquatic Resources. Another country has got Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. Various names and various mandates, and makes it difficult to harmonize and manage effectively. There's also varying capacities across the countries. While some are doing more, others are doing less, and etc. It makes it difficult to manage. In Ghana, Ghana set the pace in 2002, yes, when we came up with the Fisheries Act. Fisheries Act and the Fisheries Act 625, and then other countries in West Africa followed suit and came up with different laws, but eventually they overtook us and have modified their laws and their acts and all that. And after many years of waiting, Ghana eventually, on 15th August, the president signed into law the new Fisheries Act for Ghana. And the key thing is that the Fisheries Commission is rendered independent in the new act, and we are safeguarding seafood exports. And then one thing that they are contesting is the expansion of the inshore exclusive zone. Inshore exclusive zone used to be 6 nautical miles for the canoe, and beyond is for the industrial and semi-industrial. Now, by this law, the inshore exclusive zone has been moved to 12 nautical miles. And the inshore exclusive zone is reserved for the artisanal sector, especially the canoes, because they are known to be the locals. They are known to be the Ghanaians, so that they can make good use of it. And also, just last year, we came up with artisanal fish processing standard. Artisanal fish processing standard, so that it spells out how fish is handled and to be handled properly, so that people don't formally use cement, paper, and others to wrap fish for you to eat. How is all these illegalities manifesting? Catches are poor. In fact, that picture was taken after a beach sail net has fished for 5 hours. Can you imagine 5 hours? And there were over 70 people pulling the net. And that's all that they got. How are they going to share this? And these small fishes have little value. So there's high quantities of fish also discarded, low catch rates, small sizes of fish landed. And you can describe this fishery, what you are seeing, better than myself right now. This is having impacts on humans and society, and later the NGOs will talk about them. There's unemployment increasing, and there is worsening living conditions, poverty, and all that. Food insecurity and things resulting from all these illegalities that are happening in the fishery sector. So, don't you like the fish on the top right? That is dentes. Do you like it? How do you call it? Red fish. The over 90% of fish species in the world are red. So this is sea bream. Say sea bream. It's in the family Sparidae. the family's parody. So this is Dentes angolensis. And see, it has very bright eyes. And this is how fish is supposed to look like. And because West Africans like red fish, people have the idea of going to buy food color red. And even if the fish is white, they color it red. And you see it and you buy it. Oh, I bought red fish. You are eating junk. So please, let's beware. So fishes are transboundary within the region. They move about and they are shared by 2 or more countries along the coast, and the distribution varies from stock to stock. And because of that, they are worth protecting, and we need scientific knowledge to manage them. You can see I'm going pretty fast, Chairman. You see I'm doing very well. Yes. So I'm bossing the chairman so that he gives me more time, isn't it? So they are shared stocks, and because they are shared stocks, they lead to transboundary issues, which means that one country and the other worry about them, and then we have to have an arrangement by which various countries can live peaceably together and enjoy these transboundary stocks. Some species are very highly migratory. In the morning, they can be in Ghana. By lunchtime, they are in what? Togo. And then by what? Evening, they are in what? Nigeria. And you can see by dawn, they are in Cameroon. These are the species. So when they are in your water, they are for you. But when they are not in your water, who is it for? No man's land. Okay? And some species are neither in one country or the other. In fact, sometimes they straddle between one space and the other. These are the type of stocks that we have here, and we need to fashion out sustainable management measures, fashion out good governance systems to manage them. So we have some potential solutions. We have to strengthen regional monitoring and control and surveillance, that is MCS. We have to use the ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management, where you manage holistically and include all aspects that will ensure sustainable management. There's the need for transparent and fair fishing access agreements, and there's the need for community involvement in doing this. So to do this, we have so many multilateral environmental agreements, so many of them, and we've talked about them already yesterday, so I will not say a lot. We have the port state measures, so that when the vessels are in port, there's regulations as to what they are supposed to do. We have rules for flag countries, rules for coastal states, and then we have WTO agreement. WTO is World Trade Organization. This is MEA is multilateral environmental agreements, and some of them are the Abidjan Convention, which is a regional seas convention within our waters. We have the Yaoundé Code of Conduct. We have the Stockholm Convention about production and use of toxic chemicals. And toxic chemicals, you remember Galamsey in Ghana, and other countries want to also start mining. Other West African countries are also mining. So it's not only Ghana. In West Africa, other countries are also mining. And we have the Minamata, it's not Minamata. Minamata Convention regulates the use of mercury. And then we have our Agenda 2030, the Bonn Convention, International Whaling Commission, which up to just January 2025, I was the commissioner for Ghana for the past 4 years. And we have the African Union also promoting sustainable fisheries. These are just but a few of those multilateral environmental. Then we have some international instruments and quite a long list, and we have the UNCLOS there as well. But take note of the, which one do I want to say? UN Fish Stocks Agreement, which is 30 years old, and this year we are celebrating its 30 years and assessing its importance so far. Then we have CITES. CITES as well. We have the Kumi-Montreal GBF, which Dr. Peter Derry talked about yesterday. We have the regional fishery management organizations, and I'll just briefly talk about some of them, not all of them, soon. So we have the shark fin trade, which is governed by CITES. And you know, sharks, we have lots of sharks in Ghana. We have lots of, are you afraid? We have lots of sharks in the waters across West Africa, lots of them. But not all the sharks are dangerous. Some of the sharks are called angel sharks. And they are angels. They will guide you to your home safely. So don't be afraid of sharks. Some of them are milk sharks. Milk sharks are also not dangerous. By their name, you know that they drink milk. Eh? So they don't chew human beings. They don't chew human beings. And you know, what we do in West Africa is to take the fin and export them. And we are, by under CITES, some of these species are protected. And because they are protected, people go to, there's a framework for cutting the fins. By law, you are supposed to cut it, but before cutting, it should be identified so that we will know whether it meets the CITES convention or not. But most of these people, they go and harvest the sharks and bring it to the Fisheries Commission to come and collect a permit to export. And they have an association. And as I'm telling you, they have 2 rooms full of these sharks that they can export. So they use it backdoor. They are smuggling it to Togo, Benin, and other countries. Ghana is not making money because we are enforcing it. Other countries in West Africa are not enforcing, and they are making money out of the shark trade. We need to harmonize our laws to ensure its management. So we have the fish stocks agreement. I won't talk about that. Then we have some institutions. We have the African Union, the ECOWAS, UEMOA, ICAT, and all that, CICAF, and we'll talk about CICAF very soon. So we talk about the World Trade Organization that sees to the marketing of fish along the coast and along the West African region, and they help to manage. So there are so many World Trade Agreements for fisheries that we are to follow. If we look at the agreement on sanitary and phytosanitary measures, the essence is that where you handle fish should be clean. Is that what we see in West Africa? From the pictures that we saw, is that what we see in West Africa? You see them when they land, they throw the fish in the sand. They throw the fish in the sand, some pour it on polythene bags that are affected by the sun and all that, and it's not clean. We need to follow all these agreements that provide a framework for governing the fish so that we eat safe fish. Safe fish. I will not talk about the dumping. So countries do fisheries agreements, normally between African, Caribbean, and Pacific states and the EU. And under those agreements, we have different types of agreements, reciprocal agreements. We have agreement on access to surplus stocks, which I talked about yesterday, Article 62. And you are exchanging your surplus stocks, but you should have arrangements in place so that it will be exploited wisely. And then we have access to resource and access to market, financial compensation agreement. I have a story for Sierra Leone, and Judge Kamara might know that. There was a time, is it 1995, where there was an agreement with EU for EU to come and fish in Sierra Leone waters, and they gave Sierra Leone $50 million. I've forgotten the figure. And then, whilst they came to fish, they brought some chemicals into your water. You remember that story? We'll get back to that. And so whilst they come to fish, they bring other things into our waters and come and dump them. And who is there to check? So we have various types of agreements, state-to-state, bilateral agreements, state-to-industry, and various types of agreements. But when they are doing these agreements, they don't involve the stakeholders. At worst, the ministry officers will go together with the minister to go and sign. And they don't understand the technicalities. They don't involve scientists, they don't involve academia, they don't involve NGOs or anything. They just go and sign and at least get percentages and come. So how do they get access? They use their wealth to come and get access to our resources. Post-state measures, I think I've talked about post-state measures, and Ghana, Togo, Benin, Liberia has ratified it. We need training of interagency teams and enhanced monitoring. We have various examples, and Ghana, Togo, Benin are doing something, but other West African countries are doing little or nothing. Then we come to the regional fishery management organizations. They are international bodies dedicated to sustainable management of fishery resources, important fishery resources. And these bodies, there are about 3 basic types of them: general ones, tuna ones, and specialized ones. I just want to quickly get to the one for West Africa. The Fisheries Committee for West Africa, Central Gulf of Guinea, is called CICAF, and it has 6 members. And this committee has the powers to regulate and have advisory powers to these countries to ensure that fish resources are managed sustainably. So, and they work under the umbrella of FAO. What is their role? Collect data and analyze the information, establish and strengthen statistical procedures, formulate stock assessment, and recommend specific regulatory measures. The countries are these. All these countries belong to CICAF. And so they are supposed to help increase research and improve MCS throughout the region. We need to bring the countries together, harmonize their laws, and harmonize the MCS so that we can have sustainable fisheries management. Now we have another RFMO called FCWC, Fisheries Committee of Western Central, and that is it came up in 2007 and 2008. So they have a conference of ministers, advisory committee, and the general secretariat. What are their objectives? Provide a forum for discussion, harmonize fisheries legislation, increase and improve knowledge, MCS, all that. So you see, CICAF and FCWC have similar mandates, but we are not seeing much by way of implementation. And one thing that FCWC did was to put all these 6 countries together for them to have closed season. Because when Ghana started the closed season for industrial and artisanal, we saw that when the season was closed in Ghana, the vessels moved to what? Togo and Ivory Coast. So we called them together and said, okay, let's come together so that we can have a unified closed season so that nobody will move around. When this was done, 2 or 3 countries joined. By the 3rd year, which is this year, Ghana rather opted out. After blazing the trail, Ghana opted out for the artisanal sector. So the countries are not together. And when we are not together, getting sustainable fisheries management is difficult. One survey that we did said that during closed fishing season, you see the yellow, prices of fish go up moderately, not high. So it's very good. And then we have increased, some said outrageously increased, almost doubled. So during those periods, fish becomes very scarce. On these few tables I'm about to end are the countries that have signed the various laws, international agreements. So you have the law of the sea signed by all, and then the FAO agreement signed by 2. Fish stock agreement, you can see that only Liberia and Nigeria has signed. Ghana is in the process, and all that. You come to regional arrangements, and you see the regional arrangement. The regional arrangement, majority of them have signed. If you come to fisheries access arrangement, these are some of the fisheries access arrangements that we have in the various countries. But all this, there are 10 most common violations. Despite all these organizations, all these 10 most common violations of fisheries law are still going on. So has these RFMOs failed? Has FCWC failed? Has CICAF failed? The violations are going on. What do we do? We have 60% of stocks under RFMO management are either depleted, overfished, or both. Or both. So how do we improve international fisheries governance? And basically there's a need for cooperation, standardization, and harmonization and all. I'm about finishing. Then we have the blue economy. A lot has been said about blue economy, so I will not say much. Every country is working on its blue economy management plan. And the key to do that is what is on the screen there. Now, FAO has come up with the Blue Transformation Roadmap. It has 3 pillars, 3 objectives. One for aquaculture, one for fisheries, and one for value chains. And you remember I started with value chain. need to add value to the fish resource. And it has targets. So the Blue Transformation Roadmap has been accepted and signed by all West African countries. The idea is to get sustainable revenue from healthy marine ecosystems. So our ecosystems must be healthy. But we need some policy planning and implementation to build up a knowledge system that will help us to sustainably manage the resource. We can also do something together ourselves by making sure that there's wealth creation in the small-scale fisheries. Continuous education, innovation of new gears, commercialization, new products, fish patties, fish pie, and not only meat pie, but fish pie, fish sausage, fish kebab, and all that, and we'll get there. All right, so thank you very much, and thanks for your attention. You've done very well. Please enjoy that food that I've served there for you, okay?
Thank you very much, Prof. At least we stayed within our schedule. Thank you so much for indulging us.
Thank you.
I know it's been an interesting presentation from the global perspectives to the regional, to various ways in which co-management can take place of a very important resource that is very beneficial to human and animal life. We'd like to take a few questions, if you do have some, for Prof, and then we'll move to our next speaker. Yes.
Yes, great. Ingrid Andreasen from the Norwegian Center for the Law of the Sea. Thank you for this very, very interesting presentation. I think you, through this very brief presentation, were able to also demonstrate the complexity and the level of actors and levels of legislation and also governance. And I found that to be very interesting. Regarding your question about whether the RFMOs are failing sort of their mandates in improving and enhancing sustainable fisheries, I think it's also important to state that it comes down to the member states of these organizations. So the efforts to actually implement what a RFMO adopts lies with its member states. And in that regard, I think it's also, I think the table you showed of the instruments that have been ratified by the different West African countries are very interesting, because as you also rightfully pointed out, the fish stocks agreement, for instance, is a significant instrument in relation to some of these species. And Article 5 there imposes a legally binding obligation on the ratifying state parties to, for example, minimize bycatch and discarding, also waste and pollution. So it would be interesting to hear whether you think the ratification of this instrument, for instance, by Ghana, will actually change some of the practices. But thank you so much. Yes.
Chair, do I respond or wait?
Prof, you can proceed while we move with the microphone.
Yeah, thanks for the question. What you said is very right. Yeah, so it's left with the various countries to do something, but the various countries, for one reason or the other, they implement today, the next time they stop, so there should be checks on them. So I believe that the RFMO by itself has a role to put in some punitive or other measures to ensure that the countries do something about it. You can stop trade among them or do something that will compel them to follow the rules. And you rightly noted the UN Fish Stock Agreement, which only one country within the region has signed up from that table. And this is directly from the AU NEPAD website. And Ghana is in the process. So can you imagine an agreement that has been around for over 30 years now, and Ghana has not signed up to it, which is not good. So some of us will say, oh, Ghana and African countries easily sign up. When I hear those things, I laugh, because it's not actually the case. We sign up to the easy ones, and then the ones that are not that easy, we don't sign up to it. The latest one is the ban on harmful subsidies. The ban on harmful subsidies. We have quickly signed that. It came up recently. That one, we have signed it. And this year, they didn't give outboard motor, they didn't give that. You watch. By the next 2 years, getting to election time, the subsidy will come up. The subsidy will come up. So I think the punitive measures by the RFMO will help with success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We take 2 more questions, and then we move to the next speaker.
Hi, Prof. Nono. Quick ones. The first one is, in the face of declining fisheries, where the usual stocks we exploit are almost on the brink of decline, or if they've not already declined, don't you think it's prudent to start looking at exploiting or developing a taste for the lesser known species? That's one. And 2, this is from the ecological point of view, not political, I might state that. Was the removal of the closed season for an industry that personally I think is bedeviled with a lot of more practices necessary? Was it ecologically sound to take out the closed season for artisanal fishes? That's it. Thank you.
We'll take the next question, and then Prof. Can.
Point. I want to come from another angle. I believe strongly that if not all of us, some of us are aware that Ghana will be flagged twice with a yellow card, due to some of these illegalities and then IUU and what have you. But I believe that we have a strong will as a nation to, come out of this situation. I want to ask from the expert's point of view, what can you say can be maybe the major practical ways that if this country is standing by a strong action and a political will help us to come out of this state? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Those are useful questions. It's good for us. So it will not be difficult to develop the taste for other species. Closed season, whether it's scientifically sound or not, it is. It is because it's been science shows us that during July to September, various type of research have shown that in West Africa, during July to September, that is the spawning period of the fish. And for all of us, we must protect our vulnerable part. When you know that is your weak side, then you protect that to your weak side. During that same period, because it is spawning, it has got eggs and it is soft. If the fish processors buy them and smoke them and dry them, they break and the fish loses value. So it's scientifically shown that the gonadosomatic index GSI. That is, it has more eggs compared to the body, more reproductive features compared to the body size. And with that, it shows that that period is about to give birth. And Science Fish Stocks Assessment tells us that every fish should at least spawn once before you catch it and eat it. So if it's a small baby, it's about to, like a teenage girl, about to give birth, and you kill it, you have killed his own generation. And I believe all of you want to give birth and leave the next generation. Those who haven't given birth, me, my father, and I'm free. So that is the scientific basis to protect the vulnerable period of the fish. The last one is the yellow card. We are doing our best. The EU has given us many pointers as to the things we need to do. For one or two reasons, we are not able to finish doing them. And reduce the fleet size, reduce the canoe size, do this, take away all illegal fishing in the waters. But the illegal fishing is going on. We don't have the capacity to enforce. We don't have the capacity to monitor. As we sit here right now, I'm sure somebody is fishing with some dynamite or something right now in Ghana's waters. And we have Navy, we have this. We don't have the capacity to be everywhere, every time. That's why yesterday we talked about technology. So the EU is serious about it because they have a preferential trade agreement with African countries in that we export fish to them tariff-free. Okay, Africa can say that we will continue doing all that we are doing, but now we will not trade with EU. We will trade with what? US and whatever. And I bet you Trump will be even more harsher than EU. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. In the next 20 minutes, we will spend it on the topic managing the impact on fishing livelihoods arising from climate change and fisheries law enforcement. To take us through this discussion, we have with us a very important, distinguished fisheries governance expert and environmental advocate who at the moment is the Executive Director of Help Foundation Africa and serves as the convener of the Fisheries Alliance. Mr. Kojo Yamoa has an extensive period of advocating for the most important things that a lot of us don't spend our time doing. He's done so in that advocacy role on how we combat illegal mining, popularly known as galamsey. He's done same in advocating on how we protect Ghana's fisheries through his convening processes. And he has been speaking to all of us on how our water crisis issues come about, as well as the ways in which we can promote climate action. Welcome me to invite Mr. Kojo Yamoa for the next 20 minutes on the topic. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. And one of the difficult things to present is in the afternoon. Normally, if I was doing a workshop, this is where we introduce energizers. We go to sea and start to put the net and sing a song. We'll be doing so. Oh, you want us to do so? Okay. Not right now, later on. Okay. That is good. Okay, that is very good. But before I continue, I think that a lot has been done in the fisheries sector. And I would want us to applaud Professor Nunu. And for most of us in Ghana, we say very good things when people are dead and gone. We never say it in their presence. When he was being introduced, his role as the Fisheries Commission board chair over a long period of time that saw building the foundation for a lot of things to happen was not said. So a lot of lecturers remain within the academic circuits, but he is contributing massively, working with NGOs, working with government and others. And that is very important for us to take note. Some of the things I'll be speaking about, he was instrumental in doing that. And for us in civil society, when we call on such people, they come open-handed, open-minded, and we engage. In fact, when Prof invited me, I was in the US. For some time, I didn't want to come because there was a lot of things I was doing there. I said, for this and other reasons, I have to be around. Let's give Prof the round of applause. And let's also ensure that when some of us, we come up, we also contribute to national development and others. That's very important. Let me go to my presentation and then we'll be talking as we move on. So, now, the topic is managing the impact on fishing livelihood arising from climate change and fisheries law enforcement. There are a lot of us, including fishers, who say that, why are we enforcing the law? Sometimes it's too strict. For me, we are not even enforcing the law as we should in Ghana. But let me ask the question, what do you think will happen if we do not enforce the law? And we do not take any climate action and allow climate change effects to go on? That is very important. When we are able to get that, then we know that we need to do whatever it takes to enforce the law sustainably and then to ensure that there is effective climate action. So, now, it is likely we are going to get to this picture. If there is no fish, there wouldn't be any need for fishes. So the canoes will be empty. What that means is that all those who have been fishing, over the 3 million Ghanaians gaining their livelihood directly and indirectly through the fishing, would lose their jobs, including their dependents. Prof said he has 4 children. I was speaking in Western region and we're talking about this, and then I asked a fisherman who was sitting somewhere and asked him, how many children do you have? He said 24. And I said, hey, then somebody got up and said, but his own is even less. I have more than that. So our fishers have more children in the fishing communities. Many wives, more children. And if they lose their jobs, that means that the education of the children and their dependents would also be in jeopardy. I hope you get that picture. So once we get that picture, we understand that everything we do in enforcing the law, everything we do in ensuring that there are proper climate actions, it is to protect the livelihood of the fisher and ensure that he and the dependents and the wives, see, I didn't say wife, the wives would continue to benefit. So it's very important. I tell political parties that if you go promising that you will not enforce the law, the fisheries will decline, will collapse, and they will vote against you. Good. Now, most of these things, Prof, have said them, so I'll just highlight a few and we'll go on. Already we know that climate change threatens fish stock and the marine ecosystem. And for every fisher, the most important thing is the fish. It's like you take away all the books, hard copy, electronic copy, from a student. No lecture, no books. What is the student doing? So for every fisherman, the fish is more important than everything. So whatever threatens the fish stock, for me, I tell the fishers that should be your number 1 enemy. Is that okay? Good. So I'll just jump a few. But fish stocks are declining and overfishing. Why is that so? There are so many fishers chasing the smaller fish. In fact, it used to be the case that anybody can go to sea and then fish. Buy a canoe, go to sea and fish. If we didn't have moratorium, is that okay? Now, there are a lot of destructive fishing taking place. Illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing. And put together is this collapsing the fisheries itself. Because the fish stock, which is the foundation for fishing, is collapsing. I hope we get that. So I speak to fishers and I tell them that, look, no matter how hungry you are, if you're a farmer or you have poultry, you don't eat all your poultry and you don't eat all your eggs. Because if you do today, tomorrow you will grow hungry. So that is why it is important that fishers appreciate, and all of us will appreciate why it's so. And you know why I'm taking my time? I'm taking my time because I know that very soon most of us will be managing our fisheries as fisheries ministers, politicians, parliamentarians, Did I say here, yeah, yeah? Oh, people don't believe. Did I say here, yeah, yeah? Okay. I know a lot of the students want to finish and run away. You know, when I was in the US, I met a lot of them struggling to do so. Say, will you come back? A lot of them do not want to come back. So we thank Trump for what he's doing. Okay. So let me move on. You see, Prof showed a lot, but you see, for us, if we don't enforce the law and we don't implement effective climate action, maybe you are not a fisher, but you are concerned about this because you consume fish. We would not be having this fish as we have it. I hope you get that. So it is very important. Sometimes I speak to the fishers and I tell them that, look, the consumers of fish is even more worried about the method you are using to fish because it's not unsustainable. And the fish is not for you alone. It's for you to go and catch it so that some of us too can also chop it. I hope you get it. Good. So it's very important. These are some of the illegal fishing methods that are now widespread. We see light aggregated fishing using generator and others. We see also monofilament nets that are there, down there. We see undersized nets. Sometimes it's not monofilament, it's multifilament. But the net size is so small. There are times that even a pen cannot enter through the mesh. Some of them are like mosquito nets. And it's catching every fish. And then explosives are being used. Most of the fish that are landed at juvenile, they are less or below what is prescribed by law. So that is very important. Prof, let me add a discussion that those who go to sea to catch these illegal fish, they have offended. Those who also eat. Yes. Possession. Yes. So we'll be enforcing the law very well. So those who, if there's no market, if there are no consumers, the fishers will stop bringing the fish. So it's about time that everyone learn about the mature size of fish that you should be eating. It is there in the fisheries regulation. And you see there's a whole table. Don't eat baby fishes. Don't eat juvenile fishes. I remember I made this presentation to some judges, and they said, show me that. I showed them. They say, hey, one judge said, hey, then me too. You understand? Because the law says, if you possess that fish, it can be on your food or in your mouth. It's possession. Are we okay? Are we okay? So that is very important that we take note. Very soon we'll be doing that, you know. Good. Now, some of these things also are happening. Dumping of fish there. Some of them, you see them catching sea turtle and others. Who have tasted sea turtle meat before? Oh, here we are not prosecuting. You just raise your hand. Okay, I see one hand there. That is okay. That's okay. That is okay. But the important thing is that why manage the impact of climate change and enforcement? You see, enforcement of fisheries laws protects the fisheries itself. But enforcement can disrupt income and contribute to social instability if mishandled. Okay? So that is why it's important to deal with that. Though we need to enforce the law, we need to ensure that we do it in a way that is sustainable and that brings about compliance as well. So, there are some provisions that have short-term, income losses, and Prof spoke about it, the close season, if there are gear seizures. For instance, people, if you go to the beach right now, you want to take the monofilament, the rubber nets, it's widespread. See the picture down there. Almost every canoe there has monofilament. So if you want to seize it, that means that all the nets of these people go away. But the monofilament has been in the law for quite a number of years that don't use them. So it's very important to do that. But the goal is to balance effective enforcement with community well-being. We need to look at the community and also ensure, because fishing is also livelihood. Is that okay? That is good. And then we need to build trust. And then legitimacy. Now, the legitimacy comes in where fishers themselves see it as a responsibility to ensure compliance. I hope you get it. This is why I always share the mango plugging theory with my fishers and with stakeholders. We have all been children before, and then when there's a mango tree and it's a free range and we go it's wrap, everybody wants to employ the skills that will get you more mango, whether fair or foul. Isn't it so? The same applies to fisheries. If there is nobody to caution, if enforcement is not there, sometimes we shouldn't be applying moral suasion. Moral suasion is when we talk to fishers like, oh, this year, 2025, we said it, we are not going to enforce close season for artisanal fishers. So fishers, comply with the law. How many fishers do you think will comply? When they go to sea and they see others using other unsustainable methods but getting more fish. So effective enforcement is important to attract compliance. I hope you get that. So if enforcement is not there, when you advise fishers to comply, it is not effective. Because you go out there and people are using all methods that will get fish for them. So that is very important that we look at that. So, let's move on. Now, what are some of the ways we can do to manage climate change impacts and then fisheries enforcement? We have spoken a lot about developing strong political and legal framework. But let me talk about the political first. Now, and for instance, I think the question asked from that corner linked to getting the artisanals not to be part of the close season for 2025. And this came out of political, commitment because it was placed in the manifesto of the government, of the governing party. So during engagement on party manifestos and that, it is very important that we in academia, we in civil society, we in others must all engage the political parties to ensure that they have the right things in their manifesto. If we do not do that, they will put things in the manifesto, and when they come, they will have to implement it to please the electorate who they promised this to. Do we get it? It may not be scientifically backed, but it may have some negative good. So that is very important that we take note of that. Co-management, and co-management is very effective, is good. The new Fisheries Act 1146, have co-management enshrined in it. We have a co-management policy, and it is very good. But the most important thing is that the implementation must be such a way that it will bring the sort of sustainable fisheries management with the collaboration of the communities at the landing beach level is very important. Then it is important that in doing enforcement, we must put all effort to foster transparency and shared responsibility. It is very, very important. You need to get the fishers on board, and it's important that this process is put in place. Science-based management, very important. For instance, if I were the president, and fortunately, unfortunately, I'm not, I would have looked at it to say that if I do not do close season, what does the science say? And now I'll use that to convince Ghanaians to have artisanals be part of close season. So we must ensure that we look at that using data, and data has a lot of issues. You need data, especially if you want to move up with technological and upgrade your management. You need your scientific data to do that. Now, most management is using AI, and you need to feed it with proper data to do so. So it's very important. Ecosystem-based approach, most of these things have already been mentioned, so let me skip. Enforcement management strategy is very important that, and Prof said it, and let me just repeat, strong monitoring, control, and surveillance systems to track fishing activities and ensure compliance with regulation. If we cannot be strict in our enforcement of our laws, let's forget about compliance, because it will be difficult to happen. If some fishers agree that they will comply with the law, other fishers will come into their waters and fish their fish with unsustainable fishing. And are they going to sit down? So that is very important that we look at that. Strengthening governance and legal framework to enhance monitoring and enforcement. We've spoken about that. I'll just be skipping a few because Prof has spoken to a lot of these. And it's very important, combating illegal fishing. Now, there is the canoe identification card system. And it's very important, like we all have the Ghana card, you know. And if the Ghana card, if you're going to the bank or you want to get a SIM, the Ghana card is not being used. How many of us will force ourselves to get Ghana card? So when a card is made, we need to put system in place to ensure that it becomes useful. So that is good. That is good. Now, multi-stakeholder partnership is important. Prof has spoken about that. But let me also speak about public awareness. What it is that a lot of Ghanaians do not understand the fisheries. And if we don't understand the fisheries, we are not supportive of the measures that will sustain the fisheries. You hear people saying that we don't have enough fish to eat. Why do we stop fishermen from going to sea and say we are doing close season? You get it? Why don't we allow them to bring more fish? Have you heard that argument before? Yes, those who, say that do not understand our fisheries. I hope you get that. And for us, we are disciples. When you hear anybody saying that, go to them and get them to repent. Good. Now, policy institutional measures, partnership and funding. We need to align national development and social protection policy for the fishing constituents as well. You remember what Prof said? He spoke about the services, water, sanitation, education, others. In most of these constituencies, it's very poor or bad. So we need to ensure that we do that and bring on board the fishing communities to see development. That is very important. Mainstream climate adaptation into national planning. So, in fisheries, we must ensure that climate adaptation measures are properly, mainstreamed, which is very important. Let me also move on. Mobilize climate finance for fisheries adaptation. And we see other agencies rigorously working on climate finance, but in the fisheries sector, it is very important that we do that because ocean action is climate action. It's very important that we appreciate that. Then we need to invest in coastal protection and also mangrove restoration. Unfortunately, in Accra, most of our mangroves are gone. So when you grow and you are going to buy a land, or if you are going to buy a land now, don't go and buy the wetland and the mangrove, cut it down and build your house there or fail it. So we must also advise ourselves. Is that okay? That is good. Now, let me talk about performance-based incentives for compliance. Sometimes it is not always about punishing the bad ones. It is also about giving incentives to the good ones so that people are encouraged to do something good. So in school, when you have good marks, you are given a grade and your peers will respect you. Okay? So if you are coming up, for instance, if there were no grading system and when you go to the system, they say, oh, you have passed. There's no first class, second class, and others. What would be the motivation? I hope you get that. So if we can apply the same for our fishers, we can motivate and give incentives for those who are doing well to continue to do well. Is that okay? That's good. So let me move on. So we have to train our fishers in climate smart fishing technologies and promote youth involvement in sustainable aquaculture. So it's very important. Peer enforcement and others. Having a hotline and community monitoring system and data sharing for illegal fishing would also support. Good. Then, on climate change, using early warning and weather information system is very important. We have had a lot of fishers going to sea, and then there's storm, either there is accident, or even they have their canoes at the shore or anchored, and then there is storm, and all the canoe is broken. So if they have early information that there's going to be this a storm or others, then they can work on. I think that the Ghana Meteorological Agency is doing well. However, most of the information is coming up in ways that must be translated. The maps, and the English summary must be translated in ways that can reach fishes. Is that okay? That's very important for us to be looking at that. So we need to raise awareness on marine conservation, raise awareness on closed season and others, promote saving and insurance scheme for fishes, and then, diversify livelihoods. It's very important. Here we are not talking about alternative livelihood, moving to another one. Diversify, having, and then adding. Like the Bible, you don't keep all your eggs in one basket. You get it? Good. So we can diversify. That is very important. So you do fishing, and you can do another thing and add. I've seen fishermen who are poultry farmers. And they add, because they are not going to see the entire 24 hours. I've seen fishermen who are farming and doing other things. Yes, that's very important for us to be looking at. Behavioral change communication is very important to get people to know why they should do what. But as we say in Akan, a foot won't such a nipa, just and sorry. So when you communicate to them to change behaviors, you must also do the enforcement. Crack the ship, and then the two of them will be together. Is that okay? Good. So that is very important. There are other things that we can be doing in terms of that. Now, my conclusion is that climate action and law enforcement measures are fundamental to rebuild the marine fish stocks. So it's very important. So implementing climate action to protect marine resources and facilitating responsible fishing practices is the way to go. If we don't, you saw the pictures of the empty canoes. It's very important. But success depends on balancing the economic needs of fishing constituency whilst ensuring long-term sustainability. We need to balance that. We can't tell or we can't accept the fact that fishers will say, because we need more fish, we allow everybody to go and catch the fish that is there. If we catch all, what fish will remain to spawn? I hope you get it. And for us too, when they bring the fish, we shouldn't buy all the juvenile fish and eat all. You get it? It's very, very important for us to take note. Now, as we are closing in terms of my presentation, climate change is a major threat to fishing livelihood. Protecting oceans means protecting the livelihood. So I tell fishers, when you see government doing enforcement, it is rather protecting your fishing livelihood. When you understand that and you appreciate that, you won't fight enforcement officers when they come to enforce the law. So it's very important. Enforcement is essential, but or N must be socially sensitive. So you do compliance engagement and you do other things. I have worked with the Marine Police, supporting them, do a lot of communication, to the extent that there were communities that they have done a lot of sensitization. When they get there, the community folks themselves will help the police take away the illegal gears because they know that it is for their own good. So it's important that we have these key messaging whilst we go out there. So no matter what you do, let's keep the smile of our women fishers, of our fishers, and ensure that there is fish. If there is fish, it's also good for all of us. I think, Mr. Chairman, I've given you a lot of my time because I'll be expecting questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. A very loud round of applause. Before we take the questions, we'll do a little bit, if all of us could stand up a little. I know we've been sitting for almost 1 hour, 45 minutes, and do a little stretch to the left and to the right. At least if we could make a little movement, because we've been sitting for so long.
John, please. Let me help you.
Okay.
Oh, I want us to do one. Come on. See, sometimes when you come to school and you are learning the fisheries, go to sea and paddle the canoes more. And when we are paddling the canoe, the fishermen sing a song. Sisri boom, tabru boom, sisri boom, tabru boom. Eya ya de oya. Hey, efarini kon tabron fan connect you. Sisri boom, tabru. What it means is that when you paddle, you go forward. You don't go backwards. So forward ever. Forward ever. So we are going to do sisri boom, tabru boom. Are we okay? So you start from the left. Let's go. Do like this. Oh, aha. You learn it, oh, because when you go to sea and you don't know how to do it, you get stuck. Okay. This one, the certificate is called Padriology. Yeah. Padriology certificate. Okay, let's go. Sisri bom, tabru bom, sisri bom, tabru bom, weya ya da oya. Yeah. Sisri bom. Some people are not doing it. Sisri bom, tabru bom, sisri bom, tabru bom, weya ya da oya. Yeah, offering kon tabron found connect you. Sisri bom, tabru bom, sisri bom, tabru bom. Uh-huh. See, the ladies were doing it as they are doing them.
Thank you so much. I'm sure Prof will beg you to have the certificate because we all stood. One of the interesting things from the presentation was the question related to possession of fish that is unlawful or illegally taken. And I wanted to say the first thing that came to my mind is we have to give them some birth certificates first before we begin to then figure out how to establish liability. So we'll take 3-4 questions for Mr. Cheyamo for the very insightful presentation, and we can move to the next speaker. So we have a hand at the back. Those who are with us online virtually, if you have any question, we'll take it. We acknowledge your presence accordingly, and feel free to put your hand up, and the team will let you ask your question accordingly. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Yamua, for the insightful presentation. So I think whilst you were submitting, you made mention of law enforcers not actually, they shouldn't try to pay more attention to moral suasion because that might not really help achieve the aim. But thankfully, I think when you were about ending, you roped in moral suasion, issues of education, issues of getting people to understand what the implications are. That somehow has really helped me in a sense that I believe in environmental enforcement or trying to achieve your main goal. Moral suasion is a key component. Command and control is very paramount, and incentive-based approach is equally paramount. Now, the question that I want to pose is, in the midst of all of these, diversification, which is a key component in terms of how they actually shift from focusing on solely on fishes. I want to ask the question, why is there a resistance to the closed season if diversification is actually catching up? Because that is how, people can continue to sustain their livelihood during periods of closed season. So the question is it that we are not getting it right, or we are still at the infant stage of helping them to diversify their various livelihood approaches, such that they see closed season as something that is indeed helping with the rejuvenation of, the fishery stock, rather than really preventing them from, making their livelihood, meeting their livelihood sort of ends. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take the next question if there's any. And then, yes, there's a hand just in front.
Thank you very much. That was such a great presentation. Mine is more of a comment than a question or a suggestion, I would like to say. Throughout the presentation from Prof and then to you, sir, I'd realized that there is something regarding community development, a section that I think that we can explore. Personally, I've realized that if you involve the people that are like the key players, the fishers, academia, and everyone concerned in the industry in one room, then solving the issues become easier. For instance, Prof had mentioned that we have situations where you go and then you sign agreements and implementing it becomes an issue because these agreements are signed without the knowledge of those who are actually in the industry. How about joint cooperations? This is one of the strategies that entities use to ensure that we are all on the same page when we are taking decisions. And also, I really like the whole positive reinforcement thing, because we are always on the negative end. What can we do to punish the punitive things and all of that? But positive reinforcement actually brings results, and so I was very impressed on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yamoa. We have key question is why do we have the people resisting the closed season when it's being implemented?
Okay, okay, good. So let me say this. No matter what you do, people would complain. I've heard a lot of fishers who are complaining why there was no close season this year. Because they said that the fish they expected to land or to catch, they didn't catch it. Did you hear anything like that? Yes. Because they said when they close the season and they are there even for 1 month, when they come back, they see fish. This year they didn't see. And let's also get this, that all fishermen are not coming from one house, one father, one mother. Even that, there will still be disagreement. So they are not one unit. So far as they are not one unit, there will be complaints. You let the police get on the street and they are enforcing the laws, checking driving licenses and everywhere. You see us, all of us will be complaining, there's traffic, why are they doing this? You get it. So as for complaining, it will be there. But the job as fisheries managers is to use the best information from science, do management plans, do laws, and then implement it. There is no use when we have laws and we can't implement. It's a waste. I hope you appreciate that. But once we are doing that, there are ways to do it to ensure that we are doing it well. For example, we spoke about the fact that moral suasion alone cannot bring the change. You need to have deterrence. Deterrence sometimes is even the physical presence. For instance, when you see the police car parked there and you are driving, you begin to watch your speed limit. That is deterrence. You begin to check your seatbelt. That is deterrent. So visibility also promotes deterrent. And that must be there. We have spoken a lot with government on that. And when the police is there, they must know what is illegal and what is legal. I remember one police commander told me that they were there when they brought sea turtle. The fishermen had gone for sea turtle and the community took them and brought them to the police station. He didn't know that catching sea turtle was illegal. So not being knowledgeable cannot bring us the change that we need. So he told them, but if he has caught sea turtle, allow him to go and eat it. And they looked at him strangely, and he said that they were looking at me as if I was a fool. So later somebody told him, it's illegal. I said, yeah. You get it. So visibility, knowledge, so we must share knowledge with the enforcement officers and others, and they must be there. The fact is that if we do so, and then we add the communication to it, we will be able to be winning more people. Some of us started the closed season communication very long ago. In some communities, we were hooted, we were driven away. But later on, as people began to accept, understand, and appreciate, then you realize that most of them were now coming on the side of supporting that. And we need to do that for enforcement, and we need to do that for climate change mitigation and adaptation measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have a question for our online audience from them for the discussion we've been having so far? Okay, so we move to our next distinguished speaker, who will be sharing with us a lot of knowledge on enhancing growth in mariculture for fish food security. For this afternoon, we are privileged to have Professor Sam Addo, whose background is in fisheries and aquaculture with so many years that he has spent dealing with this sector on how we protect marine, freshwater, and brackish water fisheries. He's done so much in the field. He's prepared so many reports for both local and international organizations. He's participated in so many local and international scientific studies from different environments. He has privilege because he's a senior lecturer and has been a senior lecturer at the Department of Marine and Fishery Sciences of the University of Ghana for so many decades, since 2003. He's currently an associate professor. He's a graduate of the Urban University in Alabama, an MPhil as well, also from the University of Ghana. And his thinking throughout for his students and the people that he has to share his knowledge with is always how to rethink freshwater cage aquaculture and how we deal with that in Ghana, dealing with the occurrence of microplastics in wild oysters from the Gulf of Guinea and their potential human exposure, as well as prey and probiotic in fish and aquaculture. We are so privileged that Prof has made himself available to the audience we have online, as well as those of us here in person, to share and speak on the topic enhancing growth in mariculture for fish food security. Join me to welcome Professor Sam Addo.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chair. I think my predecessors, the keynote lecture, and Mr. Che Yamwa had spoken a lot, and in fact, they have they have spoken a lot and makes my work easier. That also, sent my mind back in my BSc days, so many years ago, that there was an IA question, and it was on plastron respiration. I'm sure Prof. Nunu will know about that, in aquatic insects. And this lecturer went ahead to ask another question and said we should describe the characteristics of aquatic insects. Having answered my question on plastron respiration, I got to the second question and I said, as answered already in question 1. Then his comment there was that, foolish boy, if you do this in exams, you fail. All right, so I'm being careful. If you look at what I am presenting, we want to look at growth in mariculture for food fish. In fact, there's a difference between fish food and food fish. So when we talk about food fish, it is fish that is consumable. Fish that we eat is food fish. But fish food is the food that the fish eat. So I just made that little change here as food fish security in Ghana. So I will still, since this is not an examination issue, I will have to, skip some of the things that I have put there. Why mariculture? My outline. And do we have the resources to develop mariculture in the country? And who are the potential culture candidates for mariculture? What is the past and the current status of mariculture in the country? And what are the key challenges to the development of mariculture? And do we have any strategies to enhance the growth of the sector? And finally, some suggested implementation strategies. I would want to define what mariculture is, and then for the rest of the things down there, I think Prof had, spoken a lot about it, and Mr. Che. Mariculture is the farming of marine organisms in coastal waters. And Prof has also told us what coastal waters are: the marine, the sea itself, and the adjoining lagoons and estuaries. Okay. So it's simply the farming of marine organisms in coastal waters. And if you look at the definition, then obviously there is some inference as to its importance and the need for us, therefore, to develop it in this country. Okay? And the issue that there is continual declining of our capture fisheries, it has been said, because all that Prof said and Mr. Yamwa said had got to do with mainly the capture fisheries. So we have the culture fisheries and the capture fisheries. So the capture fisheries is a shared property. You go in and you go and search for fish to catch. But with culture fisheries, you want to domesticate the fish that you want to eat, right? So for these purposes, we need to embrace a mariculture. But let me talk a bit about the annual demand and the supply gap. Right? We have, in the country, we are actually net consumers of fish. Prof did show the average consumption, per capita consumption for Africa, which was just around 10 kilograms per person per year. But in Ghana, we have double that. In fact, it is around 25 kilograms of fish per person per year, while the African average is 10. So you realize that Ghana is a net consumer of. However, most of our fish that we get is from the marine environment. And our annual production, the demand for fish falls far below our annual production. So we have close to about 50% shortfall in our fish production for the populace. And therefore, aquaculture has been found to be a very good alternative that can sort of bridge the gap. For now, most of it is done through the import of frozen fish products from outside, and that also had got to do with foreign exchange, matters. And so, mariculture is something that we need to look at critically and develop it in the country. Do we have the resources to embark on this journey? Yes and no. Now let's take these few factors. We said our coastal waters stretch for 550 kilometers. From the west, which is Efaso, through to Aplau, we have a shoreline of 550 kilometers. Of course, our climatic conditions are just great for warm water species that we have, right? Now let's come to water quality. This is where we have the problem now. Now, in recent times, from the western end to somewhere, the central region, we really have this issue of pollution of our waters through illegal mining. Okay, so we say that you cannot just grow fish in any water at all. If you grow fish in bad water, the fish may be able to survive the bad water. But at the end of its survival, it comes to your plate. And so any bad thing that is in the water that it has consumed comes into you. So what is not good for man to drink is equally not good for fish to live in. The type of water that is not good for you to drink is equally not good for a fish to live in. The fish may be able to live in. Sometimes we see how green and dirty and cold the water is, but they live in. But at the end of it, they will accumulate those bad things, and it gets into you, the consumer. And so we need to be careful as to the sort of water that but we have the clean water within our country for this development. Do we also have the mariculture candidates? Do we have fish that we can develop as the culture candidate for mariculture? Yes. And do we also have the labor? Of course. Sometimes fish farmers would want to, go for cheap labor instead of going to, experts who will be more expensive. And so they would want to get even some high school dropouts and would want to offer them training and then get them on their farms and just hire a few graduates. So we have the labor, right, in abundance for this purpose. Now, if you take a look at this map, and I got this map from the lead scientist of the first shrimp farm in Ghana, Mr. A.K. Ama, all right, from Gavi Farms. It is just showing a part of the coastline of Ghana, right, just before the Volta estuary. So that is from the Dangbe West district through to Aflao that's the end of the country towards Togo. All right. So we have these zones that have been mapped, and these are zones that are conducive for mariculture. This was initially, done for shrimp culture. And so you have the zone 1, which is maybe the brown color, which is just about 49.5 square kilometers. Then the second, which is purple. The second, which is green, right down there close to the estuary, which is just about 6.6, followed by the purple, the bigger green, and we go on to that and that. All right, so these are zones that are conducive or suitable for mariculture. Now, we have not gone towards the west, to the central region, right, to do this. But, of course, there might be pockets of areas that might also be suitable for this, except for the Galamsey activity, which has made the waters very unsuitable and also emptying into the sea at places like the Pra estuary, the Ankobra estuary, where you realize that the water is just not good. Now we want to look at potential culture candidates for mariculture. And so this is just a feasibility matrix, right, that is showing the various candidates. And these, most of them have also been mentioned by Prof in his submission. Okay, so we have the shrimps. So if you take each species, we just want to look at the systems. We have, all right, the type of system that can be used for their culture. We look at how to obtain the seed or fry or PLs or spats. And these are terms that is based on whether it is a fin fish, whether it is a shrimp, whether it is a mollusk, because if you have a fin fish, let's say the tilapia is a fin fish, tilapia produces fry. They don't produce PLs or spats, okay? So for the fin fishes, we have the fry. For the shrimps, we have the PLs, and the PLs are post-larvae. And for the mollusks, like the clam and the oysters, we have the spats, all right? So how do we get this spat? Because the bottom line of any culture project is how to get your seed to sow into your ponds and then grow them to market size, right? So these are the potential candidates of fish and shellfish species that we can look at. So we have the groupers, and I'll be showing some photographs of some of them, okay? But Prof did mention. Then we have the snappers, right? So the snapper, like the red snapper, which Prof mentioned, okay? And then the gray mallet also was mentioned. The mangrove oyster, okay? Crabs, he did mention the blue leg swimming crab. And then the Volta clam, of course, and then some seaweeds. So we say in aquaculture, we are not just looking at the culture of fish or the farming of fish, but the farming of aquatic organisms. So mariculture also involves both fin and shellfish and also plants, which are the seaweeds. So we have the gray mallet, Mugilcephalus, to the top left. Then, of course, we have the red snapper, which is Lujanus fulgens. And then we have the tiger shrimp, which is Pinus monodon. And then we have a Pinophelus, which is the Gorean grouper. All right, and then we have another shrimp which is lost somewhere there, but that is the white leg shrimp, okay, which is Lithopeneus vaname. Then we also have the blue swimming crab, which was mentioned. This is also culturable. Then we have the mangrove oysters in the middle, and then we have the red seaweed, example is Gracilaria. We also have the Volta clam. The Volta clam is, though freshwater, but it moves right, or it lives between the fresh and then the marine, so brackish environment. And then we have the rainbow crab, and I think Prof will give us his Ghana name. Very good. All right. So we have the nga and the ka. Okay. Then adode. Okay. And then the oyster is called what? Is it afani? And then, all right. Yes. And so on and so forth. Okay. So these are all potential culturable candidates in our waters. Okay. So what has happened in the past? In the year 2014, the first shrimp farm, known as Gavi, was commissioned. And I remember I was there with the current president, who was then the president of the country, coming there to commission, because I was tasked by the lead scientist to come and help them, at the farm. So I was there, and I was made to even demonstrate to the president the life cycle of the shrimp, all right? So this farm started in 2014, and they were doing very well, right? But certain problems came up, and today the farm is not. We will look at it in some detail or some photographs. Then Alakle, I will not want to mention the name of the owner of the farm, okay? But I was there, and this farm was taking the PLs or the seed from Gavi to produce or to grow their shrimps. So if Gavi is no longer functioning or operational, then it means that Alakule cannot also work. But I remember the owner was also trying to establish a hatchery at Atoko, close to Angloga, but probably it was not successful. Then Fish and Feeds, it is still an operational farm, but they had wanted to also go into the space of mariculture and specifically shrimp culture. And they were also depending on the last farm, that's Dansma, who had established a farm close to Gavi, also in Adan. All right, so he was supplying the seed for Fish and Feeds. And later, he also had to run out of operation. I called him about 3 years ago, and he said he was now redesigning his hatchery. And so, he stopped operation. But with this, how were they operating? Gavi, let's take Gavi. Gavi was using the Pinus monodon, that's the tiger shrimp, because we have it local, but in low numbers in our waters. So what they were doing was that they would employ the fishermen to go and set traps in the sea and then capture the gravid female. When we talk about gravid females, we want to talk about the pregnant females. So they bring them to their hatchery, and then they try to hatch, right? They spawn them, and then they grow the PLs for some 20 days, and they let them into their grow-out ponds, right? But that is not sustainable, because Prof did mention that the fish in the wild, all right, have their spawning season. So it is only at the spawning season that you are likely to get a pregnant shrimp. Other than that, you can't get a pregnant shrimp every time of the year. In fact, one of my master's students had wanted a pregnant shrimp to look at the sort of pathogens, viral pathogens that might be associated with it. And he went out there, he never got some because he went out at the wrong time. Between January and about July, he never got. It is only around August, September, October, and that is also why it is relevant that the timing for the close season is not just any time at all, but should be at the appropriate time when the fish are spawning. And so with that sort of approach, it was difficult for them to sustain, because the best thing is for them to have their own brood stock, females and males that they can grow to adulthood, and then they can use them for their venture. So this was the farm, all right? So, the insert, the bottom right, that is the farm, just their buildings beyond a pond, all right? And if you look at the pictures, let's take the middle. They had to hire Vietnamese. In fact, it is Ghana, Vietnam. That's why it's called Gavi, all right? But then there were no experts in hatchery production or hatchery management for mariculture, for shrimps. And so they had to hire these people all the way from Vietnam to come and manage the hatchery and to hatch the shrimps for them. So this man has successfully hatched the shrimps, and the PLs, which are the larvae, he is counting into a bowl, and then the Ghanaians farmhand will then carry the bowl, right, containing the larvae, and then go and stock them into the open pond, where they'll begin to feed them until they reach market size, right? So that is fairly easier to do. But when it comes to the technicalities, we did not have the expertise. I went there for 3 days. I tried. I could not hatch. Yes, I tried. I couldn't hatch it. And he told me that I'll need to stay there for 30 days. But of course, I need to come back and teach. All right. So, but I have worked on shrimp farms, but not in shrimp hatcheries. Okay. So we need the hatchery, to be effective, to be able to succeed in our mariculture ventures. Okay. So looking at what happened with Gavi, we see certain key challenges that need to be addressed going forward. Right? Now, the first is weak technical and research capacity. And once again, I want to put this question to Prof. Nuno, okay? I know he's done a lot of work in fish biology, marine fisheries, and so and so, but whether we have taken any of the fishes to look at its potential for aquaculture or mariculture? No. No, not even one of this species has been done. Okay, so we realize that there is a gap there. The research to support the industry is not even been done. And if you also set up your shrimp farm now, or any mariculture farm, the people that you get to manage the farm for you, unless you import. So it means that we need to do something about this. And then, of course, lack of hatchery infrastructure. This man started his hatchery. He realized that it was not as effective as it ought to be, and therefore he had to shut down and then begin to redesign the hatchery, all right, because he did that not with any kind of expert's advice, but he would just go to YouTube and then try to set up things and so on and so forth. Right? Then there's limited access to marine grow-out technologies. So all that they were using was just the earthen pond system. And that place, it was so porous. The earth was so porous. So what they were doing was they were lining the pond, all right, so that the water would not seep out. So they lined the pond. But there are other technologies, the RAS system, the biofloc system. These are higher technologies that can be used. And because the shrimps, for instance, and other marine species are high-valued, organisms, if you use a higher technology, you are likely to also be able to recoup and make your money because they are expensive fish. Then environmental concerns. That is very, very important. That if we want to, develop the sector, then we also need to look at the environment because this farm was such that it was in a low-lying area, all right? And so when there is any sort of downpour, heavy rain, right, the runoff even goes, though it has not entered into their pond, but just around the pond, and the whole place gets, more or less flooded. And so it is something that we need to do. And again, when this farm was picking the PLs, picking the gravid females from the sea, all right, we also realized that the natural cycle of the shrimps is that the gravid female or the pregnant female move from the estuary into the sea and then gives birth. And then the young ones will move by the waves back into the estuary. They develop, get pregnant, and then they move back again. But we are destroying our mangroves. We are destroying the estuaries. We are polluting this, coastal waters. And so there's going to come a time that they may not even be there because they will not have any place for spawning. And they'll go extinct. So we need to develop our mariculture, industry, and very fast. All right? And of course, Mr. Yamwa talked about weak enforcement of regulations. When it comes to the mariculture and especially shrimp culture, if you don't have very strong regulations, because in the European market and the American market, they would follow your traceability. And so where did you get your larvae from? How did you grow them to market size? If you don't have the right regulations and the right standards that you need to follow, the right protocols, then you are likely not to be able to produce the shrimps and send outside. Meanwhile, they are high-valued fish, and therefore, it might not be enough for you to sell this locally. Then, of course, inadequate financing and insurance schemes, even those in the freshwater end that are doing the culture of the tilapia and the catfish, still we don't have any form of insurance coverage because insurance companies are not yet, prepared to support this industry because there are certain things that they ought to also do to qualify them for that. So that is another area, right, to access funds, and then insurance is not there currently. So what are the strategies to enhance growth? I think the first thing I have put there is how research can support the industry. Okay, so research and development is very, very important because the fish species and the shrimp species that I have put there, we haven't done any kind of work on them, apart from the monodon shrimp, right? We haven't done any work on any of the others to know their potential as culture candidates. So we need to do a lot. And I term it, or I have, coined the word timing, okay? Where T is for technologies. We need to research into technologies, innovations that meet the industry's need for growth. So that is what we researchers need to look at, that we have to develop the technologies and innovations that will meet the industry's need and help them to grow. Then investment in hatchery development. Without a hatchery, and with the hatchery, you also have to have a brood stock program. Without that, there is no way that the industry can be sustained. So we really need investment into hatchery development for mariculture in the country. And of course, capacity building, because right with all our training here, we don't train in mariculture, right? Most of what we do here is freshwater aquaculture. And so we need to go into that space now and develop our graduates into the mariculture space. Then site zoning and environmental planning, just as we did for the, or has been done for the eastern part, from the Dangbe West district through to Aplau, it needs to be done across the country so that we have places that has the potential for development of mariculture. Then we need to promote public-private partnership. It's very, very important. So we can, especially when it comes to funds, okay, the private person will come in with the funds and then we go on. Then improve interagency collaboration. That is very important. And we have the Ghana National Aquaculture Development Plan, which spans 2024 to 2028. And we need to ensure that mariculture features in this plan because it generally has aquaculture, and mariculture is a subset of aquaculture. I think that the ministry, and for that matter, the commission, have to make sure, and of course, we have had interaction with the executive director of the Fisheries Commission, and he thinks that the University of Ghana should position ourselves towards mariculture development in the country. So we will work at that. Then finally, what are the suggested implementation strategies? I think that we need to start with some pilot projects for selected species. Let's try them and see how successful that will be. But in doing that, we need, to use adaptive management and strong community engagement. What that means is that let the community be part of what we are doing, and let them also be able to, spawn and do everything that the expert or the scientist can do. Let them also be able to do it, and then they feel that they are part of this project and can replicate it in their own way to go into their individual businesses. So we need to prioritize hatchery development, which has been said, because we cannot always depend on the wild seed for aquaculture development when it comes to all these species. Then we need to monitor our water quality and basic animal health. We have to get a fish or aquatic animal health diagnostic center, right, where we could attend to issues when it comes to disease infestation, because fish also get sick. Then we need to have some linkages of the pilot facilities with the market, actors, because sometimes in the freshwater space, somebody says that I have grown my catfish, I have about 10,000 of them, but I don't have the market for them. This is what we need to avoid and make sure that even before we take off, the market, a space is created for people to have market for their end product. Thank you at the end of my presentation very much.
Prof, quite an interesting presentation. Maybe from here, some of us may think about the business of mariculture and figure out how we can address the gaps that he's identified and the suggested solutions. We'll take a couple of questions and then we move to our next speaker. So Prof will be ready for a couple of questions from you or comments. I hope we are not tired. Prof, you have explained and shared the experiences so clearly that we don't have. I don't assume, because I understood. If I did, I'm sure everybody would. Right. So we thank you so much for the clarity you brought to the topic, and we are hopeful that as you continue to share the knowledge, the gaps that exist within our system will be able to plug it. Our next speaker will be speaking on the topic seaward evaluation of the effectiveness of defense structures along the beachfront communities in Ghana. We are very happy to have with us this evening, late afternoon, Emmanuel Klubi, who is a principal research assistant in the Department of Marine Fishery Sciences at the University of Ghana, which is here with us as well. He has a BSc in Oceanography and Fisheries, an MPhil in Nuclear and Radiochemistry, and is currently a PhD candidate in Oceanography and Limnology. He has a number of peer-reviewed publications, and one of the interesting things he'll be sharing with us today is an area that is very dear to his research goals and interests. So join me to welcome Emmanuel Klubi as he'll be speaking on the next aspect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A lot I've said about fisheries and the laws and the governance of the ocean. So I'm here to talk about the gaps. I've come to research what are the data, what can we talk to, what are the evidence. So my job here is to just give an outline of what I've found during the objectives of one of my research along the eastern coast of Ghana, the central coast of Ghana. So see what evaluation of the effectiveness of defense structures along the beachfront communities of Ghana. This is a thorny issue because it became a now emerging issue along the coastal area of Ghana, not even Ghana alone, the whole West Africa. So, as I just said, this is what we have. I call it the big laboratory. We have the cry for coastal inundation, flooding, and tidal, and what have you, impacting the coastline. So what do we do so in the response to the cry, we have a different structure in terms of beach revetment structure. So again, the local guys have to do their own activity. They have to fish, they have to their livelihood. So as we see there, there's a boat, wooden boat on the rock, which is very unimaginable, because how can we be parking a boat on a rock at the beach? It was envisaged that the protection wall will kind of give us a seaward beach, so that then they can then operate their activity. But this is what is happening now. So that taking into what is the coastal environment and what do we define by the coastline or the coastal zone. In short, the coastal zone just includes the shoreline that are built over time by continuous supply of sediment from rivers, especially the estuaries, then surface runoff, and then also the wind-driven sediment into the coastline. The coastal zone are also part of the natural ecosystem that adapt to dominant variables. Over time, it could be both physical or biological over geological frame time. So that's any observed changes within the segment of the coastline could be indicators of these anthropogenic activities that are impacting the coastline. So for West Africa, the coastal community along the Atlantic Ocean are continuously exposed to episodic hazard with economic hardship and environmental stress. So these are some of the cry from the community, and we have seen it copiously. However, from scientific point of view, this are linked to the openness of the coastline. That's said that the waves are breaking close to the shoreline, driving sediment in the west-east direction, and also the curtailment of sediment by multiple dams, and then even the built-up community along the coastline. This has affected the sediment cell system and imbalance in the sediment transport, resulting in the continuous degradation of the West Africa coastline. So the intervention policies, again, from the first picture that I showed, this is the second picture, the people have to continue their livelihood activity. So are we throwing solution to coastal problems, or we are solving it? Because this cannot be a fishing ground, or the beach stay is normally done along the coast, not on a rocky coast. So the coastal intervention policies over the years yield limited sources due to continuous unstable nature of the shoreline. So Ghana is currently trying to have multiple port constructions, preventing walls and grounds. This could further threaten social and economic culture of the beachfront communities and also the coexistence. It is important to indicate that the coastal development project should be synchronized with the mechanical interaction between the winds, the wave sediment and the shoreline, as well as the ecosystem fashion. This indicates that there's a need for the law to be implemented or to be formulated with the coastal in mind, or what do we have to do if we come to defense structures? We just go and put borders there, then we go. So environmental impact assessment alone could not be the solution when it comes to implementation of the coastal policies. Therefore, should go beyond that. Once you do the placement of any revetment wall, there should be a need for follow-up to see what actually is doing over there in the coastal environment. So naturally, different systems of coastal are based on sediment supply and littoral transport. The littoral transport, as I mentioned already, is the longshore current flow that from the west to the east. That at times does reverse from the east to the west of Ghana. That the coastline could be considered as an equilibrium position and being controlled by natural processes like ocean volume adjustment and sediment supply to the coastline. So the footprint of coastal evolution over the years, if you go to the coastal margins, you could see Bar Beach lagoons, which are very close to the sea. So those are some of the footprints of the evolution of the coastline. Then there's also an argument that the Kita Lagoon complex, it could also be a back beach lagoon, because it has been documented that sediment that blew the coastline through the Volta River have been dammed. So therefore, that leads to a curtailment of sediment or supply to the coastline. And therefore, this is affecting the cell system. In other words, the sediment coming into the coastline is being curtailed, and therefore there's a lack of sediment to build the coastline. Therefore, the coastline or the east coastline is then being eroded because the lack of sediment supply from the Volta River into the eastern coast of Ghana. So what is the problem? So as I've said already, globally, we are talking about the global warming, which is stemmed from the human activities to the greenhouse, the carbon dioxide being released into the environment. And this is causing the thermal expansion of the seawater. So then the seawater, in just a simplified language, is overtopping its boundary, which is the coastline. Whale bleaching and episodic tidal floodings are now become a norm because they're supposed to be occurring within certain time range, maybe 10 years or 5 years, but this time they occur even within months. So what has been that the bleaching of the waves and tides is just energy that's being imparted into the ocean. So this energy is being transported from the ocean and then be released at the coastline. We know that energy can neither be created or destroyed. So whatever energy goes into the sea is being released at the coastline. There's a reduction by dams, as I said already. Then the coastal development projects. We have the EPA have some laws at 1994 at 409, the Environmental Regulation Law, LI 1652. These are supposed to govern the development projects along the coastline. However, over the years, government intervention policies, there are no follow-up to see what they are doing or what is being put there to do. We just leave there to eat fate. So that's the problem we have in our hand. So it comes to the objective of the study to assess the effectiveness of defense structure, seawater, Amina, and Anumabu coastline in the central region of Ghana. The specific objective to evaluate the bathymetric profile within near shore and close to the defense structure, also assess the bed load of the system. So by materials emitted, we kind of, I choose two transects, one at Amina, close to the Anumabu, and then close to Amina. So I surveyed the bathymetric profile using EchoSounder for 12-kilometer transit of the coastline. So these are the details of the methodology. So to follow, so somebody else can also replicate this. In the scientific world or scientific community, your work should be replicable, or another person can take your methodology and be able to replicate it. So the 12-kilometer transit of the coast of both Anumabu and Elmina have divided into 6 segments. Then we kind of pinpoint the hotspots near the coastline. So the breaker point is chosen, that's a safe area, that's how far you can go into the sea, because after a breaker point, if you go there, that's where the sea swell and then break into swashes, into a swell zone and then beach at the shore. So that point was chosen up to 0.5 kilometers, so that the distance for the first point. Then we increase it stepwise to the greater distance, that to cover the 12 kilometer offshore, the Amina, and then Anumabu coastline. Now for the data processing, we have to be very mindful of the data that we are churning out. So data have to go through a bit of cleaning. You have to clean the data, make sure that you remove all the errors so that whatever you are producing mimic the environment. So by way, the spike that we see over there in Fig 2B, that's the bathymetric profile. So, however, we need to remove the noise, the spike. Those long lines are the noise in the data need to be removed. So by removing this data, then you can session the data properly. So I can then compare the monthly data collections. So that can give you vivid description of the area. So by doing that, you have to go another stage. Of course, you have to correct for the tide the tile level. If you're taking bitumen data, you need to correct for the tile levels. Very, very key. If you don't do that, there'll be so much error in your data. Then we throw in the Borgi equation for the beach profile equation. The beach profile equation is just is assuming that the beach have slope. So that have been modeled over the years by the Bruns and then the Dean. They came out of this equation. Then Borgi take it up and then modify and rectify it. So I just have adapted this model, then I use it to compare the data. So the figure 3 is just showing the data. The blue zigzag line, that's the actual bathymetry of the area. Then when you use the model, you can then draw a line that cut across, indicating the mean of the depths. So they give you a very good background of the data. Then we don't do that one alone. We have to compare what your model data with the actual data running another script, which I didn't show here. But all the models and then the actual data are very close, so they are acceptable if you put it in the model. Now we go to another stage of the data processing. So we did this work for 12 months, starting from March 2022 to February 2023. So there is no data for us to compare. So we benchmark the data to the first data point, that's the March data. Then the previous one, let me just compare. So the C4 settlement depth changes were then subtraction from the previous one, from the initial one, divided by the original 1 times 100. This is just a simple equation just to give us what we are looking for in this system, in respect to what is going on at the Emina coastline and then the Anamabu. So doing all this, then we can now go to the results. There's a notion that you have the chef. Normally the continental chef, if it's a continental chef, to me, I think we are making a bit of mistake. Because a chef is supposed to be a flat. So continental chef, to me, I think we have to revisit that point to put in a proper context. Because it's a sloping bottom. It's not like a flattened bottom. And therefore, that assumption, that's maybe giving the idea to go and do the different structures, that by building up retention walls along the coastline. And if you do that, because the wave is interacting with the bottom and turning the sediment into the water column, and the currents are moving, then it's removing the sediment from the coastline. So what's happening is that you are just digging, the sea is digging under your defense structure. And then in the long term, your defense structure will collapse. As some of the defense structure have collapsed already. You have seen that. So that's that explanation of this graph. Then, so we are now comparing the depth variations between the two study area. So the Amina, if you go through from the first point to the last point, if it's 12 kilometer, it varies between 5 to about 22 meter depths of water. Then that of Anamabu is between 4 to 19 depths of 22 meter depths of water. So in comparison, Amina is a bit deeper compared to that of Anamabu area, if you are talking about the 12 kilometer distance from the coastline. Then we look at what we are looking for. Whether the grinds or the venting waters put at the Amina is working or is not working, or how is it working? So what's the effectiveness of these different structures along the coastline? So the first segment, which is 0 to 500 meters, you could see there's a deepening. We have the negative value over there from the initial point, indicating that that place is getting deeper. However, as you move a bit further, it's getting shallower, or something is being built up, so that erosion and deposition happening within that segment. Then we move further, between 1,500 to 3,000 meters, we have other erosion and deposition at the same time. Then if we move further, we are now having erosion. erosion all the way to the 12 kilometer. Then if you compare to that of Anumabo, we see a bit of a spike of a blue line at the initial, that's the 0 line. That's what we call deposition. Then if you move a bit further, you have erosion. You move further, you have erosion and deposition. You go a bit, you have both erosion and deposition happen. Then within the 6,000 to 9,000 meters, we have erosion happening. Then 9 to the 12 kilometer, we have deposition. So if you do the arithmetic by comparison, we could see that the Anumabo is having a bit of less sediment erosion compared to Elmina, who is having a lot of negatives. So what is this graph saying? So we look at this way because we take the data over the months. So how the months are doing and how the system is doing. As I said earlier, the Elmina area, which is the blue, is deepening. That means what we call toe erosion. So I'm not saying that the defense structure is not working, but what's happening now there is when the wave come and they show up and then hit and then it's going to swashes, that's when it break and hit the wall. It actually collides with the defense structure. Then the ricochet of the waters cause turbulence over there. This agitate the bottom where the sediment, which is a loose material, then it's being moved away. So we know that they can move in the east direction. However, this is showing that sediment is also moving in the southward direction. So it's moved from the coastline into the far distance away from the coastline. So that's what this graph is telling us. Then in the case of Anumabo, the green line or the green shade, sediment is being pushed a bit to the coastline. Then if you move a bit further to maybe 200 meters, sediment is being moved or removed from the seabed. We don't know where it's going. It could be either moving in the lateral direction or it's moving seaward direction, or it could be also moving towards the coastline. Then we look at the metal variations. We could see there are a lot of spike in the data. The middle dot line, that's the benchmark, that's the match data. So if we use that as our comparison, then we consider some months are doing very well. We have sediment deposition. Some months we are having sediment erosion along the sediment of the transit. So that's the first transit. Then we go to the next transit. That gives us a good picture. So from the first picture, from here we see that sediment is moving towards the greater distance from the coastline. So if you look at this, just a continuation of that. Therefore, Anumabo is also a bit of continuation of that, but at a reduced level. The months are doing a bit of spikes, especially in August, September, and October thereabouts. There's a lot of sediment built up in the system. And this, from literature, we know that the month of July, August are the upwelling seasons. So a work done by Piani Adu et al. Indicate that during the upwelling period, we have a lot of sediment being churned along the coastline. So that could be, this could explain why we have high sediment deposition in those months. I said earlier, from the beginning of the study, we're supposed to have the Anumabo as the control point. However, with time, with the 6 months in the data collection, there was a defense structure from the adjoining community. That's cross that of the Anumabo coastline. The Brewer community, they have a sea defense structure. Then on top of that, they are having a port or fishing port over there. So that could explain why the remaining part of the month from November up to February, we are having negative value. So we could say that the intervention policy at the Brewer towards the Anumabo is now having effect on semi-transport, as we see in this month. Then we move on to a deeper area. Again, it's just a continuation. However, there is a bit of play here where Elmina is having the position between 2,000 to 3,000 meters distant from the coastline. Same is replicated for the Anumabo area. If you look at the match variations, it's not that different from the first and the second segment. And also Anumabo is also repeating the same scenario in this segment of the transit. Then we move further to the deeper areas. Again, we are having different scenarios here. We are having negative. We are in a negative, indicating that this area suddenly is being moved further away from the coastline. But that of Anumabo is limited. It's not that much. Then, if you see the variations in the Met, again, it's also the same procedure that's being repeated over and over. However, there's a jump in the data of Anumabo where we have a high spike. So that could be another thing that we have to look at. So what is causing that particular Met to be an outlier in terms of when the data is compared to each other? Because when you are doing data analysis, you have to see whether there's any variation or deviation from the data point. So that again shows a high spike, which is something that we need to interrogate further. I think what actually is happening at Anumabo area. We know Anumabo area have oil rig. So is that oil rig kind of having any sediment being piled up or whatever is going? We don't have any idea yet because there are no much literature about that. Work done by Peglo Eta on radionucleus over there that show a bit of the sediment quality over there, but didn't report on the sediment characteristics along that environment. Then we move further into the deeper waters. I may call deeper water because that's what the data show. Again, this segment is also in the negative. And then we are having a lot of hike in September, August, September data. And the same thing applied to Anumabo area. So indicating that there are a lot of variation in the system that we don't have control over. However, the anthropogenic activities along the coastline could also be having effects in the system. So sediment movement could be in different forms. The known one is being disputed here because if the sediment is moving from the west to the east direction, then it should be reflecting in this data. But however, we are having a different scenario being churned out here. For the last segment, this is a bit implicated, but it can be explained. We see the Anumabo having, in the green, having positive sediment deposition, indicating that sediment is being built up in this environment. However, that of Anumabo continue to lose sediment. We look at the metal variations, all in the negative. Look at as we go deeper, we are losing sediment from the Elmina coastline. However, as we go deeper and deeper, Anumabo is playing between sediment deposition and then sediment erosion at the seabed. So these are some of the things we should be aware of when we are implementing coastal defense structures. In conclusion, defense structure along Elmina coastline is causing seawater sediment transport from the coastline and could pose threat to Elmina community. Sediment transport towards Anumabo coastline may lead to overtopping of the Anumabo coastline, as happened in the Kita. Kita we are having sediment toppling over, then Shamatu we have sediment toppling over. The toppling over means sediment is being moved, sediment is being moved towards the coastline, and therefore is burying the houses along the coastline. Offshore Elmina coastline demonstrates sediment sink. So sediment sink, that sediment is being moved away. As for Anumabo demonstrates sediment recirculations. So that's what the summary of these objectives of my research on the defense structure in the central region of Ghana. What are some of the recommendations from this work? Just to prevent wars as defense structure of coastline protection should be minimized. It's very important, because if we don't do that, what is happening is like the mina is getting deeper. Once it's getting deeper, that means it's getting, sediment is being moved away. So you are going to have the whole of the community just sliding into the deep waters over there. Then the whole community is gone. So we need to pay attention to the coastal developmental structures. Defense structures should be constructed in such a way to allow enough swell zone and sediment supply into the sub zone. The swell zone is the zone when the wave break, it just move in swashes, it move in ripples, then hit the coastline and clap gently and then come back. However, if you have upwards waters hitting the coastline, it will be causing a lot of havoc to the system. This is one of the studies, so multiple studies should be done on other parts of the country. Also, formulation of laws to govern governmental projects within coastal segments and monitoring of same by relevant institutions. These are some of my references, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klubi, for sharing the data. For those of us who don't like seeing graphs, I'm sure we've seen enough this evening. But it's very interesting to understand how the different movements and defense structures within our oceans actually, or water bodies, actually impact the movement of sediments. Maybe from these two scenarios, if we applied it across all the coastline, we might have some relevant information to deal with what we were discussing earlier related to aquaculture, because there's direct and indirect influences that take place. If we have any questions for him, he will take them, and then we'll move to the next and last speaker. Yes, somebody at the back, if you can send a microphone.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Oheni Janadai Bunsu. I'm from Lesiad. I have two questions and then a suggestion. For those of us who are untrained in your field, we could see that you've gathered a lot of knowledge, but it's very difficult for us to really picture it because we are not at the seashore. So I would suggest that maybe you can use a 3D rendition of a sort to demonstrate this clearly to the untrained mind and eye so we can better appreciate it. Now my question is, if this is what is happening at the coastal line, then first of all, what went into the recommendation to use this kind of defense project at the coast, if this really is the effect? Because it's like we are pushing money into a program or a project that is still not achieving the desired results. And then you did make a recommendation of how these things should be built. I don't know whether you could further explain exactly how they need to be built so that they can achieve the desired results. And then the second question is actually to the earlier speaker, Prof. Ado. He mentioned that, yes, it's to you, Prof. Ado. He mentioned that at one of the hatcheries, we had to bring in Vietnamese expert to be able to hatch whatever it was. And the recommendation was that he needed 30 days to be able to learn how to do it. But because of his teaching engagement, he couldn't. Now, I just want to find out from Prof if in hindsight he thinks that he should have stayed for that 30 days to learn how to do it. Because the criticism against those of us in academia is usually the fact that we have a lot of knowledge, but sometimes we don't have hands-on training or practical experience as to how certain things get done. So if really there was such an opportunity, I'm thinking, Prof, would it have been okay if you had stayed? Perhaps the university should have looked for some alternative for your classes, and then you would have had that hands-on training. Perhaps you could pass on to future generations. Just an afterthought. If you have a response to that, I'll be grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I wouldn't have left if we had no question for Prof. Samadu.
All right, so for the skill or the expertise in the spawning of the shrimp, the type of technology that they were using was also not that modern. And because what they were doing were using the eye abrasion. What the eye abrasion method means is that, the shrimps have eye stalks. The eyes are on top of their, more like their rostrum, sort of. So you would have to cut, all right, the eye off and then put it back in the water. And then by the following day, you will see the, the larvae, okay, having been spawned. All right, so I don't know the kind of technique because they used, of course, blade. I took the blade, I looked at it, I also cut it. A lot of them, and put them there. I mean, the following day, they were happy. Nobody had spawned, right? So when I asked them, he said it might take, and what he meant by that was maybe to keep trying and that sort of thing. But I think that there are newer and better technologies for spawning the shrimp that we should rather be concerned, about. And one thing about those Vietnamese, in fact, they were not lettered. They couldn't write nor read. They had not been to school, but it's just on the job, and that is the sort of labor that was also easier for, the farm to import, because of financial considerations. Yeah.
So if I can respond to
yes,
what
Mr.
recommendation go into this type of projects. Different structures have started earlier in Egypt along the Nile River over the years. So that's the history. Then it moved to Romans started, then it's now all over because of the coastal erosions. So these structures, we need to have enough data, background data, before you can go into this work. So for me, what's happening in Ghana here is the push from the community, because the community is being inundated, the flooding. I think it's last week, the president has commissioned the one at near Voja area. So they're going to do defense structure over there. It's the push. So also the problem that we don't have the equipment. What I use there is a single echo sounder, which I use for the data. How many of us, or how many students have the echo sounder? Now we are even trying to improvise with fish finder, which is not made for echo sounder, it's made for looking for fish. So that's the constraint we have in the system. So data is actually that drive some of these projects. Now, the best way to do this, we realized that we have to mimic nature. I mean, nature have demonstrated several times that if you talk of the sea level rise or climate change, some scholars say that it's not today, it's been there in times immemorial. So it's just like a cycle that's going on. So that's why I throw in that kind of caveat that if you look at the coastal, but even from Senegal or Liberia, all the way to Nigeria, we have the coastal dunes, we have the lagoons, we have the wetlands. What are their purpose? It could mean, or it could be that when you have climate change or there's a sea level rise, this space that's within the wetlands, and then the lagoons will provide the space for the sea water to move in. Now that we are encroaching and certain this ecosystem, when the water is rising, where does it go? And I said that the coastline is in equilibrium. So equilibrium means there are some levels of adjustment. So if you encroach on the equilibrium boundaries or margins, I mean, nature will not, forgive you. To come back to it. And also what is fueling the climate change is the carbon dioxide being released into the environment. From the nuclear perspective, these carbon have long chains. So when heat is being imparted into this carbon, it causes vibrations, exciting. Exciting that means you are unstable, so you become stable. So they radiate back the heat to the earth. So that's causing the warming of the globe. And therefore, the ice at the polar regions, the permafrost are being augmented and contributing to the volume of the sea. So that's the background to the scenario of the sea level rise. That's another school of thought. But I don't have all the facts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klubi. And in order for us to stay on time, and we're almost getting to the end, but we're still very privileged to have our last speaker, who will be giving us some understanding of the social and cultural implications of legal frameworks for fisheries governance in West Africa. This is one of the most important things when you are in a law school like this. We've been talking all over and discussing law from the first topic, and it looks like the law seems to always be part of the problem and also the solution. So it's good that we can look at the legal frameworks and the governance issues at this point. And to do this for us will be Stephanie Shandorf, who at the moment is the Associate Director for Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute and has worked as a researcher in the field of ocean governance and marine security. In almost 8 years, she has served as a panelist on some ad hoc expert groups for the contribution and finalization of the draft annexes to the Lomé Charter, and has also been very instrumental in dealing with a lot of the issues related to this field. She is one of the Young African Leaders Program fellows at the European University Institute, and has spent quite a lot of time in research in supporting both the University of Copenhagen on their project related to counter-piracy infrastructures in the Gulf of Guinea, which is an important. So join me, at least for the next 20 minutes, to try to use the law as the problem and the solution in governing this very important sector, looking at it from the social and cultural part.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor. Just a slight point of correction that I'm no longer the Associate Director of the Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute. I used to be a couple of years back. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak on this platform alongside esteemed and distinguished academics, professors, and scholars in the field. So this presentation that I'm going to give highlights some of the major issues arising from my PhD research on the unintended social and cultural consequences of fisheries regulation and enforcement in Ghana and across the sub-region. And while there are so many varied facets of my study, what I hope to do here today is to draw on green criminological perspectives to show how we can reframe existing findings on these social and cultural effects, and then perhaps dig a little deeper to unearth more meaningful insights. Next slide, please. So to kick things off, I think if there's one thing that might be common here, following all the sessions we've had, it's likely a shared understanding of the significance of fisheries to West African livelihoods and the role of fisheries as a vital source of food and income for millions of West Africans, both coastal and inland. And there are several statistics from varying sources that reinforce this understanding. Next slide, please. But along with such immense importance usually comes complex challenges. And in the context of fisheries, this ranges from what is typical of the tragedy of the commons, we've talked about this already, the harvesting of fisheries resources with little regard to future stocks, along with IUU fishing and its transnational organized crime linkages, to intensifying competition from industrial vessels, and then to the looming specter of climate change, and then also to displacement resulting from coastal erosion, displacement resulting from industrial encroachment, and then from increased maritime traffic. Next slide, please. So, as policymakers started awakening to these issues, there was this gradual elevation of fisheries offenses beyond the realm of management concerns. And this, in turn, facilitated the development of legal frameworks for criminalizing these fisheries offenses. Of course, to a large extent, this has been good, at least in terms of securing international cooperation and action on fisheries governance issues. But there's another side to this, and that is the fact that in order to justify the need for coordinated international responses, there was this bias towards issues concerning IUU and associated transnational organized crime. Now, these crime-focused governance approaches might be great for targeting organized criminal networks, but then they may also end up overlooking other less visible issues, such as the ecological damage that's caused by large-scale operations that may be technically legal, yet environmentally destructive. Or perhaps they may even result in us criminalizing local subsistence fishers who violate regulations out of economic necessity, rather than addressing the actual problems, the systemic drivers of overfishing and these unsustainable practices. So the result is that we have a very skewed understanding of who victims and perpetrators are. We might end up positioning fishing communities as offenders rather than recognizing them as victims of broader environmental degradation, and even victims of regulatory systems that fail to account for their cultural and livelihood dependencies. And we'll come back to this issue of victimization later in the presentation. But next slide, please. All these contentions are compounded by, I think you can hit next again. Yeah. So all these contentions are compounded by the profound sociocultural significance of fishing in numerous coastal communities. We have already heard from previous speakers about these sociocultural ties. And they are not found only in West African contexts. I think one of the mistakes I made as a researcher starting out in this was to think this is characteristic only of African countries or West African countries. But we see these strong sociocultural ties in other countries like South Africa, even in landlocked states. We see it in Zambia, we see it in countries like Bangladesh, Iceland, Norway, Mexico, Brazil, and the Philippines. Next slide, please. So for these communities, fishing is much more than a source of income. I think I have. Okay, let me go on. For these communities, fishing is much more than a source of income. Fishing has been described as a legacy, a life project, an entire way of life that is deeply tied to the self-identity of the individuals in the fishing communities. And fisherfolk have been found to play a very central role in this, in even connecting the present with historical and traditional identity in several coastal towns. So for these coastal towns, you find that the history of the town is embedded in the fisherfolk. The history of the town is the history of the fisherfolk. The rhythms and the routine of fishing remake the identities of the people in the community, sometimes even on a daily basis, right? So in what ways can regulations interact with the sociocultural parameters in fishing communities? We'll stay on this slide. Well, there's at least some evidence to show that West African states have been increasingly expanding their fisheries governance framework. So between 2018 and 2023, we had about 10 draft legal texts produced in about 4 different West African countries under one initiative alone. And just in the past month, Ghana has adopted a new Fisheries and Aquaculture Act. But given the nature of fishing communities, this also means that the effects of these regulations are more or less mediated by the very same social and cultural factors. It's almost as if these social and cultural factors form a barrier that make it very difficult for us to identify what the direct effects of fisheries regulations are. So you find that these effects are mediated by the social and cultural factors, but at the same time, there's a secular relationship because they also have unintended effects on these same social and cultural characteristics of the fishing communities. Next slide, please. So what are some of the effects that have been identified in the literature? Next. In no particular order, we can talk about systematic displacement, which could be spatial, temporal, or socioeconomic. I'll touch on these very briefly. So spatial displacement, think, for instance, about out-migration of fishers migrating out of fishing communities in search of better prospects, and how this can perhaps result in increasing conflicts or social tensions between the locals and then the migrant fishers. Consider, for instance, the effects of the migration of Sierra Leonean and Ghanaian fishers, because it is a common trait amongst us, especially since fishers across both nationalities are known to be highly migratory. Of course, while such out-migration can occur as a result of the seasonal nature of fishing, it's just, fishers following the tide, chasing the fish, they can also result from both restrictive regulations, that's regulations, for instance, aimed at reducing fishing efforts, and from poorly enforced regulations. In terms of spatial displacement, you can also think of MPAs, marine protected areas, redirecting fishing pressure to unprotected areas. If one area is protected, perhaps the tendency might then be to move to areas that are less protected. We can think of individual transferable quotas resulting in a migration from coastal areas and a general decline in local commercial activity in those coastal areas. The study I've cited there, Chambers et al., is a Western example, is an example of Icelandic fishing communities. But it would be interesting to find out whether similar regulations might have the same effects on West African coastal populations. And then even scaling up to the global level, we can even think of how greater state restrictions, for instance, in the EEZs, in the exclusive economic zones of coastal states, might lead to a concentration of fishing pressure on the high seas, or the reverse, how perhaps increased enforcement on the high seas might displace efforts to coastal states that have weaker regulations. And then we can also talk briefly about temporal displacement. Think of closed seasons resulting in a race to fish once the season is reopened. And then socioeconomic displacement, which in a sense is cross-cutting because it can definitely be spatial as well. But that has to do with fishers being forced to abandon their livelihoods wherever they are. They might remain spatially in their communities, but they are forced to abandon their livelihoods as a result of marine protected areas or marine sanctuaries. And then there's the issue of environmental and social injustices. I will hone in on just one aspect of this, which is unequal impact and systemic exclusion. So regulations can disrupt established livelihood patterns. It can reduce the economic opportunities and then perhaps even disproportionately increase the vulnerability of coastal communities. I think I have a few examples of how this is so coming up. But just under the idea of systemic exclusion, think of how politically connected actors may end up receiving preferential treatment, preferential livelihood support during enforcement of regulations like closed seasons. And this is something that was identified during past closed seasons in Ghana and also in other communities, coastal communities in different parts of Africa. But it was also found in Bangladesh following the establishment of species-specific sanctuaries where some community members were actually excluded from compensatory mechanisms due to power imbalances. Right. Next slide, please. And then we can also talk about cultural erosion. And under this, identity conflicts, where fishers refuse alternative livelihoods or alternative employment due to the cultural barriers that they face, or simply due to the fact that fishing is so connected to their sense of self-worth that it is difficult for them to find those connections, that sense of self-worth, in other forms of work. And then there's the issue of abandonment of traditional stewardship practices. So traditional fishing practices apparently remain relatively strong in Ghana, but there are some studies that have reported a disregard of some of the fishing taboos, like the no fishing on Tuesday, which was once, strictly observed across the coastal communities. So it does suggest that there might be a breakdown of the traditional fisheries management systems. Again, I think it's important to be aware that these traditional practices, such as the taboos and even the partnership systems that we find are so prevalent in coastal communities in Ghana and across the sub-region, they are themselves always in a state of flux, right? So there can be widespread violation of them or even adaptation in response to economic pressures. As the pressures change, you might find the fishers changing their behavior as well. And then the final point is the disruption of intergenerational knowledge transfer. So we have this gradual loss of ecological knowledge and knowledge transfer as traditional practices are neglected. And then that brings me to another category of social and cultural effects, maladaptation. And this happens when external regulations do not align sometimes with local practices. And so you have the fishers or the individuals in coastal communities adapting in ways that have adverse effects on the communities. So there's an example I came across in the literature where Western notions of gender and household in fisheries management drove certain projects in Cape Coast. And as a result, there was disharmony and mistrust amongst fish traders because the projects were not really aligned with what held within those coastal communities. And what's worse was that amongst the fishers, there were even more desperate attempts to catch more fish following the initiative. And then we've already talked about this, but you can also think of how failure of alternative livelihood initiatives that are aimed at mitigating adverse regulatory effects might occur partly because of how fishing is a life project in these coastal communities. So fishers are trained from when they are really young, and this is more or less what they grow up in. And so they have limited opportunities to learn or engage in other skills or trades. Then the final category of effects I'll talk about is contested illegality. And this happens when formal regulations, such as closed seasons, gear restrictions, and so on, are perceived as illegitimate or maybe even ineffective by coastal communities, especially when they do not involve these communities or when they fail to incorporate local knowledge or when they fail to engage with traditional authority or even consider customary practices. So you find that this often leads to non-compliance and illegalities, as well as an erosion of the formal governance structures that you expect to guide actions in the community. So these effects I've talked about are really cross-cutting. They don't function in isolation. You find that the explanations even intersect at different points. Next slide, please. So I mentioned at the start of the presentation that I would be looking at this from green criminology perspectives. I'll be really fast. So the question that comes to mind is, what has green criminology got to do with all of this? Well, green criminology, for me, offers a very powerful analytical framework that allows us to reframe some of these findings across the effects that we've talked about. So I'll just briefly touch on 3 reasons why this is so. So first, green criminology considers power, harms, and crimes as interrelated concepts. Let me explain. Green criminology will probe into whether certain legal frameworks or crime definitions serve the interests of powerful actors or tend to maintain existing power structures and social imbalances. And it will also look at the idea of social harm resulting from these regulations. So you see, it gives us a more holistic lens to look at regulations. If there are certain things that we criminalize in the fisheries industry, is it because those things, those activities truly need to be criminalized, or does it reinforce certain power structures that already exist in the country and in those communities? So from perspectives such as these, the exclusion of fishers from receiving livelihood support during close seasons, the example I talked about earlier, for instance, should be interrogated not just simply as an administrative failure, but maybe as manifestations of how power structures might determine whose livelihoods matter during these conservation initiatives or conservation interventions. It's also about looking into how power might shape criminalization processes. So, for example, do powerful institutions like governments and large corporations leverage their authority to construct definitions of crime that shield their own destructive or corrupt practices, while maybe even penalizing the survival strategies of vulnerable populations? And then second, green criminology draws our attention to issues of victimization. And I did mention victimization earlier. It's easy to consider IUU and other forms of fisheries crime as victimless. So it makes you wonder, are there really any victims when fisheries resources are harvested unsustainably? Well, yes, if legally permissible fishing activities like, say, bottom trawling cause significant harm to coastal populations because of the effects, then the argument is that a new category of victims emerge. So green criminology calls for us to legitimize the experiences of these coastal populations as victims and to recognize how their health, their cultural practices, and their well-being are damaged by marine environmental degradation. And it also calls for us to recognize victims of environmental harms as legitimate victims. They are legitimate, they are deserving of attention, and they are deserving of frameworks that can support them, protect them, and they are also deserving of social recognition. Now, this broader analytical scope allows researchers like myself to be able to perhaps examine how regulatory systems themselves, how these laws themselves can generate victims through exclusion, through marginalization, through prioritization of certain environmental values over community needs, and then to explore the ability of our criminal justice systems to protect these victims. So back to the example of discriminatory distribution of livelihood support during close seasons that I've been running with. We can think of how regulatory systems can systemically victimize vulnerable populations twice. First, through the economic deprivation that's caused by fishing restrictions in the first place. And then second, through their exclusion from the compensatory mechanisms that are designed to mitigate that harm. And then third, and also linked to the two previous points, is that green criminology places a strong emphasis on sociocultural parameters, which in the first place means that probing into the social and cultural effects of fisheries regulations is already a step in the right direction. But it also prompts us to look deeper. So how might these social and cultural factors shape how coastal communities perceive state authority? We talked about contested illegality earlier. Fishers might actually neglect or reject regulations that they think are unrealistic given their context, or that they believe to be unjust. And in the same way, the very social bonds and traditions that strengthen togetherness in fishing communities, what we usually refer to as social cohesion, may actually encourage them to fail to comply with restrictions like closed seasons, or it may limit them from beneficial adaptive behaviors. And this ties in with the issue of maladaptations that was raised earlier. Next slide, please. So what are the implications for governance? First, we need to recognize the cultural dimensions. Thankfully, this has already been reiterated during this conference. So fishing should be seen as a legacy, a support, a life project, not merely an economic activity. And this means accounting for things like biocultural heritage in regulatory design. We also need to consider addressing the power imbalances that might exist, preventing regulatory capture by privileged interests, and ensuring equitable access to support mechanisms by the people in coastal communities. It's also a good idea to integrate traditional knowledge to build upon existing community stewardship practices, even as we continue expanding our regulatory frameworks. And then to avoid a sort of wholesale replacement of the informal governance systems that are present in the coastal communities. And then it's also a good idea to expand our understanding of what effectiveness means when it comes to fisheries regulation. So that means moving beyond compliance rates, stock levels, the intensity of enforcement as the metrics to determine whether or not fisheries regulation is effective, to include issues like social resilience and cultural sustainability indicators. Ultimately, though, it's important to realize that the relationship between fisher folk and their environment is not always straightforward. It can be very complex and contradictory. So, for instance, a deep respect for nature can coexist with overexploitation, meaning that fishers can have a respect for nature and at the same time may still have tendencies to overexploit fisheries resources if the resources are not properly managed. So the solution certainly isn't about failing to develop the legal fisheries frameworks that are needed just because they might have social and cultural effects on the coastal communities, but rather it is to be aware of the fully social person behind the act of fishing, along with their families, along with their communities, and the specific contexts that shape their slides. So yeah, we're already on the final slide. What are the next steps for my research? Well, a large part of what I've shared has been my literature review and analysis. And while several of these empirical findings are useful, uncovering the much deeper social and cultural effects that green criminology calls for requires unique approaches. So the idea going forward is to conduct field work that involves engaging with the coastal communities through a biographical approach to unearth some of these effects from their life stories and from their lived experiences as a result of interacting with these regulations and responding to them on a daily basis. And then to see how the results from this compare with earlier findings and what new insights might emerge from the deeper analysis. Thank you so much for your attention and your time.
Thank you, Stephanie. Good. I'm sure you can stay there and take a few questions, but Prof. Nuno will have a little comment before.
Hello. I think he can go to your seat. Yes. And then we can. So thank you very much for the presentation. I think it's a very interesting research, and I'm happy to know that the research is ongoing. So the fact that it's ongoing, it means that you can look at some portions a bit more deeply. Especially, I'm interested in the areas where you talked about contested illegality. That reference that said, well, you quoted a reference. I would like to see that paper and analyze where he's coming from with that. Yes, because, first about the consultation. You talked about inadequate consultation. Fishers will always say there has been inadequate consultation, especially when Ghana wanted to start closed seasons. I was the chief director then, the very first closed season. I was the chief director for the Ministry of Fisheries in 2017-2018. We took one whole year, took the data from the Canoe Frame Survey that gave us communities in every district. And together with the minister, we spent 1 week in every region, going from one community to one community, each community. And then we met them in their, let's say, their public place and engaged them to explain to them the concept as well as listen to them. In fact, when we go, we even listen to them. After we tell them our story, why we came, we allow them to tell us their side of the story. And we did this consistently from Western region all the way to Volta region. We had their leaders, their chief fishermen, their Konkohima, Konkohini, everybody there. One community to the other. After one whole year of doing this, and when the thing has been passed by cabinet, everything is done, just about 3 days for us to announce it, to do a public announcement, they do a delegation to the presidency. And their whole statement is that there was inadequate consultation. Imagine, put yourself in my shoes. Having left my whole family for 1 year, traveling the entire coast, I was shattered. It was part of the reason I resigned at some point. So I was like, Ghana. After sacrificing, sleeping in hamlets and villages, and so I slept in rooms where Osono na Mezidai. No, not even a hotel. We had engaged them, and we had records of attendance, pictures of everything from one community to the other. They'll tell you there was no consultation. But all the paperwork was there. So we showed to the presidency all the paperwork. The president said, they said you didn't consult adequately. So go back and do it. Come back next year. Razi. It was shattering. The same way when we have to share the compensatory things, the rice and the oil and the things, government spent millions to import these things. And the same way, we didn't sit in Accra and share. We set teams and go to the same communities. Wherever we engage them one-on-one, those same communities, we stand there. And even for the first minister, we just give it to the chief fishermen, their leaders. But the second minister, what we did was that she shared it one by one herself, so that it doesn't go to any middleman, because there were rumors that the Fishery Commission staff were stealing it, the Moffat staff were stealing it. It didn't happen. This one, she called you, they used the list. They even generated the list. And everything is given to individuals one by one. So if you hear people saying, oh, it went to this, it didn't get to them. Look, we know that whatever we gave them was not adequate to feed them a month. But at least everybody whose name is listed as a fisher or a fish, whatever, got something. Okay? So, along the line, we also went with groups and microfinance groups to educate them on the need to save. In fact, like I said, we started 1 year in advance. So we told them that, look, ebeba. So what should you do? You should start what? Saving. So together with the NGOs, we set up village saving what? Village association, village saving and loans associations. We set them up quickly so that you save and you can take loans during the period. So we gave them shock absorbers, and these were supported by the government, taxpayers' money. And some of them that took the loans during that time, up to now, have not paid. Some took the money and went to marry more wives and more husbands. You see, so if you are not there, you don't know. I was part of it, and I know what happened. And some of them there and there, you see, some of them even created lists that were bloated even more than the list that they themselves had already submitted to us. So what are they contesting? What is this contested illegality? So these are some of the issues, and we will need to look at some of the publications. And if we have to do rebuttals, I'm not afraid of doing rebuttals somewhere. And so in your analysis, let's engage and see how we can get things for people to have the real facts. Are there any Fisheries Commission staff here? Yeah. And who else? Can you tell these stories? Can you associate to these stories? Yes. And yes. Oh no, I'll let you react. Yes. So I think so these are some of the things. So in your analysis, look at it from both sides so that you don't have a skewed perspective of the policy. This policy was well thought through. And in fact, I championed it as the chief director, and I moved it for almost 2 years. And I'm happy that in my time it was implemented, and at least implemented well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the perspectives and being gracious enough to share that. So we really appreciate it. Do we have any other questions or comment?
Can I?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Stephanie.
I want to thank Prof so much for sharing these insights, because I think I have already noticed some of these contradictions from the preliminary field engagements, which is why I said, going forward, I need to engage at least biographically with the fishers myself. But there was another discussion earlier, another session earlier, where this issue was raised of how, I think perhaps you may have raised it, that the fishers sometimes contradict themselves. So I think you did. So you might go to them, engage with them on the close season. You have some who say, yes, exactly. But I've noticed those two different sides when engaging with the fisher folks. So I think that's one of the reasons why, for me, in as much as we say that there are social and cultural effects to these fisheries regulations, like I said, getting to the latter part of the presentation, we don't need to flag that as a reason not to regulate or not to embark on some of the policies, because the relationship that fishers have with the resources is very contradictory. Sometimes you might tend to think that because stewardship characterizes coastal communities, then they should be left alone to manage their resources. But the same communities might be capable of over-exploiting the resources, and they might be capable of spinning the narratives wrongly. So I appreciate you pointing that out to me.
Thank you very much.
I think this point is very important also for all of us who are researchers. In the fishery sector, mostly the artisanal fishers want to behave as the victims. Most of the time. So, yes. So when you go for data collection and you are not careful, they will look at you and then give you the answers they think that fits you. For instance, I have guided a lot of data collection, and sometimes if there are white people, I tell them don't go. Because for most fishers, they see you as Mother Christmas or Father Christmas. So even if they have, they'll tell you they don't have. I'm just trying to create an impression for us to understand. So sometimes the way you go for the data is also important. Who you speak with is very important, because there are structured leadership who have been part of national dialogues. So if you engage them, they can give you proper history of what is going on. There is also one element that you must understand, that there are issues where some fishers, even when you go to the communities to invite them to come for meetings, they won't come. They prefer going to fish. If you engage this same fisher, they will tell you that all the data collection or the government policies and things, we've not been consulted. So that is one side. The other side is that you also need to understand the definition, who is a fisher. You get it? It's very important. There is category in the fishing. For instance, somebody who is a gear owner or a canoe owner is not poor. But when we say fishers, we mean all are poor. Because if you ask how much a canoe costs, how much an outboard motor costs, how much the net costs, we calculated with them, and you see that some of them can buy 4-wheel drives. But when you live in a compound with somebody who has parked a 4-wheel drive, is the person poor? So, but these are invested in the canoes. So, those are also elements you need to understand. There are certain crew members who just join the crew, go and come, and they do hand to mouth. Those ones are the crew fishers. But when you go and then you categorize all of them as fishers, it may affect the way in nature you do analysis. So it's very important. Also, I'm happy Prof is here and Prof is willing to share. There are a lot of people with a lot of information over the period. Prof, before you engage, I had led a team, we engaged over 10,000 fishers on 12 policy options, and the fishers voted for it. We did it community, we did it. For me, I had a whole drama group and things, and we're going to the community, we do the drama, we do everything, and then they voted. One of the first things was closed season, they accepted. And we had business as usual. Let's stop everything, allow you to destroy. They said, no, we don't want it. Voted. We have all the lists, we have pictures, we have videos. But you see, some of them, when you speak to them, they will tell you that we are not aware. So engagement and consultations go on, but some of them are not sincere. And there's a paper we are looking about sincerity. And what are the elements that, because if that continues to happen, it affects genuine researchers who go to the field. So that is something that we must also acknowledge. And there were times that we were doing focus group discussion. Some of them will hijack the meeting. Look at other people. You see from their face that the information these people are giving are not the right one. But these are the champions, so they are talking. When you bypass and you meet the other people on the side, you say, Master, he was in the meeting, we did this, we did that. So sometimes observe. You will notice that some of these things are happening. Is that okay? That's good.
I was on national TV myself, acting. There was a program called Sisimbom Tabunumbom. Who remembers? One whole year we did a series, paid communication experts, and we communicated in various ways for 1 year. Sisimbom Tabunumbom. I have all the videos on my laptop.
Thank you very much, Prof. And thank you very much, Mr. Yamo, for all of the insight. Can we take a few comments or questions on the last presentation? Yes. There are issues every researcher will face: data integrity, both in the library and data that is collected in person. The challenge is not only in the fisheries sector. As lawyers, we experience it all the time.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Ohini John once again from Lesiad. I think Prof and I engaged a little bit yesterday and then his presentation today. I really like the presentation because even though you're coming from a legal background, it's quite anthropological. But Prof, I want to find out, even though it's not your presentation, this whole thing that you have experienced with fisher folk over the years, I I'm tempted to think that you don't think that there is no solution to their, should I say, insincerity or uncooperativeness? I don't know. But what can be done to them as a community? Because they are important to us. They are integral to the economic activity. They are even integral to the research that is being carried out. So, Prof, what's the solution so that at the end of the day we get them to be cooperative with the national agenda? Because whether we like it or not, whether they cooperate with us or not, these are things that would affect us now or in the very near future. In fact, we're already suffering from it. So we need a solution to it. And what would you propose in that regard?
Yes, thank you very much. I think the fishers are a microcosm of Ghanaian society. We need a national orientation because most people are not true to themselves and true to everybody. Even it starts from their home and their work and everything. People are living triple, double lives. We really need people to be sincere and people to lead what? Lives of integrity. This idea of, even I was abroad when somebody had come to Ghana and went to a shop to buy something. I've told this story at many places. The mother was inside, the child was down, so 5 cedis. The mother shouted, hey, Obroni man, Obroni price. Immediately they said 20 cedis. The Obroni has stayed in Ghana for about 6 months, so understands the Akan. We now spoke Akan and said, Medasi. Yamin Shao. Meanwhile, in front of the shop, they've written, God is my savior. We are hiding behind Christianity and other things, jump around and think we are worshiping God. No, our national fabric is broken. We need proper orientation and a reorientation. All of us have sinned.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you. We'll take a last comment or question. Okay, so it's been a very fruitful discussion from our resource persons and speakers on the various topics. I would like you once again to give a round of applause to them for sharing not just research sitting in a library or in the comfort of the academic space, but sharing experiences that have been gained serving Ghana over the period and trying to collect as much information as is possible within the sector. We are very grateful for their contribution this evening, and I hope that each and every one of you who is here have learned something new today, and possibly will take this up and continue the fight that they have been fighting for decades. Tomorrow morning we will continue, as usual, in our third day of this conference. So do well to be with us tomorrow and participate. Once again, I want to say we are very grateful and thank all our resource persons and presenters for today and speakers, and to thank each and every one of you for staying with us. Have a good evening and see you tomorrow.